울프 선수에 얘기했습니다. C9과 SK텔레콤이 붙는데 어떻게 생각하느냐. 탑이 걱정이다. 라고 울프가 방송 중에 얘기했습니다.
좀 C9이랑 한번 빨리 경기를 한번 해보고 싶어요. 아무래도 임팩트 선수가 있는 팀이기도 하고.
듀크가 걱정이다고 얘기를 했습니다. 뭐 이런 뭐 아무리 농담이라고 하더라도 그 농담 속에 그 좀 뼈가 있는 거 아니에요.
히다이 He died 100%. He died.
일단 그 옛날에 같은 팀이었던 팀원이 롤드컵에서 만난다는 건 좀 재밌는 경험인 것 같아요.
그냥 이상혁이랑 근기 형 다시 만나긴 한 건데 상대로 만난 거라 좀 더 신기하고 임팩트가 너무 잘한다고 들어서 만나서 저희가 임팩트한테 지면은 약간 좀 무서울 것 같아요.
One championship if they can hold.
Taipei Assassins are the Season 2 World Champions. This could be a 20-minute game for SK Telecom. And Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions. SKT will be your first ever two-time World Champions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2016 World Championship Group Stage. Now, yesterday we got our first look at the contenders vying for the Summoners Cup, and as they were gearing up to get back on the Rift today, we saw TSM fans out in force waving signs and making some noise to cheer on their team. Of course, fans were greeted by the Chain Warden himself today. Thresh, a real marvel of cosplay, will be coming up. It's an engineering feat, to say the least. There he is. I don't know how tall that thing is, but he terrifies me. And of course, two-time World Championship winner FLICKR here, walking through the halls of the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. He'll be facing former teammate Impact and the rest of Cloud9, who we caught on camera passing by on their way to get ready for battle. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined today by Clement Chu, Indiana Frosker in black, and Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler for the second day of competition here in San Francisco. And after yesterday's abysmal showing in predictions by the analysts, I felt it only right to swap them out, get 3 brand new ones. Are you guys ready to get some things right today?
Yeah, I'm super happy to be here. I'm ready to represent for my region. Everybody's been underestimating our teams. I'm here to prove them wrong.
All right, what about over here? LPL did have a slightly rough start to the tournament with the #1 seed suffering a loss, but here we are back in Day 2, still plenty of games. Let's go. How are we feeling, Frosker?
Just twist that knife a little bit deeper. No, yeah, it was a bit rough yesterday, but we can only go up from here.
All right, and Kobe?
I mean, we've got 2 North American teams today, right?
That's right. All right, 1-1 for the North American squads. Now with this month-long international clash heating up, we've got our partners from around the globe covering the action here on the ground. You're taking a look at our counterparts from Brazil's CB LUL. Also following the action are casters from the CIS regions LCL. The Chinese LPL is here as well to bring the hype. And we're broadcasting in over 15 languages worldwide, so everyone's going to have an opportunity to see the actions that's taking place on stage. Now, before we dive into the global competition, a reminder that the newest addition to the Champion skin set line, Zed, is now live in client. 25% of all Championship Zed and 30% of all Championship Ward skin sales will go directly to the world's prize pool, so you can help raise the stakes in the fight for the Summoners Cup. And we've got our first glimpse of groups A, C, and D yesterday, including the likes of the #1 seeds from North America, Korea's LCK, and China's LPL. So my question to you 3, what stood out to you in our 6 matches that took place just yesterday?
I think it's maybe INTZ taking down EDG, China's #1 seed falling.
Yeah, it was a really rough day yesterday, but that said, Revolta and Yang deserve to hold their heads high after such an incredible performance like that. I believe Yang did 34.2% of his team's damage, just a disgusting number, especially on that Gnar, when Rumble has been running crazy in that top lane.
Honestly, the plays from Revolta were amazing from this Lee Sin. It was actually incredible. He had 26% jungle proximity. That's the time he spent with his top laner. With Yang, it was basically those two taking over the entire game, play after play.
Now, that said, there are some bright spots, though, for EDG. Pawn had a great performance, you know, showcasing his talent and showing up in that game 1.
All right, well, with EDG's loss, it was a pretty big blow to Chinese fans. European fans, though, didn't really have it any easier with an 0-3 start to their tournament.
It definitely was kind of surprising as well for all of Europe. In that G2 and H2K both lost in fairly similar ways in the mid and late game. really lacking in the macro and not paying attention to a lot of the vision games and really the mid-game rotations.
You know, that's exactly what I want to underline, is that it's so atypical of the European teams, of all of them, to go down. Usually their decision-making is so strong, and so I just want to set that like massive upset, because normally European teams don't lose like that. There's a lot to criticize there, but not on their decision-making.
Yeah, I actually think for me, the European teams look very incohesive. They have such good individual players. You look at G2, 3 players on the top 20 list, and you look at H2K, 1 every lane, but they just fell apart macro in the mid game, and I think they really need to work on communication as a region.
Now let's touch on something real briefly. Here's some news regarding Aurelion Sol. He will remain disabled for days 2 and 3 of Worlds. But on the topic of picks bans, we're already seeing some clear priorities develop in day 1 of the tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are not sure what the meta compositions are really like, so they're going for the strong lane picks that have no counter. You saw 4 games of Rumble blind picked 3 times, 5 games of Nami also blind picked a lot. These are champions that don't have counters in lane and just are overall good.
And in kind of the ecosystem of Rumble taking over the top lane, you know, a lot of his matchups did get weakened or toned down a little bit, which is why he's starting to really shine up there in the top lane, is how it affects the jungle pool. Now, we've seen a ton of Elise blind pick, but I actually want to kind of gear towards the Olaf, because I think we've yet to really see his full power uncovered, simply because he brings physical damage when you have those 2 flanking AP pieces. So I think he opens up a lot more Rumble to shine by bringing that hardcore damage in the jungle.
Yeah, the North American Olaf has been huge. The other thing is that this is only day 1, right? We've only just begun to dip into the world's meta, and Jace has still really to shine, because he did get picked twice. G2 were one to lose with him, but that AD from the top side also could be balanced out, right? There's plenty of good mixes that we can still come upon.
Yeah, and I want to talk about a couple champions that haven't been picked yet. Nidalee, 100% ban rate. Nobody wants him. There's a lot of teams that will first pick the Nidalee, Flash Wolves, Samsung. They all have Karsa and ambition to do that. So I think this Nid pick is still going to show up somewhere, and we're going to see some big results.
It's just really showing that priority of having pressure in your jungle, doing things quickly. It's not just about being a farming jungler, it's about moving quickly through that and getting to those lanes to help them out.
Well, only 6 games have been played, still a lot to be determined. And with the dust settled on day 1, we do have 2 teams in groups A, C, and D with 1-game leads. Now, CLG and Rox are tied for first in Group A. Yesterday's winners in Group C were AHQ and Brazil's INTZ. In Group D, Samsung Galaxy and RNG share the top spot. Now, those teams still have many games in front of them, but before they get back on the stage, we'll see our first look of Group B as the reigning world champions SK Telecom T1 face off against North America's Cloud9. Then the LMS's number 1 seeded Flash Wolves will take on the LPL's IMA. After that, it's Groups D and C back center stage. So looking at these first 2 matchups in particular, our first look at that Group B, what are our thoughts here?
Top die.
One can only hope, Kobe. One can only
That's the
hope.
question on everyone's mind, right? We finally get to see, you know, the first showing here for SKT back at Worlds, and then Cloud9, who have been really hyped up because they had a strong run at the end of the North American LCS playoffs, where they were able to take TSM, you know, further than a lot of other teams that were able to push them. And then, you know, Impact just individually playing so well recently. There are a lot of hopes for him.
On the other side of that, though, IMA versus Flash Wolves finally getting to see the last Chinese Siege show their face, hopefully a bit better than their previous counterparts, although RNG is still doing pretty well.
Clement not hoping for that.
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves are coming in as the favorites here in the second matchup of the day. I really think that you're going to show Maple really step up like he did in MSI, and you're going to have another mid laner to cheer for.
All right, well, now remember, all throughout Worlds, we're offering a second stream with a rotating focus of specific matchups, players, and themes. Click on over to Riot Games 2, where today our casters are joined by special guests Alex Each and Gate. Right off the top, it's Pyra, LS, and Alex Each together, joined to analyze the clash between FLICKR and Jensen in Game 1. But it's that time for us here to catch up with the casters. And before we do so, I've got to put you guys on the spot, ask you for this prediction. Our 2-time world champions, SK Telecom versus NA's Cloud9. Down the line, starting with you, Clement. What's your pick?
I think I have to go with SKT. I know this is not a crowd favorite, but if you look at how you beat SKT, you have to beat them really hard early game. C9 only a 37% first blood rate through the regular split. I don't think they're fast enough to do it.
All right, Frostgren, what are your thoughts on this one?
Analytically, there's no way I can support this. I mean, you've got SKT.
I love when a sentence starts that.
I know, there's
All right,
no way.
Let's go.
You've got an SK2 who have proven that with a rotating roster of talent that they can execute on it. They did that with EasyHoon. They slumped at MSI. You give them enough preparation, they turn around, they're super dominant. You invite them to Worlds, they tend to win. But I saw a miracle happen yesterday with INTZ versus EDG, and I think a miracle is going to happen today. I'm going Cloud9.
Woo! There it is. There it is. All right, then that makes Kobe the tiebreak here on the desk. So what's it going to be?
I mean, you mentioned the rotating roster as a positive, but actually right now I think the rotating through the jungle is a sign of weakness. They wanted to use Blank and they weren't able to make things work with him. Bengi back on stage, it's cool to have, another world champion up there, but I think that's some more problems for SKT, and they are typically slow starters if we look at MSI just previously. So obviously I'm going to go with the Northern California team, basically from San Jose, Cloud9 here. Cloud9.
All right, so we've got 2 votes for C9 here, 1 for SKT, although it sounds like it is going to be a close matchup, at least in our minds. So as we head to the Casters for Game 1, it's important to remember that at the heart of this matchup is the reunion of former teammates facing off on stage for the very first time.
임팩트 선수랑은 이제 처음 프로 데뷔할 때 같이 있었던 팀이었기 때문에 뭐 약간 그 처음 동료이자 뭐 친한 동생 그 정도 사이입니다. 뭐 세계대회 우승이라는 처음 나가서 그런 우승을 했으니까 그때는 정말 서로 좋아했고
이긴 순간이 엄청 기뻤고 일단 제가 가장 잘했다는 걸 보여줬으니까 그 포지션에서 시간만 나누고 그냥 딱 서로 허그하거나 그러고 있을 때가 시간이 많이 났죠. 우승급 가까이 가 있을 때 엄청났고.
저희가 13년도랑 14년도 하고 원영이랑은 같이 게임을 안 했고 또 경기에서도 만난 적이 없어서
제가 SK 있을 때 실패를 했단 말이에요. 저희가 다 저저르고 그러다가 또 TIP 때 겪으니까 이제 저는 월드 챔피언십 못 가나 영원히 이 생각도 했었는데 이번에 간 게 정말 좋은 것 같아요. 그냥 이상혁이랑 뱅기 형 다시 만나긴 한 건데 상대로 만난 거라 좀 더 신기하고
그 옛날에 같은 팀이었던 팀원이 롤드컵에서 만난다는 건 좀 재밌는 경험인 것 같아요. 좀 반갑기도 하고 플레이오프 하는 걸 봤는데 잘하고 충분히 잘했기 때문에 와서 좀 기대돼요.
Even the phase dive would get you over. Hold on. We'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, he's going for another solo. There's the Mega Tower ultimate and impact. Just does it again.
Yeah. Top is fighting. He died. 100%. He died. He got
같은 팀이었으니까 좀 많이 혼내줘야 될 것 같아요. 제가 러빙 같습니다.
예전에 팀 멤버를 만난다는 게 처음에는 좀 신기하고 또 기대되긴 했는데 막상 다시 붙어보려 하니까 뭔가 무섭기도 하고 또 최근에 임팩트가 너무 잘한다고 들어서 만나서 저희가 임팩트한테 지면은 약간 좀 무서울 것 같아요.
And what a story, and what a better way to start day 2 of the World Championships. Thank you very much, Dad. I am Julian Peshutamkar here alongside Chris, Papa Smithy Smith, and Mitch Krepo Vorsfals as we load up for day 2 of World 2016 live from the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Gentlemen, it's great to have you here.
It's great to be here, Pastry. You and I back together again. It's been a while.
Certainly.
Us Aussies joined by, of course.
I guess I'll be third wheel here.
Guess that's how it's going to happen.
Well, defending world champions SK Telecom T1 have become the first ever League of Legends world champion to make it back to the tournament the following year. They'll begin their title defense here against North America's LCS third seed, Cloud9.
And SKT, it's the reigning champions finally getting a chance to defend their crown.
Yep.
Never happened before here at 6th time at Worlds, but there's a lot of question marks about SKT. Very late we found out that Bengi will be starting in the jungle, bringing on a sub that's a double world champion. It's just an insane thing that SKT is able to do. We haven't joined them since, of course, last year, the big change since last Worlds. No Marin, but Duke, he's a top lane carry, so it's a bit of a plug-and-play replacement for Marin.
Yeah, so it's been Duke and Blank throughout the entirety of the season, almost like Bengi played a couple of games, but then surprise, surprise, he's back in here, and they're going up against a different team here in C9, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup, especially if I want to see what Jensen can do today.
I mean, it's already great just because it's the second strongest seed here for SK Telecom, of course, defending champions. The strongest third team, arguably, as well for Cloud9. They're from North America, and Cloud9 are a team that certainly have a lot to prove here.
Yeah, and if you look at their players on, it's almost like a dead story, but we can't reiterate it enough how important it is for Impact. He won Worlds in 2013. He's now going up against SKT, representing North America, bringing the top die to Korea.
It's worth noting, of course, Impact, he left SKT because he was overlooked for Marin when we went from sister teams to just a single team. They chose Marin over him. Justified that, of course, being MVP of the 2015 World Championships with this team. But now he's back 3 years later at Worlds. A lot to prove, both on the international stage and against his old team.
And you mentioned it already, Krabber, but Jensen certainly is ready to take on the world's best there as well. He did have some fun tweets before the tournament as well. Jensen is certainly a character, but he just cannot wait to play FLICKR.
Oh, that's not what he said. He can't wait to clap FLICKR.
Oh, that's what it says. Thank you.
I guess that kind of has a dual meaning. I mean, I guess if they lose, you can clap him.
Yeah, clap
still
for
appreciate him.
I wonder how that's going to go. I want to see a dirty soul kill by FLICKR on Jensen just in the first 5 minutes. Shut him up.
Well, I guess we'll have to see, but we're going to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, to start things off, it is Korea's SK Telecom T1. Your defending world champions, can they do it again? In the top lane, it is Duke, the jungler Bengi, the mid lane of FLICKR, AD carry Bang, support Wolf, and of course the legendary Coach Koma. 2
dual world champions, something crazy, but on the red side, it's going to be North America's Cloud9. Top lane is Impact, playing his old team. Meteos in the jungle, Jensen in mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, that supports Smoothie, and another SKT alumni, Coach Reaper.
Yeah, Reaper really changed the way Cloud9 approached the game, like trying to instill better communication, less memes, more communication, better team play overall, because the departure of High has always plagued this organization. Like whenever they slotted in High, everything started working out again in terms of rotations, in terms of the objective setup. They slowly started to fix it. Jat had a lot of points during playoffs, how if you give C9 time, they can set up, but when the game gets fast-paced, that's when they start struggling.
Yeah. We don't really know what sort of SKT to expect. I mean, Bengi traditionally top lane focused, putting down wards for Duke. Duke a great 1v1 laner. I feel like SKT will attack the top lane, but the mid lane is the interesting one because Jensen, a lot of hype in the European crowd, a lot of hype from the West in general. The Asian scene, the likes of China, they don't know what to make of him, so this is a big chance to prove himself.
Well, let's let the draft do the talking for the time being. SK Telecom on the blue, C9 over on the red. Rek'Sai first ban from SKT, Nidalee follows swiftly for Cloud9.
Yeah, Rek'Sai has been banned 4 times yesterday on blue side, 1 time on purple side. Barely sees any play here. These top tier junglers continuously get banned now.
But now we're talking about Bengi having a blue side ban of the Rek'Sai when the only champion who really performed on in this short amount of games was the Rek'Sai. So my question is, they're pinching the jungle. Does Bengi actually have World's tier junglers left available to him?
I mean, you can't expect SKT to come in under pressure in game
absolutely
1.
not.
Seeing this meta game, we see the target ban Gnar here. Not only is it a serviceable top laner, there are higher priorities on other top laners, but because it is Impact and it was Impact in playoffs, that Gnar is taken off the table.
So many highlights there from the playoffs as Karma is banned away from Cloud9. SKT finishes with another target ban as Zac is taken away from Meteos.
So this kind of changed the whole jungle equation because Meteos was one of the few players that really valued Zac. This Karma will mean that Nami goes up heavily in priority, and it's also a champion that the Koreans like playing because they really excel at the range support meta sometimes.
It seems like SKT are setting up for a first pick Elise. Not been a great champion for Bengi this season, but have been a great champion for the organization. The other champion is Lee Sin. Single game of Lee Sin. Even a jungler like Bengi, not known for his mechanics, had a great Lee Sin game back in spring. It's an old data point, but because Bengi hasn't played that much, you have to wonder where they're going, as at least mulling over a first pick Syndra.
Well, Vlad was banned last year C9, and there is first pick Syndra.
And I think Syndra is a super strong pick, and whenever it fails, people start talking about like, how can you pick a low mobility mid laner, and why did you pick all these champions together? But Syndra almost has everything you need from mid laners in this patch. She can push, turn that push into roam, she has control, kill pressure, she slots into most team comps. Yes, if you pick static backline on multiple carries, then you get into trouble, but you should be able to use that power by pushing in and dueling your mid lane and then roam.
And there it is, Braum Lee Sin for Cloud9 is the answer. You mentioned it maybe for Bengi, but will be taken away here, and those options are starting to shrink a bit.
I mean, there's Graves and Elise. Those are the two that really come out first as the top tier junglers available. Bengi has played a game of Graves this season. Again, only 16 games to work with, majority on the likes of Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Elise. But very safe opening rotation for C9. Smoothie, to me, always seems to do best on the melee supports, like, for example, the Braum. Nami is still available to SKT if they want to pick it up.
Potentially some confident lock-ins here from SKT. We know how good Bang's Ezreal is, so it is open here.
Yeah, generic AD carry pick on that rotation. Ezreal is really good to pick because he's safe into most matchups, especially when you complement him later with your own support to really like kind of round out that bot lane. What I see here though, and what we've seen a lot in this tournament, is that teams are not afraid to early pick both their solo laners. Like there was a hover for Jace and Syndra, and it wouldn't even be a bad thing. It seemed very hard to really punish Jace in draft or Syndra in draft.
I mean, Jace, Syndra, and the Ezreal will be an insane poke comp. So much range would necessitate more engage options on the side of C9, but for now they're going to hold back with the Jace pick.
Yep, Elise actually the options here. And I love a bit of swagger there from Jensen hovering the Zed.
Shout out to the Zed. Peculiar that they skipped the Elise in priority of Lee Sin though. That is something we wouldn't really expect. Elise has been such a high priority, a much kind of heavy hitter in terms of the ganks, you know, guaranteed CC with the Cocoon as opposed to like needing to land that Q 100%.
So the way I look at it, it's kind of a reason why C9 brought back the Zac, is that a no mana jungler on the red side and then a 5th pick mid lane counter pick means you have first blue buff and you have a good laning phase. So once again, C9 have been setting up for Jensen to carry predominantly, even with all of Impact's heroics, and theoretically they've got a good chance to do that again.
And this is one of his biggest picks from the end of the season. Cassiopeia locked in for Cloud9. Siva's going to pair along with it as well. A very stable AD carry for Sneaky that's going to help Jensen get into the backlines and really do damage, but can be dangerous to run here. We'll see how SKT finish this team comp.
I mean, thinking the Jace looks very likely. The Nami, I mentioned it, Wolf is 7-3 on Nami. Both Wolf and Wraith were playing predominantly Nami at the start when ranged supports were still very popular after MSI.
Yeah, and despite Korea being known for to kind of stick to their melee supports, like they know how to play those ranged supports, and they were also apparently one of the few teams that were kind of bringing it back to scrims. However, if there's a Korean support that showed yesterday the value of maybe going back for melees, it was Mata and his Alistar. And this is definitely a lane you can do it in because it's twofold. Alistar actually lanes fine against Braum because he doesn't get punished too hard, and it's impossible to spell shield the new combo by Alistar because the game spaces out the hits of W and Q just far enough that either you eat up the W and get Q'd anyways, or you just eat the full combo as Sivir.
Not clear if it's going to be the Thunder counter, at least for now hasn't got the Ignite as the summoner spell, but you know, I know obviously on the analyst as we're talking about, terrible laning matchup 2v2 for Mata. This time a more comfortable one.
Oh yes, this is an even far matchup where C9 get the push pressure if they so choose to take it. They expose themselves to ganks, and obviously Thunder Cow could come out because I think it's the best summoner, but Exhaust is just so useful against the Cassiopeia.
Now we're waiting for that last pick. We're waiting to see if they can get another pressure point because they have the Cassiopeia mid, gonna have blue buff, gonna have advantages, probably gonna get attention from Meteos, who shifted his preference and his priorities towards ganking mid, at least in the regionals. Waiting for that last pick though.
And there's Jace, of course, was the other pick from SK Telecom. So Impact knows the matchup that he's going to go into here. Not long left for C9 to pick. What do they take?
And there's a lot of pressure. What do they take? Because he needs to get a good matchup here. And Rumble is one of the top tier picks here in the top lane in this tournament so far. Is this a fine matchup? It is a skill matchup with a slight edge towards Rumble, in my opinion. But we haven't seen it played enough to truly be able to decide that.
And we haven't seen a lot of Meteos on Lee Sin in recent history. Always been a champion that he's had in his pool, but we saw some playmaking for against RNG by TSM, specifically by Svenskeren. Not really translate to late game, so there are definitely good late game options here for Cloud9.
And we can already get excited about the mid game here. Look at what C9 can do. We said they start slow, but if they ramp it up in the mid game, really beautiful teamfight composition. Lay out the red carpet, follow with single target DPS from the Cassiopeia, and then have the Sivir to finish it all off. They have a super strong team fight. So for SKT, they need to whittle them down before or keep them split.
And it does feel like SKT, very stable, very solid lanes that they can play with here. They're a team that can kind of do it all. They've got two strong solo laners in the top and mid and a super consistent bottom lane. Bengi's the piece that maybe it's the question mark because he is the jungler coming in that hasn't seen nearly as much play. Coaches, though, are going to shake hands, and I cannot wait for these two teams to do battle.
The hype on so many levels is massive for this game. Two carry laners in both mid and top, dependable AD carry and support. This is hype.
Well, as we get our first look at these two teams, be sure to tell us how you think this will play out. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag SKTWin or the hashtag C9Win, and we'll see where your allegiance lies in game. But like I said, can't wait to see these two teams play. We're finally going to get it here.
That's what the crowd is hyped up for. Hometown American Pie. They want to see a big win for C9. They match up well, but it's the defending world champions. This SK Telecom team has almost monopolized competitive League of Legends since they debuted.
And I want to see some action level 1 here, because so often these teams have been fanning out, and it actually looks like we're getting it. C9 condensed in the top lane. Remember, Cassiopeia and Braum are exquisite level 1 champions. With the combined DPS from Cassio and the fact that you can proc Braum passive, people that are getting a little bit too comfortable scouting out, saving their wards may get punished.
Intrigued to see the start here from Impact as you do see the check there.
Right, a couple things we have to notice. The Braum is going around to maybe sneak into the river brush here while 3 people centered in the brush here. They're going for a late invade to get some deep vision. Really important to find out where the jungle starts because you can extrapolate so much information. By using the fact whether somebody leashes on one side, having a deep ward on the other, you can figure out where the jungle starts unless he just kills your ward.
So that's W level 1 able to clear the ward. Speaking of top lane, Impact is running Cloth 4 pots, which suggests to me with such a defensive start, not expecting too much jungle help at the start of the game.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here at level 1, but coming into this matchup, Jensen is well aware that he's got to be the best to beat the best.
I'm obviously the most excited to play against FLICKR because he's, like I said earlier, the most respected mid laners of everyone. So playing against him is like, if you want to prove yourself, you have to beat FLICKR, and that's like one opportunity I get. So that's what I want to do.
I feel like he had slightly stronger words in his tweet earlier, but we'll see how he matches up here. Syndra versus Cassio.
Yeah, and if we can gauge at the level 1 here, Jensen and both FLICKR should have information. A couple early trades here. This E from Cassio trades well. Once FLICKR gets access to QE, he can obviously push away Jensen if he steps that close. It's all about the push early too. So look how these guys are trying to trade while landing some hits on the minions here. FLICKR is hitting both Jensen and 2 creeps at the same time. But Jensen doesn't care. He's just pushing in, get the control, get that shove, you know, be able to move into the enemy jungle potentially.
FLICKR's laning stats have been outstanding, as expected, even with his team flagging. Duke's actually even more impressive in the top lane when it comes to CSD at 10 and 20 minutes. So solo laners, despite not getting a lot of help from the jungler, predominantly Blank, have been impressive for SKT.
Yeah, and Impact is pushing right now. He can keep pushing because he saw Bengi start on the left side Gromp, so he knows unless he goes for a 3-camp topside gank, which junglers really never do anymore because it leaves their other side of the map so exposed. If Elise goes top early, well then she will lose the entire bot side jungle. So
Ooh, back in here for Wolf though, onto Sneaky and Smoothie with the pulverized Smoothie. Gonna put up the shield and go back in onto Wolf, but Wolf pretty tanky there. Bang, gonna get 1 Q eaten by a creep, but everything's okay as Sneaky trades back and Smoothie wants in.
Yeah, mistake from Bang though. Walking up at the end there, it's like I'm gonna hit 1 more auto. Oh boy, there's 6 creeps in front of me. Run, run, run. A little bit of a mistake, but good combo there from Wolf.
Bengi naturally pathing towards the bot side. So far not spotted, but just leaving his options open. Both junglers pathing towards bot. Another couple of trades by Wolf.
Checking again, but he's actually gonna get stunned here. Damage is there. Sneaky just got a lot of DPS.
Look at that cannon creep that's continuously hitting them. Like the combo was fine, but this time Smoothie was ready with a timely shield, and there was minion aid there, so that makes them lose a trade. Luckily for them, Sneaky's low on mana, so if he doesn't get any donated spell shield procs, he's gonna have issues controlling the wave because there's a very stacked wave here still, and it's still very hard for Meteos to influence this lane because there is no hard CC. There's only exhaust and Braum passive.
Crepo's in his elements. The bot lane stream for now, as we just have the mid lane recalling for a second. Doran's not enough gold for Jensen to pick up his tier, so that time is going to be a bit delayed. We still haven't seen the junglers make a big impact. To me, top lane is going to be the... Yes, I know. I said impact. Had it on
well,
the
hopefully Meteos is going to make impact big.
That's the question. He didn't have to do that. That's kind of the interesting thing is you think back to all the top die, I'm die moments in the regionals. It was about Impact making the solo plays and freeing up Meteos to take out other parts of the jungle or the other parts of the map or the jungle. And for now, it's the counter jungling that he's relying on.
Definitely, very symbiotic relationship here though. You don't have to be close to each other to help each other. Meteos right now has secured the Scuttle Crab and is aggressively contesting Bengi, locking him up in the cage. That means that the Rumble can just keep pushing, you know, use that augmented flame spitter that got changed a couple of patches ago to really get that push. But right now, Meteos swinging to the mid lane.
He's actually dipping here, trying to get something onto FLICKR. Q gonna miss. FLICKR just steps straight out of the way. Meteos gonna safeguard onto Jensen. But that was very easy for FLICKR to get out of.
Casuals you like with those side steps in lane. You're always known for that. Trades going well for FLICKR so far.
That's a quadruple mind game though here.
Ooh, Sneaky actually again, spell shielding the next part of the pulverize, I believe, as Wolf still stunned up here potentially by the Braum passive. Now going to turn it onto Bang. Cloud9 going to try and make something happen. Good little trade back, but Impact and Duke are on it. Duke doing big damage. Impact losing the back end of that trade.
Impact has the potion lead, even though Jace hasn't used his potion yet, so still able to chug, still doing just fine. He's going to be happy, given that he has the Battle Ward-esque presence of Meteos being in the face of Bengi. He can afford to overextend in the early levels before EQ clears out a minion wave. He's able to push up and just make Duke predictable on one of the strongest laning champions in the game on Jace.
But if you're trading with Jace, you have to be careful for that triple shot that comes out at 100% attack speed here. That W from Jace, you eat all that damage and then a Q. That is a short trade window where Jace wants to excel. Laners seem to be able to go even though, unless Bengi can find an opening here.
Yeah, Jensen kind of got poked down. He does have some, so Bengi's going to get the stun. Landing, Bengi flashes forward, and first blood goes to Elise.
The disrespect from Jensen. He saw the QE come out. He saw Elise on his screen, and at that point, you need to know, this is chain CC with flash available. You have to just respect the fact that you got outlaned and you got a flash. It ends up giving up first blood here, so really big opening move by FLICKR and Bengi.
I mean, Vision was on Bengi for so long. He put a pink ward down, casually cleared out the trinket ward, then just walked straight in and ganked. So Jensen disrespecting Bengi, and it's the duo, the double world championship duo of FLICKR and Bengi getting first blood for SKT.
Well, Bengi's at it again, looking for bottom lane as Cloud9's duo has actually got a good bit of pressure built in there. They'll shove the wave in and go back though, so it seems like Cloud9 just going to kind of pad the lead that they did build up a bit here, although Bang's going to catch up nicely. BSO built up a sneaky as Meteos, maybe still lurking around this top half as well.
Just want to see what Smoothie does here, because on first base, if it's really late, supports can actually path away from bot lane, let the Saver solo farm, and kind of influence the top lane here. There is a world where Smoothie groups up with Meteos, kind of dive top lane here and get an advantage for C9.
Could definitely happen. I'm looking for the top lane matchup as it develops, as we start to see the junglers swing their way up there. The big stat actually for Bengi is when he did play, he quadrupled Duke's CS difference at 10. And that is just a massive stat. So basically, because he has that role of facilitating, before it was Marin, now it is Duke, setting up a top lane carry like Duke would be very big for SKT.
Well, Impact's got plenty of time just to push in here. Like you said, they've been tracking Bengi quite well, apart from the mishap there in the mid lane, so things are looking okay for now. Wolf and Smoothie with a meeting outside of the bottom lane perhaps, but looks like this pink ward just going to get taken down by Wolf. Smoothie, not quite enough friends to try and put that one down, although it does reward to make sure they have concentrated vision around the middle of the map here.
And super important, because these pink wards are kind of roam protectors. You can trade a roam for a pink ward. If you somehow lose the pressure in mid and the mid laner disappears, he will walk over, pink ward has to clear it. That buys you time in the bottom lane or in the top lane.
This is dangerous, actually. Jensen going to get donated. The blue successful steal there, and Meteos, can he just walk away from it? Gets Cocoon, but he can. Impact went back, did have his TP, and Duke did not. Duke kind of not there in time.
Not there in time here. Another good trade here from Sneaky. Feeling more confident in the matchup. This is a bit of a power drop for Ezreal while he stacks up that tier. So in all-ins, much weaker. So he needs to rely on poke. So what we talked about earlier, you know, even in the mid game, this will be repeated for SKT. They need to poke down C9 before they fight here. Jensen finally flashing!
It's too late. He flashed the stun, but the ulti still killed him.
Never finished your color point while FLICKR's going for an all-in, Crappo.
I mean, you would expect Jensen to know the limits of these champions.
A little awkward there. Wolf again with a double pulverize. Going to knock one back in, but doesn't quite get Smoothie. Wolf taking damage. No ulti as Sneaky pops his to get them out of the way. Bang. Goes straight over the wall, looks for a bit of extra damage, and Cloud9, 3v2, have to disengage.
Two very strong laning mid laners, but it's FLICKR, the old wily veteran now, after being the young buck a few years ago, doing his casual thing, now stealing away the blue buff.
Double blue buff maybe for FLICKR. Got it off Jensen already. Bengi actually going to get donating one there. Real cute play from SKT.
Controlled start from SKT that was absent for so long of the summer season in particular. The thing about SKT this season, we saw MSI, they rose up after a lot of delays, Sneaky taking a decent trade in bot, but it was all about a slow start for SKT. Wolf has to
They're
ult.
actually going in. Yeah, Wolf did force the ulti out. Bang uses his as well. Smoothie hitting missing shots as Bang wants it. He's more Q. Sneaky does block, and Smoothie gets himself out safely.
Yeah, such a deceptive bot lane because the action will always halt for about 3 seconds, either with Braum Shield or Alistar ulti, but if they keep fighting during that, at the back end, Ezreal can always shift in, deal more damage here. Smoothie still being tested in lane here. That was a little bit too close to where.
Meteos is pathing around. Has been spotted out already. Worth noting that Braum is in base, so it would just be a 2-for-2.
Something C9 is doing very well here is actually using the pressure that Jensen has in lane in terms of wave clear. Not the kill pressure that FLICKR has on Jensen, but the fact that he can push out sooner. They're always leveraging that pressure and making it flow over either into the river, enemy blue buff, or into the bot lane here. Problem is, when Jensen walks back, he will eat poke when he's trying to deal with the stacked wave. So that's the cost of that play here. Can he survive that cost?
Well, you can see C9 fans certainly out in force, voting for their team here, but you can see that translating into the CS deficit. FLICKR playing up very aggressive, happy to poke onto the turret and trade shots here and there. Yes, Jensen can farm relatively quickly and will get CS under the tower, but he's fallen behind at least 20, 25 CS, and that is a hold that Jensen's going to have to deal with later.
And FLICKR, this is how, if he smells blood, this is how far he'll push up. He didn't even have double pink wards on both sides. He only had one pink ward to play on, but still, happy to push up, happy to test Jensen, already coming up to 25 CS ahead of his opponent.
And that's what SKT did so well in their prime. They didn't need full vision. They only needed bits and pieces of information, and then they fit the puzzle together themselves. They saw a jungler top left. Well, they knew he's at least busy for 30, 40 seconds, which means he can't reach the bottom lane. Right there, they saw Medius in the bottom lane. FLICKR used that pressure to kind of push up and punish. It's that information that you need to share as a team and then calmly communicate what makes you a top-tier team in League of Legends.
That Prime seems like a long time ago, Crepo. They won MSI, but that was after a weak season where they started slow, got better. Jensen potentially getting zoned off his own turret.
This is gross from FLICKR, just completely shutting out Jensen. Takes the tower hit, knows his limits well. Cloud9 are converting for an objective here, but they will need to get it here, and FLICKR will be first. Meteor smites it away, but SK Telecom, do they collapse? Smoothie cues in onto Wolf, and Meteos is a little trapped, but actually chasing in, maybe looking for Bengi there. They know Jensen does not have priority, but looks like they get away with it and get their first Drake, the Ocean.
They're able to get it, but of course at the cost, as we saw, of more and more experience and CS going the way of FLICKR in the mid lane. But just to complete my point, in summer, it was actually SKT starting off really strong. That's the part people forget. 10-0 to start the season. Honestly, when I watched those games, they were so perfect. I thought, okay, is it going to be a perfect season this time? Fell off a cliff, had a really struggle towards the end of the season, and that's the difference here, is they come at Worlds underprepared and, at least on paper, out of form.
Yeah, definitely out of form, challenged by some other teams who had growth, like the Rocks Tigers. Sadly, they didn't face off in the finals. Jensen right now still being pressured here. Also in the top lane, it's getting much more comfortable for Duke here. Finished the Hex Drinker, has a protection against all that burst from Impact here. Impact is playing with pressure though, but can't really dive just yet. Well, if he connects a few more harpoons, Duke will have to flash out of the equalizer.
I mean, this matchup's evolved so much after a couple of patches. First, Rumble got the ability to push on his Q as junglers meet on C9 side of the jungle. But the other big change was that you never have to buy a tier now as Jace. It's an option, but it's not a frequent option. And the fact that you don't need that tier means you can stack that AD and the trades get better and better.
Oh, back in bottom lane again. Wolf forced to burn the ultimate as Braun passive gonna stun him. Bang. Low once more, trying to get his way back in, but Cloud9's duo consistently doing well in this lane.
Yeah, that was another combo initiated by Wolf that we didn't see on the screen that then got responded by Smoothie. So if you survive the combo and you can punish Alistar on the way out, that's usually how you want to play here. So it's very imperative that Smoothie has good shields here, protecting the follow-up from Bang. Sneaky had the lane push, gets a spell sheet out, so they have the control right now. Want to poke Bang down. He is stacking that Muramana though, so he's comfortable just farming even CS here and scaling one or two items.
And to me, actually, the trades between Ezreal and Sivir just to dissuade Sivir from getting auto attacks onto the turret, because obviously a big wave clear advantage for the Sivir over the Ezreal. Only has AoE wave clear on his ultimate. So the fact that SKT's bot lane turret's only taken a couple of specks of damage bodes pretty well for Ezreal, extending the laning phase, getting more and more charges on that Muramana, and hitting the 2-item power spike before team fights start.
Yeah, SKT want to group up later. They don't care about their individual lanes. They want to siege these turrets. They don't want to go for the full-out team fight. We have to give that as a caveat, because that's where C9 shine. But if they can kind of unlock this Alistar for a couple of roams, get Vision out, or maybe get a rotation eventually, you know, group the Syndra and the Ezreal in mid lane, poke C9 low enough that they can't answer the siege. That's kind of their game plan right now. Sneaky. Bold though to go that far with your support and river. If that was Mata, Sneaky would have gotten comboed.
Well, looks like it's just safe for now here, and you know, despite all the success FLICKR's having in that mid lane 1-0-1 right now on the Syndra with a completed Morella Nomicon already, plus some Sork shoes. This game is actually quite close, about 1,500 gold ahead for SK Telecom, but towers are all still up. Top lane's been dead even there as both Duke and Impact have been left alone just to kind of farm it out and duel. And sure, Duke's been pushing in a bit, but he's still CSing just fine, and this is sort of what we expected for the first 14.5 minutes.
As Crepo talked about, it's just about getting to that point where they're ready to siege. We know exactly how Jace, Syndra, and Ezreal stuff out of a turret, but SKT actually got into an awkward spot where they had to pick Alistar, otherwise they would have no one to be able to face check and put down wards. Sure, Elise can do that to some degree, but you really want a strong frontliner to be able to ward. If you had Nami here, you could set up and have strong disengage, but their only real disengage option is a single target headbutt from Alistar that will most likely lead to his death, or if FLICKR pokes with his QE, then they don't have really nothing else.
Yeah, in addition to that, whenever C9 want to kind of hard engage, Alistar can kind of sweep the the sides of the fight and kind of knock out Medios if he comes in. Worst case, Alistair can just sacrifice himself by going to the backline for a 2-man combo and buying time.
Sure.
Nami ulti just buys too little time. She's too frail, gets one shot by a lot of these, you know, additional damage that's thrown around.
Well, actually,
Faker jukes it.
in back on. Medios is here, but so is Bengi. Medios covering, eats the cocoon. Gonna catch it on the way through. SKT, no commit here for the kill.
Has to be so frustrating for Jensen here, because that was a nice opening. He went for the R flash, where you cast ulti first, flash forward to really give a point-blank stun out to Faker, who was just hitting towers, but he interrupted his cadence. He kind of smelled the play, turned around, showed Jensen his booty, and obviously didn't get stunned.
Medios again. Oh, misses the Q.
Dance moves from Faker, twice from Medios now, and now from the flash ult. So much invested by Jensen. Expect Bengi to go there as impact.
Oh, Duke's actually winning this by himself, but Bengi flashes in again. Yet another kill for the world champion.
That's that new Jace right there. It's a close duel, all in build, not mana dependent anymore. No tier in the early game, just raw damage. If you get close enough to him, you will drop low.
Yeah, there was a 0.480 Rich. There was a bit of damage added on, but it's really about the fact that you don't spend 700 of your early gold on stats that don't do damage. You get to build those long swords. 4 long swords on the first bat is a realistic buy for a Jace, and just calculating that damage if you haven't played a lot of the matchup, or if just you're going for a trade on the world stage. Impact blown away, and SKT in full control in the early game.
And first tower did go over to Duke as well. Faker's also done a ton of work with a bit of help from Bengi there. So it seems like the strong solo laners of SKT are winning here in C9. They're winning bot. They're trying to group together and get to that mid-game point where they can team fight. But one Ocean Drake's not enough to sort of fight the disadvantage they're now playing with.
Yeah, C9, they're playing a similar style as they did in playoffs, where they leave Impact on an island.
Oh, good
Faker.
stun again. Faker looking for the all-in. Jensen does get the stun, but Wolf is here to complete it.
Ah, the change is here. The new Cena, he just opens up with the ultimate to get just tons of those spheres on the floor, which means whenever he pushes them forward, he will hit Jensen. Now Medius is in trouble. C9 getting challenged.
And it's just a little too much right now. Bengi's starting to play up and aggressive into C9's jungle. Meteos had great presence early on, and this bottom is now going to get visitors. Wolf actually going in, but Sneaky's low. Teleport's coming in for SKT, and Sneaky's already been exhausted. Wolf cutting it out of Smoothie, trying to zone, but here comes Duke. But Impact, can he save his teammates? Good flash from Sneaky. Gets his way out from under it. Bang, though, looking to follow through, and Impact just can't do enough. Overheated and silenced. Bang with a double from the Ezreal.
This is what's happening. SKT have just been strangling C9 out of the game. Get that top turret, push Rumble in, force him to teleport even when the minion wave's in the right spot. And when a Youmuu's Ghostblade Hex Drinker Jace teleports to bot at 17 minutes, he ignored the first target because he was smelling blood. Multiple kills were guaranteed for SKT, and now it's going to be a Drake.
Yeah, C9 mimicking that style from playoffs. Another
no, not
against
again.
another stun combo from Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf goes in. Now's the combo through, and the ulti's easy. Wolf, hey, gets another one.
Land the combo, earn the kill.
I mean, that makes sense for Alistar and Syndra. This tower's going to go down as well. And I did mention they weren't too far behind. Only moments ago, all of a sudden, this gold lead is ridiculous. 6,000 gold up at 18 minutes for SK Telecom.
And this begs the question here as we see this trade against Sneaky. Early spells just boost, probably on the W because he got hit quite hard, so he must have needed a Q there. He's trying to kite out, but the TP from Duke is just much earlier. Also, notice how Duke preps the kill on Braum and then switches to Sneaky, so they're really aware of their damage. At the end, Impact drops here. Another nice little snipe here from Bang. I know, Papa, you're excited from Ezreal returning to the world stage as a top tier AD carry.
That's one of the Ezreal gods right here. The damage he did in that initial trade, you called it a trade. He basically half health, Sneaky pointing happened. Wolf's face checking.
Yeah, no ulti here either. Cloud9 maybe gonna get a kill. No, not quite. Bang. Gonna deny them as Smoothie puts the door back up, and no ulti, no problem for SK Telecom Wolf.
And this is something Medius maybe should have done more here in the early game, you know, assisting Impact, because he is not much better than his opponents to the point where he can solo kill them. So
2v2 time. Meteor's going to get knocked back though by the Jace and stunned into the cocoon by Bengi. Ultimate's nice from Impact, but Bengi looking to go back in. Duke now going to fight it out. Impact just takes so much damage. Great kick though from Meteos. Might get himself two as he's chasing down for a couple more. They need the kills and Meteos gets one.
And he ends up being a 1-for-1, but when you're this far behind, first kill on the board, it's at least a steadier for Cloud9. Will they win this game? Right now it's looking like no, but you need to get some confident moments, even in a loss. Still a long group stage ahead for Cloud9.
Yeah. And their style honestly may work against other teams in this group where they leave Impact on an island in the top lane. Have Meteor secure the bot side of the map and then go maybe for the Dragon focus, you know, have Jensen roam into the bot jungle and secure both sides of the map that way. Impact by just top laner prowess and the 4 remaining members of C9 just by teamwork, but it wasn't enough because SKT was ready. And Bengi, he found a few openings in the early game with really good synergy with his solo laners.
Well, Sneaky actually looking for one here onto Bengi, but gives that one up pretty quickly. There was a tower trade in that situation, so Cloud9 will float the disadvantage they had before, still about 6-7k behind. Notably, Jensen has been very far behind from the pressure from Bengi, 60 CS down and counting. I mean, Cloud9, they're trying to group and get some stuff done here, but Drake's on up for a few more minutes, and SK Telecom, they'll be happy to play in these lanes and continue to win them, but if C9 group and make a mistake in positioning, SKT will crush them in a skirmish.
So easy for Syndra to push in. Cassio now in a super long lane with his outer mid lane turret down, and Syndra can roam, steal away buffs. It's going to be that blue once again.
Oh, that's a jerk move. Damage on the impact's not too bad. FLICKR will not commit the ultimate, but just kind of showing off how much damage he's doing already with 2 items.
57 CS above his opponent, and also the kills and assists in his inventory.
Just looking for something. Ooh, good little juke out of the way. Maybe kick someone. Wolf, it is. Looks for FLICKR, doesn't find him, but does at least disengage the situation.
When you're Cloud9 at this point, all you can really do is drop back and reassess, but then you're ceding map control over to SKT. When they're ahead, they always look good, and another fight.
Keeps getting worse. Sneaky caught. Cocoon just clips him as Smoothie flash ulti's out. He'll save his own life maybe, but Sneaky not so lucky.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Alistar faded out of the scrim meta game here because Sneaky is repetitively trying to spell shield these combos and getting hit every time. At this point, Wolf has maybe, what, 3 points into his W right now. That's not worth spell shielding. Save it for the follow-up Q that comes from the Ezreal. It's these little things that show that C9 are just not quite in their element yet, but it's only the first game of the tournament for them. They have much room for progression, and they are playing against the strongest team in their group.
Well, Jensen again gonna get all in by FLICKR. That ultimate's easy clean up. FLICKR another kill now. Funnily enough, his jungler and support have taken most in this game, but still an impressive scoreline, and the pressure he's exerted on this lane is absurd.
I noticed no one had the confidence to ask FLICKR how he felt about being second in the power rankings of player at this tournament, and after this start, I mean, he's starting to give an answer on the Rift, which is probably the best place to do so.
Definitely a good place. Once he starts solo killing Smep though, that's when we'll start changing the rankings.
Sometime later in the tournament.
Well, there's the tier 2 mid lane turret gonna go down. Mid laner just fell earlier. Jensen still respawning.
I think there's a distinct lack of, what is it, Control 6 here, the icons from SKT.
I agree, actually.
That's the last thing we need to judge them. Good laning, good macro here. Duke maybe can make good micro to get out of this situation. Nope, connect.
Not enough. Meteos goes back in. Hit out though by Thundering Blow. Turret's going down in the meantime, but Impact's looking to chase down for another. Kicked into the wall. Q misses. Meteos! That's not what you want at all, but Impact does get the kill.
It's very much a meanwhile at moment pastry time. It's going to be an inhibitor turret going down. FLICKR's looking for some cleanup too.
1v2, Meteos goes back in, but the ultimate's not enough to kill Impact. Meteos dashes back in, but FLICKR lunges forward for the kill. W's going to be thrown down. Oh! They do kill him!
Mid-dive by Impact. Revenge at least, despite being down over almost 10,000 gold. Impact says, hello, my friend. I can still play League of Legends.
And because FLICKR didn't rotate, SKT don't have enough numbers to actually pick up the inhibitor. Sure, an inhibitor turret at 23 minutes is a massive win, but could have made the percentage point, and they went for.
This was FLICKR having fun.
Exactly.
He knew
as close as it gets.
He knew his team was in the bottom lane. He could have easily pushed up mid, rotated, joined that fight, or he could have canceled 2 bases. The fact that he flashed in aggressively for a kill, we'll see it later, but there was definitely a couple opt-out points for FLICKR, but he really wanted that kill on Impact.
This is definitely the replay for the one-eyed C9 fans. Maybe ignored the Meteos missed Q, but this is finally C9 winning out on a skirmish. FLICKR, he felt confident. He has so many items at this point that if he hits just a couple of abilities onto Impact, but he misses everything, ults anyway, because he has spears on the Rift, but not enough to take him down. Nice kills, but perhaps it only delays the inevitable.
He dodged 3 Qs there, Impact, and 2 pushes there from the Syndra. Ironically, it was the missed Q from Meteos that put Impact low enough to bait FLICKR in, so it was all a master plan for C9. Just like this game being lost is all part of the plan here for C9 to end up #1 in their group.
Well, the damage has sort of stopped for now as Bank's busy soloing Cloud Drake. Red buff did go over to Sneaky, so it's the start of something for Cloud9. SK Telecom, though, is still insanely far ahead in this game. So they're going to have to dig real deep to stay in it, let alone potentially win it. SK Telecom, complete control with FLICKR 3 items already. Juke's a monster on this Jace as well with, what, 2-3 items effectively done, and C9 just have to try here and there to get picks, because that's all they really get.
I mean, the item choice from Banks, interesting. He's the first Trinity Force Ezreal we've seen of this tournament. And a bit more into priority with the changes to Ezreal's passive on a poke comp between the Jace EQ and just the Trinity Force Q Mystic shots from the Ezreal. Gonna be very hard hitting poke, but they haven't really had to set up a siege yet.
Yeah.
SKT.
Triforce snowballs ahead further. Iceborne is kind of the safe choice in most situations, but if you're already ahead, you can go for a Triforce. A whole helping of damage here. SKT, we need to see how clean they want to close it out here. They should, or are likely going to target that tier 2 tower in the top lane and the deep vision in the jungle here. Because so many teams, when they do their Baron setups, they forgo the deep vision. They just do the river here. Let's see what a crash course in macro 101.
Well, Meteos actually wanted to pressure Duke, but plenty of ward coverage there means that isn't going to work, and C9 are already taking damage from the rest of SK Telecom. Pressuring down this mid lane. They've got almost flawless vision around the Baron area as well. C9 have snuck some wards in there, but it's pretty unlikely they'll get them as FLICKR steals away another blue.
Yeah, but they can test the buffs, force C9 to walk all the way into their base rather, and then they can rotate out into the jungle, get some deep vision, whatever they want. They're also a poke comp, so they don't really want to do the Baron. At this point, the world is their oyster. SKT can do whatever they want, siege any objective here, because they're so far ahead.
I used the strangulation metaphor before, and you just look at the minimap. Where is C9 going to find farm, barring minions hitting on to their 2 remaining inhibitor turrets? They're completely at the whim of SKT. The only real playmaking initiation they have is Meteos, who has flash up. It's going to have to be on one of these 2 carries, though, and it's going to have to be soon.
Junglers are about to meet by the looks of things, but looks like the rest of SK Telecom will get there first. Meteos getting a little cheeky with his flanks, but Wolf moving in towards him. Bengi going to repel down. Cocoon not there. Venomous Toxin instead, as Meteos going to continue taking out those Krugs, but Duke is busy in the bottom lane pressuring, and C9 might try and cut him off here.
Yeah, SKT just have to keep their distance, mind the gap.
Is it closing Corpo? Maybe we'll never know. Bengi and Meteos again doing battle over some jungle monsters. In the meantime, SK Telecom have something else to do. Take down the mid lane inhibitor turret. Meteos and Bengi still fighting, but Bengi looking for a 1v1 in the jungle. Looks like this inhibitor's going to go down, though, and SK Telecom just too far ahead at this point. Meteos, oh, it's a disaster, flashes out! And C9 might try and get something else, but inhibs down, sneaky spell shield, I think a Cocoon, and Wolf's going to get chased down, but I think they'll get away, and C9 just can't commit to these chases.
Yeah, they're getting squeezed. The power of their team comp lies in grouping up and going for that team fight. Obviously, not when they're 10,000 gold behind.
Sure.
Usually, this is what SKT wants to do. Either poke them from far enough away that they can't engage, or split them up, poke them on individual lanes here. Cheeky little move by Bengi as well, getting his spider links to tank the tower so he can chase Meteos. That forces the flash. Right now, Wolf can play Gatekeeper here, and FLICKR.
Uh-oh, Meteos, I'm not sure he's going to make his way far in. The Q's run out, and there's the smite away. Easy take there as Wolf might be caught out, but he has his ulti flash and exhaust, so he's just fine as he'll hit the recall button there. Shame we didn't wait a little longer. That recall animation is spectacular for those that haven't seen it, but nice to see Wolf rocking his own world champion skin.
Honestly, SKT have silenced a lot of the crowd and C9 as well. Specifically, FLICKR is the one who honestly made Jensen an afterthought here, as Cassiopeia has no presence on the map, doesn't have the items to do true damage.
Yeah, and in such an incredibly swingy matchup as well, you know, the Cassio versus Syndra. And it all came down to that first gank, the disrespect from Jensen or the stage jitters. Maybe he just wasn't ready, tried to flash a little bit too late, and forgot that he would get chain CC there, because it was a QE combo from FLICKR into the flash from Bengi, and that was enough to kill whatever HP was left on Jensen. And at that point, playing that far down, it's going to be hard for Cassiopeia.
As per usual, it's very methodical for SK Telecom as they look to close out this first game of the day. Duke with the teleport in the top lanes, getting that push started. Bang's busy guiding the Baron and power minions to the mid, and SKT have split the bottom lane as well for that juicy open inhib. So unless a miracle flank happens here for Cloud9, I'm not sure this will happen. Bang actually going to get that splash out of the way, but the rest of Cloud9 are going to chase down. Arcane shifts over the wall, and these teams looking to try and save him, but Sneaky grabs the shot down. Wolf re-engages, and that's so much damage from the Jace. Duke going to get himself exhausted and knocked off, and Jensen flashing out, trying to carry the team by Cloud9. Might have made something happen, but FLICKR grabs a double in and amongst all the chaos. Impact finds his way back into the fight, but I think now he's got a little too far forward.
Yeah, I can see exactly how strong the was. Impact drops down. Teamfight was strong for C9. If this could happen on even gold, it would be a clean ace, but SKT are just too far ahead. FLICKR alone take out 3 members of that C9 lineup.
And the thing to take away from summer season was that SKT didn't get in this position very often. They were very often, more than 50% of the time, behind in gold in the early game. Brought in Bengi, the double world champion, fixed some of those early game problems, and at least in this one game, looked like the SKT evolved.
Well, Nexus turret down, but C9 hold on for a little while longer. Top lane tier 2 still there, so SK Telecom gonna back away, heal. steal the red buff on the way out for a bit of good measure and maybe reset for an objective, but C9 have a mountain or two to climb here in this particular game, and SK Telecom looks like it's all business as usual at the World Championships.
Yeah, the more things change, the more things stay the same. It's all about form being temporary and class being permanent. When you have the likes of FLICKR in the mid lane, no one will ever question the class of SK Telecom T1.
Well, Drake up in 10 seconds. We'll see if they want it here. Wolf is busy milling around, making sure he gets the vision down. Duke is here as well, and this Drake should go very quickly over to SK Telecom. More than anything, it feels like they're setting up a potential Elder Dragon just in case they need it. But they might as well take it off the map at this point. There's no way Cloud9 are coming near this.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to get close. And this is where we can start looking back at the draft even for C9 and question some of these picks, like the early rotation Lee Sin over the Elise, and see if it worked out for C9, why they did that. It's also good to finally see these early picks Syndra pay off dividends, because some teams were doubting the value, but it's a super strong laning pick here. And FLICKR's kind of showing you how to use the combos to set up for multiple things.
That's the fun thing though, Crepo, is that it wasn't just QER. There was a lot of going for an early R, giving yourself more options for the stun. We saw some support Syndra in Korea where they would just ult and then just have so many different options for a stun. So this champion has more mechanics than just the single target deletion that we've mostly seen.
Yeah, and that mechanic's actually really good against hard engage combos when you're playing Pokemon. Right now we see Duke getting a little greedy cloud out, but he's buying time for his team.
It gets knocked up there for the Braum ulti. Rumble ulti's down, and Impact does claim one for C9, but yeah, top lane broken completely through. SK Telecom claim every single inhib.
That was the last one remaining here. Duke takes one for team. Drags them out of base. C9 get the victory lap.
Fortunately adds to the alone death stat, which isn't great for him, but Cloud9 are trying to defend a very unhealthy looking Nexus start here. And SK Telecom, even with Duke absent and with no teleport, they are just going to try and close the game out here.
It'll be difficult to do so. It's just fine. A lot of damage on Bang and FLICKR though, so they'll poke around. Will take Duke a long time to get back from base. You mentioned already, no teleport.
Meteos wants Faker! Maybe a little too much. Does get exhausted down, but Meteos taking too much damage. Bengi just kind of keeping the rest of the backline out for Cloud9, and Faker will stay protected. Duke up in 10 seconds, but SK Telecom taking a bit of damage here as they try and defend this last inhib.
Greedy to try and push up and take down Inhibitor with only access to 4 members, but SKT will poke until they feel there's any threat of initiation whatsoever from C9, which honestly with the kick down from the Lee Sin isn't too high. Back away, continue to get the maximum, 16,000 gold lead, and C9 just playing to extend the game.
Yeah, playing to extend the game, but this game already answered some questions that we had of their group.
Oh, Faker.
Faker with some fancy jukes here. Impact saying hello to the friend.
Oh, good Zonya's jukes here as well. Jensen going to try and follow up, but gets out from under the Shock Blast. Wolf here to protect his carries, so SKT will not have anyone fall, but Sneaky is busy battling supers and losing as that last Nexus turret. In fact, C9's last turret of the game has now fallen. They have nothing left to defend but this wide open Nexus.
Only the Nexus remains here. As we were talking about SKT, like we had questions coming into the group. Will they finish first? Likely. In what manner is what a lot of people were debating still. Very decisive victory here. Combo and Smoothie. Smoothie's gonna drop it. Right now, it's fish in a barrel for C9.
Yeah, and it's kind of been that way for most of this game. Kind of ever since that mid game really broke open. SK Telecom looks strong in the lanes. Look, they'll never drop the beat here. Impact, good flash, gets himself up under the cocoon, but bangs all in on the Ezreal. Wolf goes in with a double man pole, and there's Meteos trying to chase them out of the way, but Bengi's too far ahead. He will go down as Impact's able to take him. And SK Telecom with the Nexus open are going to try and close the game. Sneaky takes out Duke. They're looking to trade back here, but Bang takes out Sneaky to return. Jensen's going to fall down as Bang gets a double. Meteos falls as well as Wolf claims another victim. And with 4 dead, SK Telecom will take down Cloud9.
Big win for SK Telecom. Mind the gap is what they say right here, because the gap didn't look any closer in this particular game. SKT in full control ever since that very early kill for FLICKR over Jensen. They snowballed it well. They know how to play with a gold lead. They didn't find many in summer season. Found their first one at Worlds and looked great doing it.
Yeah, we saw Wolf with mostly good trades in the bottom lane. We saw synergy between Bengi and Duke, between Bengi and FLICKR. So that speaks really good things for SKT. And right now, obviously, making their way to...
Did we lose one? Impact's going to hug his old teammates there. Teams will shake hands here, but SK Telecom played it a little close with Bengi having some great mid-game pressure, but they felt like the game wasn't going to break open, and then all of a sudden, kind of, as is almost always the case, it did. And if we had any questions for SK Telecom, you know, what do they look like? They look good. They look really good. Look like a team maybe intent on winning back-to-back World Championships, because that's a statement game to what we've been here for them.
They look good with Bengi. That's the other big takeaway. We wondered about Bengi. Didn't play much in summer. His mechanics always under question. So Elise looked just fine.
Yeah, at least just looked just fine as well. And then if we look further in the tournament, if SKT can keep this up in the group and they finish first place, means that if they go quarterfinals, they'll start meeting these C2 teams in the different groups. That could at least mean a run to the semis, and that's when SKT usually starts ramping up, when these weeks per week research and preparation starts paying off dividends, really. That's what they want, because usually SKT in these latest tournaments have struggled a little bit in adapting to the new meta game, what are the pick priorities, but they already came out swinging in game one, so this is a great start for them.
I think you said ramp up. That was a pretty damn good start. Probably the cleanest performance so far by any team at the tournament, next to INTZ, you'd have to say. So really nice stuff from SKT, and C9, well, there's still 5 games left for them.
I mean, you mentioned the start of the SKT season already. They went on a tear looking like an impeccable team. That's kind of similar looking form, I think, from their early summer LCK. Now, the story for them was that it dropped off towards the back end of their season, but only 1 game in the books here for SK Telecom. I think if people are struggling to play C9 versus SKT, that's at least a good start for SK Telecom.
Yeah, definitely excited for some of the other matchups here in the group as well, looking at how other mid laners will deal with a FLICKR who's looking very, very solid.
I mean, Maple in this group is going to be a really interesting one. 2 carry mid laners there.
More importantly, because Maple also has Karsa playing alongside him, and we'll get more information on that duo once they face off against IME later on, and we can actually gauge the level of IME, and this group could actually turn out to be very exciting, not in the sense of who fights for the first 2 spots, but maybe who fights which 3 teams kind of fight for that second spot in the group.
Well, we'll have to see, but we are going to have a word with the mid lane monster himself. We're going to send it over to Shox.
Thank you very much. Just preparing here a little bit after a fantastic victory of FLICKR and SKT over C9. Congratulations, fantastic Syndra play. But I want to ask you first about playing versus your old teammate Impact on C9.
페이커 선수 우선 신드라로 멋진 활약을 보여주셔서 승리를 거머쥐었는데요. 오랜만에 이제 이전 같은 팀 동료였던 임팩트 선수랑 게임해본 소감을 말씀해 주세요.
오랜만에 만나니까 좀 기분이 신기하기도 했고 또 반갑기도 했는데 막상 경기에 들어가니까 좀 잡고 싶은 생각이 좀 많이 들더라고요. 그래서 뭐 어찌됐든 재밌게 게임했던 것 같아요.
I had a lot of fun playing this game. It felt kind of weird and fun and interesting at the same time. But once the game started, I tended to focus him a bit more.
Well, you got a lot of kills. It was very convincing for you guys, even though a lot of people thought that the match would be a lot closer and weren't sure about the level of SKT coming into the tournament. What do you think changed between the end of the LCK season and the beginning of the tournament here, where you look very strong in your first match?
이제 이번 C9과 경기 전에 많은 전문가들은 좀 더 비등한 경기가 펼쳐질 것이다라고 예상을 했었는데 훨씬 더 압도적인 경기로 이제 승리를 거두셨는데 LCK 시즌 끝나고 지금까지 어떻게 준비를 하면서 다시 실력을 끌어올리셨는지 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 LCK 그 결승전 진출전을 할 때 그때 좀 약간 문제가 조금 있어서 경기력이 안 나왔었는데 지금은 그때보다 훨씬 좀 더 많이 보완된 상태고, 그렇기 때문에 이번 경기는 좀 더 저희가 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 했었고 저희가 생각했던 것만큼은 아니었지만 그래도 잘 나왔던 것 같아요.
While preparing for the semifinals at LCK, actually there were some internal issues, so I don't think that I was fully prepared and played as I should have done. But for the World Championship, all those issues were solved, and I think we prepared better and we played much better. And even though there were some slight mistakes, I think overall it was okay.
It was okay, a great start. You say that all those problems are fixed. A lot of analysts said that the ROX Tigers are the absolute favorites in the tournament, that ROX Tigers Smep might be the best player in the tournament over you a second. How does that influence the way you go in here and how you want to prove the things to the world?
그죠, 이번 대회에서는 이제 락스타이거즈 팀이 가장 강력한 우승 후보고, 심지어 이 스맵 선수가 이제 랭킹에서 페이커 선수 위에 이제 지금 랭킹이 될 정도로 지금 락스타이거즈 팀이 많은 지금 집중을 받고 있는데, 그러한 점들이 혹시 페이커 선수를 좀 다시 좀 동급을 준다든지 좀 자극 요소가 되고 있나요?
뭐 저희가 최강이 아니기 때문에 그 점이 좀 저희는 그 점을 위해서 더 노력할 수 있게 되는 그런 자극은 조금은 되는 것 같고, 또 저희가 객관적으로 봤을 때는 락스가 지금 우승 후보로 뽑히는 게 무조건 맞다고 생각은 하는데 지금 저희가 좀 경기력이 많이 발전하고 있고 조금 더 발전하게 된다면은 이번 월챔에서는 저희가 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
So I admit for now that Rocks Tigers is definitely the best team and they should be considered the favorites of the tournament. But I also think that we're improving and as the tournament proceeds that we could also play better. There's also a chance that we could play better than them in the future.
Okay, we will see. One final quick question. You've been over here for a while to practice, FLICKR. What do you think about the North American solo queue?
지금 이제 여기 이제 미국에 와서 연습을 시작한 지 좀 되셨는데 북미 솔로 랭크를 해보시니까 좀 어떠신가요?
좀 플레이어들이 저를 많이 좋아해 주셔가지고 너무 좋은 것 같은데 제가 채팅을 잘 안 치거든요. 근데 뭐 좀 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고 또 실제로 플레이 해보니까 북미든 한국이든 역시 뭐 2013년도와 마찬가지로 다 수준은 비슷한 것 같고 또 근데 좀 핑이 약간 높아서 게임할 때 좀 북미 유저들이 좀 힘들어할 것 같아요.
First, I want to say thanks to all the players who greet me at Solo Rank. It's really an honor for them to recognize me during Solo Rank, and also I think the experience in general is similar to what I had in 2013. The level is actually pretty high, and I think it's not that much of a difference with Korean Solo Rank. But I think the one problem is that the ping is really high, so I think that NA players would also have a hard time playing with the ping.
Okay, wow, there you heard that NA solo queue is just as good as Korean. Well, thank you very much, FLICKR. Congratulations. Great start here for SKT over C9. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I, for one, am glad that I didn't run into FLICKR on his way up through Gold, Plat, and Diamond in here in NA solo queue. But SKT victorious over C9 in what we thought was going to be a much closer match than it ended up being. And so I've got to turn to you guys and ask you what went wrong here for C9.
I mean, after what went on yesterday, you know, and it's the first game that we see between SKT and Cloud9, we're allowed to have a little hope, James.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to have hope. I'm just saying that hope went out the window very quickly in this game.
Very quickly, and it did center around FLICKR. There's a reason he was interviewed there. Him and Bengi, the two world champions, just absolutely dumpstered Jensen. There's no other way to say it. He got bodied extremely hard. The thing is, he picked into this, right?
Right.
He picked a Cassiopeia into a Syndra Elise, already showing in the pick ban phase. And that, you can do that, but it's a very scary thing to do. And then you have to play with a lot of respect because those are two of the best jungle mid combos currently for killing anyone, and he doesn't have an escape.
And then the bigger issue on top of that, and yeah, it's not like the greatest matchup, but he also played it extremely greedy. The fact that he saw Bengi on that ward and he didn't respect, he flashes in, he doesn't blow the flash.
Right, you talk about this disrespectful play, but let's go ahead and take a look at that early dominance by FLICKR in the mid lane, brought to you by Acer here. You know, just a culmination of play after play. Of course, it was initiated, as you mentioned, by Bengi on this first one, but Jensen disrespecting the vision.
So the one that happened there, what his idea was, yes, he knew Bengi was up there. He wanted to waste more of Bengi's time so that Meteos can get further ahead in the jungle, which Meteos was slightly doing at that point. But then he didn't respect the range of the Syndra stuns, and FLICKR constantly just abusing him after that.
Yeah, and I just want to say that this mid lane matchup really escalated and ran into how the jungle matchup went. Like, mid lane FLICKR was up 41 CS, but even more important, he was controlling both sides of the jungle vision. Meteos could not move between his own jungle, and he didn't land a single sonic wave on an enemy champion until 19 minutes and 12 seconds into the game.
Exactly, that's like the most important thing to underline is the fact that Meteos was so busy babysitting Jensen and trying to fix that he couldn't help any other part of the lane. The fact that Lee Sin, he's sitting like 0-0-0 forever in that game.
Right, so side lanes obviously were affected by the fact that mid lane collapsed. But, you know, on the flip side of all of this, SKT showing up, right? I mean, with Bengi back in the lineup, don't miss a beat here on the first game of Worlds. That's got to be nice in a tournament where you're looking at the Rocks Tigers as maybe a runaway favorites. Here we go, SKT. You know, what you mentioned it. When they're in tournament play, everything changes for this roster.
I mean, EDG fell down yesterday, so there goes my hopes and dreams, but it's nice that SKT kind of show back up and prove that their KT form when they fell in that playoff run wasn't what we were going to see at Worlds, that with the preparation they were able to turn it around, and now we do have a very exciting tournament with very elite caliber of play.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from SKT. The whole season, they've been picked onto the jungle, but this time, the jungle just sets the vision and lets their strong laners win the game.
Player of the game going to go to FLICKR this time around. Of course, we did mention he was aided by Bengi there in the mid lane, but then just complete dominance from that point forward on the Syndra. Probably a pick that Jensen would have liked to have secured for himself.
That's what I thought in the draft phase, because they last banned Vladimir, and Vladimir has been the pick into Syndra that people have been willing to play, both Huhi as well as Pawn. And it kind of gave it away, I think. And that's why SKT were like, we're not going to fall for this, jungle pinching bait or anything here for Bengi. Snag up that Syndra, and I think from there, it all went downhill.
SKT is victorious on the day, but for the rest of us, we are just getting started. When we return, it's the LMS's Flash Wolves versus the LPL's IMA. Stay tuned.
I don't think their headset's working. I was saying like, yo, FLICKR, and he wasn't looking over.
Yo, FLICKR, can you hear me, bro?
FLICKR. Maybe he's just really in the zone.
Yeah, he's in the zone, I think. There's no way he'd just ignore us, I think.
He does have some, so Baker's gonna get the stun. Lands it, Becky flashes forward. Over here comes Duke, but Impact, can he save his teammates? Good flash from Sneaky, gets his way out from under it. Bang though, looking to follow through, and Impact just can't do enough. Overheated and silent, bang with a double from the Ezreal. 1v2, Meteos goes back in with the ultimate.
Take the least. I'm hitting for
Enemy throw down, they do kill him. Duke gonna get himself exhausted and knocked off, and Jensen flashing out, trying to kite the team by Cloud9. Might have made something happen, but FLICKR grabs a double. And with 4 dead, SK Telecom will take down Cloud9.
暧昧这个队伍进 LPL 的时候，很多人会觉得我们是个废物队伍。这个时候我们进了 LPL， 不是进了 S6， 就感觉把他们脸全打光，就疯狂打他们的脸，我们就特别好玩，特别开心。
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2016. And setting up on stage as we speak are the last two teams waiting to make their debut here in San Francisco, the Flash Wolves and Aime and Kobe. The Flash Wolves are no strangers to the big stage.
Exactly. They're back on the international stage after winning their group and also making it to the quarterfinals in 2015. And remember, at MSI, they were the ones that won the first seed here for the LMS and got themselves into that position.
Yeah, just a quick note, if people didn't watch MSI, they actually swapped out their top laner Stake, the top laner with the Afro, and he's now a coach, and they have MMD as their top laner now at Worlds.
Of course, MMD, though, in that top lane does not negate that duo, that very powerful duo in Karsa and Maple. Those are the dynamic players to watch.
Exactly. Those are like the three musketeers of team. They always do things in sync, and they really are very coordinated. They're just really good.
And
I'm glad that you bring up Musketeers, because on the other side of that coin, we got the Bash brothers on Aime. You're looking at Amazing J, Road, and a Voidless. So that's going to be your support, jungle, and top laner, respectively. Amazing J should sound relatively familiar. He played top lane for EDG in 2015. After their mediocre performance there, he actually got benched down into the LSPL. Now, Chinese analysts kind of clinch, because I'm going to use that word that you dislike, challenger scene. That's what it was. He promoted Aime from the challenger scene into the professional scene and said on that platform, I will get us to Worlds. Everyone thought he was crazy. And now he gets to stand on an international stage and say, I'm a man of my word.
All right, but who's your player to watch on this Aime squad?
It's definitely going to be a Voidless. Now, Amazing J is the primary benefactor of everything that goes right for Aime, but a Voidless is actually very creative and very clever in his jungle pathing. And if you want to study junglers, he's a good place to start.
All right, well, with just that, it's about time to get into game and see how this one plays out. So let's shoot it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much. With that, let's check out some starting lineups and get ourselves into the game. On the blue side, to kick things off, it is the LMS's Flash Wolves, who had a surprisingly strong showing in a lot of international competition. In the top lane, it's MMD, the jungler Karsa, mid Maple, NL AD carry, Sword Art support, and Coach Fluidwind.
On the red side, it is the LPL's Aime. Amazing J in the top, a Voidless in the jungle, Athena in mid lane, Jinzhao at AD carry. The support is Road, and their coach is Kesman.
Yeah, and I'm excited for some of these players here. We have Road in the support position, polar opposite of who's he going up against in Sword Art. You know, you have the calm, collected mind of Sword Art who likes to take things slow, you know, really calculate what he's doing. And then if you have Road, he's like the complete wild card, unpredictable, goes either 10-0-0-10, you know, very binary support player.
Which one were you though, Creppo? Were you more of a Road, or were you more on the Sword Art side?
I was half of Road.
Okay.
I was a 0-10.
Oh, okay.
Just like NA at Worlds last year.
Oh, too soon.
That's
play
actually-
two of Worlds.
Supposed to play to the crowd, not against.
Yeah, but Europe's going to do the same thing.
I think his ship has sailed for playing to the crowd already of the day one's analyst desk. Well, Amazing Jay, they said it before, he was crazy to think his team was going to make it to Worlds. I have news for everyone. He's still crazy. That's Aime in a nutshell. We'll see what they have cooked up for us here in picks and bans, because we are ready for our second draft of the day. Olaf and Nidalee quickly banned out from the jungle pool, and there's Bard banned away as well from Road.
Starting off with the Olaf ban is a real interesting one. Amazing J's played it in the top lane. I think it's going to be, of course, more of a jungle pick at this tournament. When we've seen the Olaf, it's performed really well. You can't look past Smithy yesterday, what he did for CLG in game one over your European team. Preppo?
I don't recall what happened there, just quite. The Rumble's taken off the table, which means Jace goes up in priority in pick and ban. We see at least taken off the board here, so we may actually get to see one of the few Rek'Sai picks of the tournament so far.
Well, we've got one last ban here for Aime, so we'll see what they want to do with it. About 15 seconds left to make their choices here. Have slowed down a bit. So they're kind of thinking about what Flash Wolves might first pick as well. But like you said, Rek'Sai is kind of the obvious one open. Jace also potentially open with Rumble taken off. So do they ban the Jace? They actually ban Syndra, so taking it away from Maple.
Graves been a big pick for Karsa as well, so not a guarantee you'll go for Rek'Sai first, but it's a denial pick away from a Voidless who already has interesting creative pathing, and then giving him a champion like Rek'Sai who feels like Shaco at the times when it comes to the different ways you can just pop around turrets and go for aggressive ganks. It's probably too much, so probably smart to take away Rek'Sai from the likes of Avoidance.
Yeah, just a really strong pathing jungler here in Rek'Sai. Has a great presence in team fights, you know, fits in almost every single team composition, so that's why he is so contested. It does seem like teams are starting to realize the true value of this Syndra pick, and, you know, they say even if they first pick it, we don't have a good counter pick left, and being robbed of a counter pick mid lane in this meta, standard lanes 5v5, is actually something that you want to avoid. Therefore, they're going for third ban on that Syndra.
So Jinzhao was really heavy on 280 carry picks. It was Sivir and Jin. Jin, of course, had the larger nerfs since 615, but still very much in the meta. And we saw a Zac ban in game 1 of the day. I'd love to see our first Zac on the Rift.
Well, I guess we'll find out soon, because INTZ do have to have a little more time to make these choices here. But 2 picks to come for the 3rd seed Chinese team. Do they stick with a consistent carry for Jinzhao? Do they mix it up for Avoidance really in the jungle? There's Jin locked in, and we are going to get it. Our first Zac of Worlds.
Oh, I love seeing a well-played Zac. There's a big difference between somebody who is just testing out the champion and who has played it in multiple scenarios, situations, coordinates with his team to really get the most out of that lead, because Zac, much like Evelynn, forces entire teams to change the way they think about ganks. Because you don't ward in the river versus Evelynn, because she knows she'll be invisible. You don't ward in the same spots versus Zac, because he'll just come flying over.
And just consider the jungle matchup. The power of Rek'Sai, apart from the global strong pathing, is the tremor sense. It's about being able to see people set up for a gank. Zac just charges that elastic slingshot. There is no visual indicator there for the tremor sense. So just in terms of compositional-wise, in a 1v1 in terms of these junglers, I feel like Zac can outthink, outfox a Rek'Sai, and there aren't many junglers that can do that.
Well, it seems like Flashrolls are going to keep it very safe for these next 2 picks. Nah and Karma is locked in there, so flex potentially for Maple in that mid lane, but of course Sword Art can take it for a nice strong duo in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, and it almost feels like this Karma is slotted in for support, because what it brings to the bot lane, guaranteed push, good shield, speeds up your entire team comp as a miniature Sivir in the mid game here. Super strong support, and she was actually the main reason Nami came back into the meta, because people needed an answer for that Karma in lane.
Well, we'll see what INTZ go with their next few picks.
Now, the Varus would certainly be in the wheelhouse of Athena. Some people here might not know, but last year at the Casper Cup, on ESC Ever at the time, Athena became known for his teleport Varus plays, and just in general was a bit of a Varus one trick on the international scene when he played at IEM Cologne as well. Going with what he knows on the international scene once again, sticks with the Varus.
Yeah, and he's a good pick against some of these stronger, like, duelist mages that are in the mid lane, because he simply just outranges them. Yes, he will yield the pressure in certain scenarios where he can't contest the minion wave early, but he's always safe here. And they're building themselves quite interesting pull compositions. Varus Qs plus Jin Ws that can actually lock down targets for the follow-up that they can build here. Very complex to play, and obviously need to be careful. But if you can combine that siege poke, you know, with a flanking Echo, you can do a lot of damage.
Yep, they've got the decent follow-up there with Amazing J's top lane Echo. Lucian is locked in for the Flashrolls though, and one more pick to come. It seems like it is a mid lane pick, so Karma kind of going where expected there in that support role, in a very strong duo lane with the Lucian and Karma, but Flashrolls definitely taking their time with their final pick here, but they're out of time to pick, and it will be Vladimir to round out the team comp.
Kind of start worrying about the range discrepancy between these two teams. Both Jin and Varus heavily outrange anyone on the side of the Flashrolls. Sure, they have the teleport engages, sure they have the Karma speed, but this is very much turning into team fight versus poke.
Yeah, and it will that will mean that Flashrolls have to be ultra decisive in their approach. Go means go, which means Vladimir has to flash Ghost into the backline. Follow up by Rek'Sai aggressive going in, and hopefully having the teleport come in from MMD and flanking with that Gnar bar filled up here. But actually, this is a really big surprise here. The fact that Roadblocks in Alistar. You saw Mata do it in the matchup he should have lost, and this is actually very tough for them to win, because if they get poked down, you can actually never engage on Alistar. That's the whole premise of range support versus the Alistars, is you poke him down to 60%, 50%, he can no longer go for that combo because he'll just get bopped. Mata avoided that successfully yesterday, but can Road do the same? We'll have to see.
Well, we talked about Road. He really does have a very feast or famine playstyle, and Alistar as a champion I think will lend itself to that here. If he goes off a max place, I may gonna look like it's the easiest thing in the world with this Alistar, but if things start going poorly in that bottom lane, Road's gonna be kind of a lot of that burden with the way that they've drafted here.
I mean, he defines go big or go home. This guy literally takes over a game or spends the most of the game with a gray screen, because this guy certainly is so polarizing And he's going to make a big name for himself because he's taking a massive risk, just like Marta with that Alistar.
Yeah, it looks like he's locked in the Ignite here. Thunder Count Supreme. He wants to go for the Q Flash on the Lucian, knock him into the Jin W, blow him up with the big crit. But if it fails, ooh, then it's going to be rough against that Flash with bot lane.
We'll have to see, but don't forget to send us your marquee moments with the hashtag World's Big Plays throughout the tournament so we can keep the highlight reel going on the road to the Summoners Cup. Flash Wolves versus IMA, our second game of the second day of Worlds, and this is the last two teams we have yet to see. Group B is going to have all its teams play once these two go head-to-head.
First Zach in that final first matchup, like you said, really excited to see. I'm sure Meteos, off the stage now is going to step back, give him a bit of a peanut gallery for this Zach and try and rate his play. But this is a really interesting one. There's two teams that most people know a little bit less about than they do the big Western teams, the big Korean favorites. And I think a team like Flash Wolves could go far in this tournament.
Definitely, but every time they come into the tournament, they're a little bit underestimated. And every time people tell us, don't underestimate them. But I had such a hard time seeing how and why. But talking to some pro players right now, they're actually rating Flash Wolves quite highly. So I want to see if they can translate that, scrim rumor onto the stage here and if they can perform.
Well, if there's ever a team that comes in very underestimated, it is actually IMA, the miracle team effectively from China, making it all the way in with a great run from relegation to the world stage. We'll see how they perform here in their opening game. Certainly nerves have to be running high for a lot of these young players, but Flash Wolves grouped together, they will be spotted by a ward here, but they're looking to maybe get creative with an invade.
Yeah, always really cool to see level 1s, how they adapt. Look what Swordart and NL did in the bot lane. They placed a lane ward to see if Jin Zhao and Road would actually circle around and take brush contention. So they secured the brushes in lane first, then they went for the deep ward on camp. Basically, with those two information points, they find out exactly what IM is doing on their side of the map, and then they can react. Ranged bot lanes usually don't want to do camp. They just want to get access to the minion wave early, manipulate it in many different ways that are possible, to the point where you can deny CS of Jin Zhao and Road. And it seems like NL and Swordart are set up for success here.
And so are these the two wards that teams should aspire towards? Obviously, there are times when a brush is camped, you get punished for putting them down. You can't always put down the same vision, but from what you're saying, it does seem like this is complete information at level 1.
It's just about ruling out options, They see Alistar and Lucian and Jin Zhao walking with the wave here, so they can react a couple of seconds earlier. Right now, all you need to do in bot lane is push and trade. So you secure the push early, and once you have that, you can go for the trades here. Look, Sordart's probably going to look for some Qs on Jin Zhao, or at least zone him off. Road can no longer melee creeps because he is Alistar. The push is in favor of NL and Swordart, and right now they want to stop pushing. They just want to poke. And look at the bot lane from IMA. They respect that by walking backwards.
And putting down 3 wards also stops there being any way for IMA to find extra experience for Road and set up a level 2. If you get level 2 first on an Alistar, sure, you can make big plays, flash, headbutt, pulverize, headbutt into the turret with the Ignite. But when that is completely rained out with 3 wards, then this lane is very predictable. It's going to be Flash Wolves in almost full control.
And right now, they're suffering. They're taking some poke. Will be able to farm on their tower. But then again, you trade for what? For freeing up your support. Swordart can then move into the enemy jungle, perhaps randomly walk up in mid lane. Right now, there's not going to be too much action anymore in bot lane. It's all about how well Jin Zhao can farm, so we can start taking a look at some of these other lanes.
Well, the nicest thing is we had a lot of questions in general about the IMA bottom lane, so we'll see how they navigate an interesting situation with great play early on from NL and Swordart. Avoiders is pathing down there. Don't forget, they had that info, but Karsa has also made his way to that side of the map as well. Solo lanes right now, kind of looking a little here and there, but should be okay.
And this is something Avoiders does really well. He's always aware of what jungler he's playing against. So right now he got the Wolf Sprite, which is really good against Rek'Sai, because you can always then spot him when he invades, if he goes over some of these walls. Like it's an auto locator for the Rek'Sai. He leaves a ward in his own jungle on his blue buff, and he doesn't want to duel here because he doesn't have bot lane priority. As we talked about earlier, Popeye, like this Karma can just invade and contest blue buff.
Yeah, there's just no way with the exact 2v2 and with the level 1 from Flash Wolves that you'd ever be in a position to have that quick blue buff pass off. Voidless is the one adapting his play a little bit here.
Yeah.
And NL actually picked up blue.
Yeah, NL was handed off blue buff to really, this poke lane just become pokier. They really want to punish that Alistar pick. Voidless read the situation though. He didn't linger around trying to contest and oh, oops, I lost smite. So he just went to the other side of the map. But then the reaction came out here.
Oh, this
Flash
is
moves.
greedy. He wants this, but he's forced to flash out of the way. MMD hops on Maple for the assist, and there's the Hyper Proc in. Athena gonna try and protect his teammate, but he's turned into blobs. And the teleport is gonna save the final blob. Might still go for it. Oh no!
You're supposed to.
Yeah, you're supposed to complete the teleport.
You're supposed to complete the teleport, because even though the blob is not moving on your screen, it is actually moving in real time. So the Zac will come out of that passive and then be able to escape. I think Amazing J just expected Voidos to die after the passive anyways. But that is one of those things you can do with Zac. Teleport renders the blob invulnerable, and it actually will complete Zac passive channel. It doesn't interrupt it at all.
But the one thing you can say is because it's the Echo top, not having a teleport means that he can just wait till level 6, still get a shop in and not be punished heavily. Because usually, if you can't get back and teleport to lane, you're going to be, what, a couple of Dorans, or in this case, perhaps working towards a Black Cleaver or a Frozen Mallet behind a Gnar. But because you can ult back into lane, not as punishing. You're not expecting map plays in the next 5 minutes.
Definitely, but this was beautiful team play by Flash Wolves. They figured out what happened level 1. They aggressively contested blue on the other side, so they forced Avoidos's hands. And while he was trying to solo blue, they both collapsed from mid and top here. So this is poor team play by IM. Like, you can't allow your jungle to have to solo invade and not back him up here. Athena was not calling the miss properly or was not just joining. He was prioritizing his own CS over helping his jungler. And Avoidos is punished hard on a pick that plays so poorly from behind on that Zac.
And Maple, the recipient of that first blood as well, already 10 CS ahead of Athena, looking really nice on the Vladimir early on. Athena, who's doing what he can. He's Varus, he's very safe in almost any lane, but Maple's pushing him in now, and we kind of saw it already, but Flashfall's having priority in those lanes. That means Caster's opened up to just do more and more, and that early Tiamat on the Rex side, this was the build we saw time and time again that we still expect, despite the Rex side's getting a little less attention, and Flashfalls are poised to really try and take over the game. 1k up already.
I mean, it's pretty predictable, right? Caster's going to go for a skirmishing build. He's going to rush the Tiamat. Maple's going to hit level 6 soon, going to be able to ghost out of lane. And Athena, you can see he's a defensive-minded mid laner. At level 4, it's hard for him to push the lane and come in as Avoidless is looking for something creative. But if they get the push advantage in 3 lanes, it's going to be a fiesta for Caster to basically feast on whichever part of the jungle he wants on the side of IM.
Yeah, Voidos, he was just stretching. You know, before you go into the gank, make sure all your limbs are stretched out here. They get spotted though. Good ward by NL. That's what you want to do against Zac. That's what we were talking about earlier. You want to change your mindset. You don't need to care about river ganks from Zac. This guy is going to come through lane from over the wall.
Well, you can see Sorda and NL still keeping pressure up in this lane as well. Up a couple of CS here and there, so looking good. 80 carry versus 80 carry.
Yeah, but they traded that CS advantage that they could have gotten for pressure, for example. You know, the fact that Avoidless died originated from pressure in his bot lane. That's how League of Legends works, you know, cascading pressure, you know, from bot into enemy jungle. Enemy jungle has to adapt, goes into your jungle, you collapse, you know, all team play here. Solid performance by Flash.
But if you know that a team, let's say a team watches not, okay, this is the way to play League of Legends. Those 2 wards, maybe a 3rd one at level 1. How do you punish this stuff? Because it looks methodical, but there's surely counterplay.
I mean, there's always counterplay. You could stack 5 people in a brush. From having experience of having to design level 1s, it is always rock, paper, scissors, and then bazooka. Somebody will counter. But you can counter, or you take the hit, you know. Some level 1s are impossible to counter because you have an inferior team comp. Like, if they just group on you and you can't stop them from walking in, they will get the information. That's why usually you see teams concede the weak part of the map and just get a deep ward themselves. So, you know, you want this information, we'll trade you something on the other side of the map.
And in general, Flashfalls, that play seeming very clean. They're playing well together. Their vision is up in nice spots. And now the lanes are starting to get edges here and there. And are still playing up here with Sorda. Very easy lane to bully with the Karma here into the Alster in particular. And you can see just constantly pushing this Jhin under tower. Protobelt on the way for Maple, so I like it. Going for the aggressive build versus the Varus, because realistically, what is Athena going to do? Doesn't need a Spirit Visage here early for the Vlad.
His itemization options are different because it's against an AD mid laner. There is magic damage coming out of top, and to some degree the jungle, but Spirit Visage will be a 4th, 5th item, if at all.
Yeah, just this really nice item for Vladimir to build, but definitely doesn't need to prioritize, just like you guys were saying. Avoidless managed to find his way to 6 at least, but he's getting contested here. Every time Carson moves in, he's getting this hits from Sword Art.
We're going to try something. Avoidless charging it up, does get the knock up onto Casa. Decent damage actually, and will follow in with the ultimate. Road in there, looking for the play, but he's tagged Casa on the back end with the Jhin ultimate. Jinjao fires them away. This is the last bullet, because why not? The play, not too bad, but no conversion for Aime on the kill.
I mean, it's important to send the message, this is our jungle, stay out. Don't just roll over and concede every blue buff here, because they can finally get it to Athena, and this shifts this matchup so hard. Varus is very blue buff dependent, because he needs the regeneration to kind of turn it into a clear the wave and poke lane, as opposed to just clear the wave lane.
And the timing of the gank from Caster was no mistake. He wanted to be around the blue buff, contested, as you say. No blue buff on Athena, 3-4 Qs, and you're out of mana, even with a tier. Jinjao, happy damage to take.
Hurts a lot, actually. Culling not quite enough range there. But Jinjao taking enough damage to probably get forced away with Casa just here behind the turret as well. And this turret's going to start taking damage now, maybe.
Yeah, this is where Flash Wolves are kind of telling IMA, guys, we've got to place it up. You saw us place this ward in the lane. This is a teleport ward. That's why Road actually dropped this pink ward in the middle of the lane. If you scroll the camera above, like he drops it in a position where you would not expect a pink ward because they're blocking teleport wards right here. Flash Wolves is usually you threaten the team with teleport, and you let them know. It's like, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Please step away from the turret. We would like to take it.
I mean, we saw Smeb do this just yesterday, teleporting back against Albus Nox and getting a big equalizer. And this, as you say, is a very obvious ward, but it does take away the clean strategy that other teams have shown.
Yeah, Road counters it with his pink ward here, but now this unrelenting pressure is almost becoming too much. Karsa exclusively camping bot lane. Take one down, pass it around, place another ward over the wall. They do know that there's still a pink ward there.
Oh, Void does just limbering up again. Doesn't go in for the gank, but they'll clear out what they can. And it really is all this attention focused down. Looks like Zach's going to move back and clear that ward out of the way. And Karsa, a quick visit to mid lane.
He doesn't want to
stay too long.
He doesn't want to clear that ward because he doesn't want to reveal himself. That's the problem right now. Like that ward's there, and actually nobody wants to clear it, even though they see it. Also doesn't want to walk all the way there and yield lane pressure because they're stuck farming on the turret. So it's actually quite annoying.
And the moment a Voidless shows himself there, of course, the top lane from the enemy can just go Rambo, knowing there's no chance of an answer from the Zac. Zac's long range. Speaking of engaging.
In onto Road, Sorda move back in again. Jin Zhao still firing shots, and here's a Voidless looking for one. Sorda going to get slowed in by the Zac Q, and that's enough damage. Jin Zhao with the kill.
Yeah, that was a dirty play, and that's always the risk when you're laning against Alistar. If you're an even CS, Q flash, so you cast the Pulverize first, and you mid-animation, you flash on top of the Karma. He knocked him into another Jin trap, and actually Voidless, they knew he was roughly in the area, but he bypassed the Scuttle Crab. There's a little bit of fog of war there on the right side that you can sneak through. He went into the brush here, and he joined that party there, and Sordar and NL weren't ready, despite Karsa being in the topside jungle. So this information was technically available, but sometimes you gotta play a little bit on the edge, higher risk.
And if the Zac had ever gone to clear that ward, then they would have had that extra cementation of the fact that, okay, he's on this side of the jungle. Didn't do so. So they're trying to rush down this dragon. It's taken by Aimee, but doesn't look like the action's over just yet. Here's Gnar.
Drake took a little too long, I think, and Avoid that's actually low. They're already like down. Road is dead. There's one as Zac goes into Blob. That's one more. Flash Wolves gonna try and clean it up. Maple maybe looking for another double. They do gift the kill to NL, and Aimee costs for that Drake.
Run, Jinjiao, he's stuck on a tower.
Oh no, oh, feels bad, man. And now the dive is coming. Jinjiao gonna fire away, but Sorda gets one.
He was desperate trying to hide behind the creeps there.
Yeah, the Mega Gnar timing from MMD was perfect. We were talking about this guy's champion pool. He's on the analyst desk. He's showing that his Gnar is up to par. The Echo is one of his big picks. Amazing J had teleport available the whole time. Didn't choose to use it. Maybe was called to stay in lane. Seeing a replay of the fight right now. Of course, Road gives up his life. They didn't want any more bonuses, but it ends up being 3 kills, and predictably probably going to be the first brick or the first turret of the game over to the side of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, really good reaction from Flash Wolves. So
despite
so close to getting out there. Despite making this small mistake in lane, they actually capitalize on the follow-up play here. MD lingering a little long. He still has ultimate available.
Good Mega Gnar, but the wall. Oh, he freezed in midair. And now Amazing J gonna chase him down. He actually did finally come down for the teleport play, but the tower in bottom lane's already dead. That was far too late.
Yeah, trying to salvage something, and this is Aimee being a little desperate. Sometimes these less cohesive teams will do things in the spur of the moment. You know, the unpredictability works in their favor sometimes, but more often than not, as you get against better competition, it becomes exploitable here. And Aimee, right now, is down 2.7k gold here.
The item timing is looking really clean for the side of Flash Wolves. And that was actually just rotated top. Of course, they already have that bot lane turret, trying to get as much guaranteed gold, grow that gold lead, but Gnar has frozen Mallet, just some pieces of his item build here for Amazing J. So the laning focus from Flash Wolves looking really, really good.
MMD's booking it and does make it down to the bottom lane. Decent damage on the turret, but Flash Wolves will hold on to it for now. NL and Karsa are assaulting his top lane outer, and Avoid this is effectively babysitting here to try and make sure that turret stays up. Sword Art joins, but he wants to clear wards instead, and Flash Wolves still with such clean macro plays. Athena, a little bit of damage on the Maple, but Maple with the Protobot done already, and the makings of a Seeker's Armguard. Not really feeling it right now from the Varus.
The mid lane's just being played around, to be honest. Everything out. The game is happening around Vladimir and the Varus getting free farm, which bodes better for the Vladimir than it does for the Victor, especially because when you're talking about timings like siege timings, with the likes of Jinjiao behind, with all the map control over to Flash Wolves, Feels like the items and just the engage options will be strong enough to counter any extended sieging from IMA.
I definitely agree there, Papa, especially if we look at the Summoners too. You know, Ghost Flash Vladimir can dive into backline. His objective is to kill.
Proto Belt as well.
Proto Belt, you know, get that distance in. The 3-step jump of Vladimir.
Seen a lot of flash pulls this tournament already. I can't imagine Maple will buck that trend. As good culling, you know, to Jin Zhao will get the damage down. Who's looking to wrap around? It is Sword Art going to zone them off the turret. Good damage onto Road, and that turret's not long for this world. Bottom turret still not taken down by IMA either. Amazing J's working on it, but they pulled their duo back to the top lane to try and salvage some of the assault there from Flash Wolves. And IMA, you kind of mentioned it already, they are a chaotic team, but when Flash Wolves is playing around you, they don't really care that much.
But you need to look at what Flash Wolves is doing here. It's actually quite fun to watch, to see them execute it so well. Every time they push, Sword kind of holds NL's hand until he's at the tower, then he lets him go. It's like, don't die. Whatever you do, don't die. And then he groups up with Karsa into the jungle, places a couple of wards, deep vision, they back out and repeat it again. And every time, the map keeps shrinking here for IMA, and they feel like they're under pressure, and which leads them to either yielding or making these very like rash, in the moment kind of plays that end up biting them in the butt.
I mean, 2 teams in a row. First it was SK Telecom, now Flash Wolves executing the full court press. You know, something that sounds great, that shouldn't be possible. You talked about trading objectives. That's kind of been what competitive League of Legends at the highest level has evolved into. Hasn't been so much trade. It's been Flash Wolves getting 3 or 4 for just the scraps that IMA able to pick up and even miss out on when we saw them attempt to get that kill on the Nara in bot lane. So unless IMA can make a big pick and translate it into a big objective, it feels like Flash Wolves are kind of on that inevitable rush towards victory.
Yeah, and they certainly don't have infinite time at all. 4,000 gold up already for Flash Wolves is a substantial lead. 16 minutes into the game. IMA did get the first strike, but it cost them 3 members and a turret last time. So we'll see if they play a little more carefully around the Ocean Drake that's spawning in a minute 10 right now. Flash Wolves just continuing to move their members around the map and take hold of the relevant portions. With Drake coming back up, they're going to move NR, Karsa and Sword Art presumably back down to this lane and just keep playing around them. As Amazing J. That's a face shake into a knock up there. Does parallel convergence down to try and save his life. Culling is there. Amazing J has the ulti ready, but he can't really go anywhere good, but not enough damage to take him down.
And it's what you were saying right there. It's a 3-man squad of the AD carry jungler and support heading down to the bot lane. Traditionally, sometimes in the previous meta, you would see a 1-3-1 come out. You know, 3 members going to the mid lane. The problem is Vladimir is not really in the point where he wants to go side lane yet, and they're playing against a kind of one-shot wave for their AD carry in the mid lane. So it's kind of wasted. If Lucian, Karma go mid here, it's not good for Flash Wolves. So they're actually doing a 1-1-3. They're putting their power on the side lane, push that wave all the way up, go in for deep vision, push it up again, and then they can converge on mid lane, potentially dive, and say to Athena, hey buddy, please step away from this turret. And that's what they want to do here. Either isolate tier 1 in mid lane, or get access to the dragon. And look at, if you just follow a Sword Art on the map, he is indicating what objective is next for Flash Wolves by how he's placing his wards.
We're getting closer and closer to the 20-minute mark. A stat here will kind of send a shiver down the spines of any IMA fans. So far this season, including regular season and playoffs, if there is at least 1,000 gold lead for Flash Wolves, they are 27-0, have never lost with 1,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. Not even a massive lead, of course. We've seen far larger so far this tournament, but I just don't see a way for IMA to close that gap, and then Flash Wolves are methodical from there.
Yeah, mostly because it's Flash Wolves taking kind of the lead here and taking the advantage, seizing the moment kind of, as opposed to IMA going over aggressive and kind of throwing the game. No, IMA are being outmaneuvered here. Flash Wolves, very calculated.
We talk about it, they have kind of one big play left in them, but they need to do it at some point now, and this Drake doesn't look like there'll be any contest at all for IMA. They'll give that over. They've got one themselves. The Ocean isn't too bad to give up here, but it just kind of continues to sell the story that IMA aren't willing to challenge Flash Wolves, and if you're not willing to challenge for things when you're the team that needs to kind of make something a little kooky and a little crazy happen, Flash Wolves are just going to play their game and you're going to lose.
IMA have made big comebacks in the vein of games like this. You just look back to the game that qualified them for this tournament.
Oh yeah.
The 5th game against World Elite, where they were massively behind. Amazing J on top lane. Nautilus was feeding out of his mind, but they extended the game further and further and further until one big team fight took it. So is that going to happen here? I don't predict so, but there is still runs on the board for IMA if they're given the breathing room that so far Flash Wolves have not been granted.
They're getting a small moment of rest pretty soon here because the ward line isn't deep enough and Sword Art's side zone is empty. Quite a few people
victories, Crepo.
Quite a few people sitting on quite some gold here. That's the moment you got to seize here. And that's the problem with the new like warding items. Like they need to be refilled. You don't have unlimited wards. I mean, gone are the days that you can have 20 wards in your inventory and just ward up everything like Mata did. Because of Mata, that got changed. It's like that's not supposed to be possible. So right now, Sword Art has to base, you know, refresh everything. The map gets reset. I may maybe have an opportunity to sneak in a brush somewhere, maybe make a play. But then they need to read the map.
Rift Herald though over to Flash Wolves is good news for MMD or Caster, depending on who they give it over to. Looks like it is the top laner though. Should help him out against Amazing J. Although he doesn't need too much help, and we are encroaching on that 20-minute mark, about 15 seconds away, and Flash Wolves are certainly more than 1,000 gold ahead.
Because of that 20-minute duration, it means they'll actually have the glimpse of the void on the Nars, already going to have a sizable advantage in the 1v1 till 39.5 minutes, and I don't know if the game's going to go that long, but regardless, going to be just maximum uptime in the business end of the game on the Rift Herald buff.
Yeah, great point there. That's another like, kind of late game insurance that they have ready for themselves. So everything is kind of tying together here for Flash Wolves. Looks very controlled to me. Looks very methodical. It does, some of these actions are not randomly happening. It's not like, oh, there's a blue buff, let's invade. These things are happening in unison. They're using wave push to then free up members to outnumber single opponents here on IMA and take away their buffs, their dreams, their hopes.
I mean, when we were on the analyst desk yesterday, correct, but there was so much to talk about because teams weren't this methodical. They were making mistakes. We didn't get treated to solid macro like we've seen so far today, so...
Not everybody enjoys the solid macro.
No, and unfortunately we don't get quite the same level of hype plays, but it is good to see, especially from a team like Flash Wolves, that you know, some people have put this team at last in their groups. Some people seem confident they might make it out of groups. I may are hard to read as well, but we're certainly getting at least a picture of Flash Wolves and the ceiling of this team in a game like this.
That's the hard thing about IMA. When you watch some of the games, they do like the crazy stuff ever, and like, yeah, go IMA, and then you tune into another set and you're like, IMA, what are you doing? Please stop whatever this is. And you never know which one shows up.
Well, unfortunately for IMA this time, it's kind of neither, to be perfectly honest. They're sort of letting Flash Wolves just play their game, and IMA certainly aren't playing theirs yet. I think the mid lane turrets are causing a lot of that grief. Athena and Maple have just really been trading wave clear back and forth, and with no big open point, neither team feels comfortable to make a big play, at least like diving around these turrets. But Flash Wolves are happy to play patient here, and IMA are just kind of letting that happen.
Yeah, so without many kills, there's not much we can do other than talk about the story or kind of dive into the details of these invades. You saw the kind of apprehension with which they invaded. Karsa, Prey Seekers first, Sword Art around the corner, you know, very careful, afraid to face check and get Q flashed on again here. So it's methodical, albeit a tad slow. I wouldn't mind if there was a crazy fight pretty soon.
I come from the land of the LCK. We're used to 5 kills at 22 minutes. This is where we usually start talking about Star Wars. That's kind of where we go at this point in the game because Flash Wolves are doing everything right and IMA are being dictated to. So talking about the League of Legends, it's clean, it's methodical, it's over time. They're going to keep pushing the wards further and further on the red side, look for a Baron, look to cement the game. And anytime someone pokes their head out like Road, they're going to take half their health at best.
Yep, 3 wards go down, only 1 gets cleared here, a couple of camp wards here, so that's right side secured. Problem is, if you want to do this correctly, as Sword Art, you kind of have to become a baser. Every time you ward, you base, you ward, you base. The life of the support gets reduced to that if you want to play macro. They're looking for a bit of a rotation here though. Couple of deep wards, making sure that they're not spotted on the way. They want to isolate tier 2 bot lane, maybe turn it into a dive.
Not too bad here. Drake up in 125, so kind of a reasonable side of the map to control at this stage. Looks like damage is going to get taken up pretty quickly as Jinjal's got 1.5 items. MMD and Amazing J going to battle. In fact, pops back in a mini after a gnaw. Amazing J trying to get himself out of this situation. Boomerang's not good, but he took the ulti back in MMD. Flashes on his face into a Voidless, who's here to save his teammate. Athena missed his ulti, but it's not going to matter. A Voidless collects it.
Gotta see what the cross map here is, guy. 1 guy, there are 3 members in the top lane here. This is the block the bullets, Karsa. Yeah, 1 creep left. It's enough time here. Tower's gonna go down. There's 2 more range creeps right there.
Road, does he do it? The teleport's in as well. IMA trying to make that chaotic play. They lock up Karsa with a W there from Jin, and Amazing J once more. He has to take Karsa instead. Great flash on the Rek'Sai, might be enough, but a Voidless swings his way in, does not connect there with the knockup, and he's chasing down, but he's actually a little too far forward. Amazing J will take out Karsa with a Voidless, flashes out to safety. Maple now forced to get himself in a pull, but Jinjal's ready with a snipe. It's Athena instead that collects it as Enel flashes towards the Jin, looking for another one, but Flashwolves bit off way too much here in IM. That paid off well.
And this is exactly what IMA were looking for. The first pick and just the overextension on the top side. Teleport, the cross map has worked. Oh, teleport, speaking of coming as well here.
This is a little much because Zach typed in with passive and thought the team could follow, but MMD cuts him off at the pass. Amazing J cannot connect through. And what a chaotic team fight win for IMA.
Yeah, IMA very much so have the one way in, no way out mentality. You either fight until you win or die. And it was very apparent in Voidless jumping in at the back there, trying to buy time, but then he didn't calculate that there was one teleport on their side, but that usually means there's a teleport on the opposing side as well.
And there's been a lot of questions about the communication methods for this IMA team. The word is they have 3 different languages that are being translated through. Back when we saw the Korean exodus, Korean players starting to go to the likes of Europe, China, especially North America, we saw the limitations of having a mixed language roster. I shudder to think what the case is with 3 languages, but regardless, they've made it what they've gotten to Worlds. But then it's little plays like that where you're like, that should not happen with perfect communication.
Yeah, this is Flashwolves, so they take down the turret, but because they kind of stayed too long, all trying to help Karsa here. Amazing J comes in with the teleport. It's good mechanics for Karsa, doesn't knock up his flash here. Doesn't quite get killed. Voidless just a tad short, and then Maple comes in, and then the Fiesta starts.
No other way to call it, Prepper. The fight goes longer and longer. This is all after Nar gave up his life just for pressure on the top side. Flashwolves took an answering turret, and now goes Rambo on the bot side. But that death timer is what actually is the big story of this fight. 2-1. The Nar is back up with teleport. Voidless could have backed off. Just as the teleport comes in from the Nar, Voidless jumps to death and gives up a lot of the advantages that IMA had finally been able to claw back into the game.
Yeah, it's the Drake and a turret that Flashwolves got there and the 1 kill, so IMA collects some kill for themselves, do get some gold, which is nice. 2 items for both Jin and Varus are completed, so that poke can maybe start to do something. But Flashwolves, they're back out pushing on the map. We can see that IMA is starting to push out their vision a little more and try and find some of those fight situations. Like, we know what IMA want to do, but Flashwolves can have to reel it back in and see if they can't keep containing them.
Yeah, Flashwolves make the correct decision though. They flip the map upside down. They're playing a 3-1-1 right now. 3 members in the top lane. So they're going to use that push to lock people under the turret, then move in for the deep vision. They're going to secure the jungle first, the river later, and they really want to isolate that Baron as an objective.
They could just find a way to take this mid lane turret. Athena, for his defensive laning, has been able to keep his mid lane outer turret very healthy. To be fair, Flashwolves have been rotating exclusively around bottom top. They haven't made many visits to the mid lane, but keeping this mid lane turret healthy is probably one of the main reasons why Flashwolves haven't even started the Baron so far, despite all their map control.
Yeah, because step 1 in every Baron play is push mid, and if you can't push it past the remains of the destroyed tier 1 turret, then you can't access the Baron, so it's very imperative for Flashwolves to take down the tier 1. It is very rare that a tower survives that long in a competitive game of League of Legends.
It's still there in Athena. He's not letting go of it lightly. Level 15, so is Maple. They've been here for a while, just clearing waves out of it. Flashwolves mid lane turret, for what it's worth, is kind of low. It's got about 20% of its health left, so I am with their AD carry mid laner, and good poke between the Jhin and the Varus can maybe look to get in there, break that space open, and all of a sudden, the game's going to open up here. Castle once again locked up, and that's a kill! Snipe there comes in, that's enough there as Road actually collects it, and now Maple going to get chased off on the other side. NL trying to find a way in as Maple pulls to safety, not enough with Amazing J. Will continue chasing, but has to give it up as I may get one.
You've seen the limitations of Flashwolves' control game because they're just pushing up too far, being too disrespectful to a team that does have range initiation. Zach, Varus, Alistar. Ironically, the team that we originally conceptualized as a poke comp has more engage tools than Flashwolves. They're putting them to good use, and that first mid lane out turret's going down, and it's for IMA.
Yeah, they use their pick potential that's built into the comp as well. You know, combo can be used as peel, but let's not forget, a single target combo into Jhin W is the perfect pick-off attempt here. And IMA, they let Flashwolves get a little bit too comfortable here, splitting up, controlling the map, and they bite back.
Still behind pretty substantially in gold, but have shortened it a bit from the 5,000-6,000 to 3,500, so IMA looking a little better and have access to the center of the map most crucially. I think it's what they do with the space they've created that really matters here. And this mid turret's going to be a real sticking point for Flashwolves as this game goes on. We're 28.5 minutes in and it's still alive.
It's the only thing that is keeping IMA giving them a semblance of map control, really. Having that static point that they can really go hide in. It's their safe zone right now.
But it's not a mistake by FlashWolves. Consider the proposition for FlashWolves. You want to come in with Vladimir, Gnar, Lucian, not long range AD carries or auto attackers, and we're going to have instant wave clear from Varus. Zac can jump in. You need the world's deepest wards to have any predictability about where Zac is going to engage from onto someone trying to take that outer mid lane turret. We saw what Marta could do on the Alistar if he comes on a flank, so you need to basically pink ward both your flanks and have deep vision that sticks, plus have to find a way to deal with Athena just wave clearing from off the screen. So mid lane turret for now is looking impervious as an objective for FlashWolves to hope to pick up.
Yeah, it could be worth for them to kind of swap up what they're doing. 3-1-1 is playable and it requires finesse to finish off, but if you struggle, it might be worth going for the 1-3-1. Put the 3 in the middle, put Vladimir on a side lane, force IMA to split up, and then maybe get flanked or dove in the mid lane. Obviously, very easy for us to talk about this, but these are some of the things that are going through FlashWolves' mind right now. How do we solve this? What is our approach? Luckily for them, they don't majorly get outscaled in the late game, so they can still take it slow.
Bot road kind of, but pops the ulti and he should be safe there as Alistar, but maybe the re-engage is looking good for either team here. FlashWolves with a bit of an opportunity to shove it up mid and see if they can't do damage, but Athena gonna stop all that fun once again, and Jinjar's making his way down from the top lane. So Drake up in 40 seconds, Baron is on the table now as well, almost 30 minutes into the game, and FlashWolves have just been playing a little more scared than they were in the early stages of the game, and that's where IMA can really strike.
I mean, if we could listen in to FlashWolves comms, they're probably saying, keep doing it, we've done it well so far, keep to what we're doing. But it's extending the game, it's getting IMA gold. The gold gap has gotten basically smaller or the same for the last 15 minutes. And while IMA don't necessarily have a massive compositional advantage in the late game, you're just giving an option for this game, despite all FlashWolves' good work, being decided by a single team.
Yeah, we're hitting a breaking point here, though, because look at the vision on the map here. Once this Lucian and Alistar step back, where are they? This is basically a game of hide and seek right now for IMA, because they've gotten comfortable farming on their turret, but they've left the entire Baron area exposed. Right now, Baron could be being started, and we would be none the wiser, and that is a looming threat of a Baron bait here. At this point, I don't even know if Baron is being started.
And there's one red ping. IMA are like, uh-oh, that's actually a possibility here. So we wander over and check it. Now with the vision back on, we can see that I haven't started it, but that's going to give effectively a free Drake over to FlashWolves.
And that's the power of Fog of War, and that's sometimes we forget when we're watching this game in full vision. Like, why are these guys not doing this or that and not rotating? Do they not see this guy? No, they don't. They literally don't see him.
One advantage for the side of FlashWolves, so for the side of IMA, is that the Drakes they've passed over aren't necessarily the most impactful in the late game. A single mountain might help with taking Baron, or maybe finally cracking that outer mid lane turret. If a couple of Infernals had gone the way of FlashWolves, then the turtling would have really been punished for IMA. But because it's been these other three, they just have, again, more of a chance to scale. And the game being decided in a single fight is happy times, given how the start was for IMA.
Well, you can see FlashWolves still playing with plenty of vision around particularly the Baron, which seems to be the next objective on the table after they took that Drake. Elder Dragon will also spawn as the next one, because we've gone actually surprisingly late into this game with FlashWolves slowing down. And IMA, they're doing what they can, getting the wards in, trying to check it, but pretty hard to defend. 5 in the pit versus Zac and Alistar, so FlashWolves need to do their research before starting a major buff.
They are used to playing very long games here. Methodical gameplay probably originates from playing these slow calculated styles with limited risks. They're also running into a really annoying composition. Like, if you want to control vision, you gotta control smite steals from a Zac. This guy can come from anywhere, over any wall, just leaping in. He can even do a drive-by steal. He doesn't even need to land in the pit to steal Nashor. So it's very annoying to play against, and that's all what's stopping FlashWolves from really starting that Baron.
And as an LCK caster, I can tell you for sure, Crepper, that just because your game time's over 40 minutes doesn't mean you're methodical. Jin Air, 43 minutes, and it's not about
CJ.
being methodical. CJ also. Rest in peace, CJ.
Rest in peace, Mad Life.
Have those long games, but so far, FlashWolves, they haven't made big mistakes. There's been a couple, but they've been methodical, just like Samsung, that also have the only team at Worlds with a longer average game time. It's just, if you're methodical and risk-averse for long enough, you open it up for the death timers to decide the game.
And that is a mistake in itself. The lack of proactivity is not visible because not doing certain actions is really hard to spot as a spectator, but there are definitely moments where Flash Wolves could have gotten more, sent their support quicker to base, get some wars out. Yes, we're nitpicking, but we have to. We're at the world stage right now.
Well, I mean, the one thing I'll say is that 33 minutes in with this advantage, Flash Wolves have done 0 points of damage to Baron. It's never even been hit, let alone start, let alone really cultivated. Sure, they've had exclusive vision over it for good 5-6 minute portions, but IMA being allowed to just walk in and clear wards, pop them over the back. No one is punishing them for putting down effectively 100% uptime Baron. And so far, it seems like IMA are only willing to fight over their outer mid lane turret or Baron. Every other objective they seem pretty damn happy to see.
I would almost like to see them swing the map a couple of times, because usually when you play too much on one side of the map, it gets really hard to take full control. So what you do is you flip the side. You just basically go like, we go for deep vision on enemy wolves, put some wards there, choke the vision out, and that allows Amazing J to be pushed in just a little bit more by MMD. And then a potential rotation bot could open up an inhibitor, for example, you know, at least keep IMA on their toes. This repetitive vision congestion around the red buff area is just too easy for IMA to defend, especially when you consider that Zach will almost always have a 50-50. Perhaps Flash Wolves just need to pull the trigger.
Well, it does seem like Flash Wolves kind of letting the game drag on a little too much, but both teams are armed for whatever the big team fight comes in. Maple is massive with almost 4 items completed. NL's encroaching on his fourth as well. Jin's done with 3 items with another coming. Athena has 3.5 already completed. Like, we've kind of had this big build-up phase where everyone's kind of building their big fort that they're ready to sort of play in. And at some point when we have a team fight, assuming we do get one, and we kind of have to, all the games, I think, going to go on forever, or the minions will decide it, we're kind of getting to a coin flip situation, which I don't think is where you want to be if you're Flash Wolves. And that's a bad start. Sword Art dead in an instant.
Yeah, Sword Art got flipped right there. Both teams playing Civilization, building a nuke. Whoever's finished first gonna win it all. But Sword Art, he's gotten so comfortable. This river used to be his. But IMA are slowly starting to creep back on the map.
It's because that vision just hasn't been sticking behind the pit. Zach comes over because they don't have vision at the curved brush next to the red buff. They've never pushed the vision closer past the red buff since what? 15 minutes into the game, 18 minutes into the game. Scaling time and time has gone over to IMA. One pick, they've got Baron control. Sword Art will be back on the map, but suddenly it seems like Flash Wolves are the team on the back foot.
Yeah, they're definitely coming back into this game here. Luckily for Flash Wolves, a new objective will get put on the map, and that actually allows you to kind of pivot. You can drag people outside of their base, outside of that red jungle, because if IMA is camping to defend Baron vision, what's going to happen is Flash Wolves are going to use this triple Drake and take Elder. And they can trade Elders as well, because if I may pick up Elder with a single Dragon buff, it's really not that efficient for them. So you can see how Flash Wolves use this late game time that they're used to playing and kind of trade off these objectives.
The Elder Dragon question is a really interesting one. So you pick up this Elder Dragon, doesn't make your minions any stronger. It's theoretically, you know, Varus down the back, Archer takes out the minion wave, 90 seconds, not that long a time. But what you can do, you rush down the Elder Drake, IMA's like, well, we're not going to be able to fight for this. We can still turtle around turrets. Then in that 90 seconds, you go to Baron, you start hitting. You're going to have 15% extra damage from the mountain. You're going to have the burn on it as well. And that's the one place where IMA actually has to fight.
Yeah, or how do you siege on impenetrable walls? You get a trebuchet. You literally throw Vladimir in and have him kill some people. You throw in Maple there and have him suicide on Athena, and then suddenly the wave clear is gone. That could also be an option here. At no cost, people want to trade Baron for Elder, but we're finally seeing a Baron start, finally getting some excitement. Let's see who gets it.
10 people alive, and here we go. Flash Wolves decide to just burn it down. Avoid this is kind of ramping up for a steal, but Flash was actually going to TP in. Road wants to flank. Avoid this goes in for it. Huge combo in there as Road gets a couple with a pulverize. Jinjar firing in as Road's taking damage, but he's soaking so much here as IMA going to finally come into the backside as well. MMD dope the backline, but NL finally takes out Road. Nah, very tanky in the mega form, and IMA lost one. I think that's enough for that team fight.
It's enough for the team fight. Remember, IMA is playing a poke comp. Both Varus and Jin can still deal damage while Baron resets.
And at this point, Flash Wolves have to go back on Baron, but it's only Alistair down. This can still be a contest by IMA.
Athena needs to really line him up here. MMD is about to lose that GA. Amazing J avoid this, wants it, goes in for it, and Maple low, but Amazing J jumps on him, and Maple will pull out to safety. Still trying to keep them out of the pit. They've actually forced Flash Wolves out as NL looks to go back in. He's doing a lot of damage on the Lucian, but Athena and Jin, too many problems here, and Flash Wolves give up on the objective.
They give up. Both teleports have been used. 4v5. It was bold that they started the Baron, but then everybody in Flash Wolves had the same idea. I'm just going to hide in the back of the pit, avoid this poke, and then a 3-man arrow came through from Athena here, and that really turned the tides of that fight. But right now, the map will be condensed. Both teleports being used is in IMA's favor because they want to group up and poke out and get control of the river that way. So Flash Wolves, they need to play this Dragon Dance correct.
I think it's a worrying trend that Flash Wolves tried that. Shoutouts to Jad, of course, forcing that Baron, because honestly, they've kind of been, if this was a poker game, they've been kind of playing tight aggressive. They've been looking for their spots, they've been picking them out, and then just kind of went all in on a 5v5 Fiesta. Anyone could have taken that Baron. It was super risky, but they just don't have another way to win the game, and that's just kind of dawned on them 35 minutes in, and they're rushing back to the Baron.
So they had to force it, but force they do, and this just keeps costing them. Maple caught again. Actually, ulti hits Sword Art in the back as Athena lets it loose. Maple forced to use that forward. Sword Art getting sniped. Couple more bullets are going to cover for him. Last bullet's in, but it's not enough, and Road takes too much pain. Will live, though, as Amazing Jane avoidless looking for MMD, and once again, the snipes keep coming.
The excitement is finally coming. When Pokecoms actually start sieging and setting up around objective, it becomes a game of dodgeball. Pretty one-sided game of dodgeball right here, and then it actually becomes entertaining. This is the build-up we've been waiting for all game. Flash Wolves initially with the lead, calculated, beautiful macro, but then they slow down. Right now, we got ourselves a good old Baron dance.
Voidless wants in again. He looks for Kasa, does get him with a knockup. There's the knockup.
This is the fight.
The Kasa goes in. Kasa with the dust blade goes in as Ginger gets taken down. And the ulti back from Baron tags NL. NL goes down for the shot as Maple is trying to salvage the fight, but Amazing Days here to stun it up, and MMD just can't do enough in Magnar form. Maple falls and IMA win 3-0 in the team fight.
We get a single team fight in the game almost 40 minutes in, and it might actually decide it. Death Diamonds along. They'll rush onto Baron. The regen will be there from a Voidless, and IMA should take the Baron. And the front foot was with Flash Wolves for so long, but if you don't find a way to open the game, even take the mid lane outer turret, this is the punishment.
Yeah, you can take it. So the revenge from Flash.
They're like, please, we need this.
You blocked us from Baron. Die, turret, die. We're going to take you down.
40 minutes and the mid outer turret goes down. That has to be a record as Athena trades the top outer turret. IMA finally going to open up the map a little more. Bottom in hip turret looked a little dicey, but the Flash Wolves minions were not enough versus Road, who, by the way, it's his birthday today. So we'll see if he can collect a win for himself on top of that here. And IMA, we talked about them kind of turtling, being that coin flip team that's willing to take the late game team fights. They just won the late game team fight.
Look, you can take it slow sometimes. When you're a little tired, you can lie down, rest a little bit, snooze. But whatever you do, don't fall asleep. And that's exactly what Flash Wolves did right here. They fell asleep. They stopped playing the game. They couldn't find a creative way to get around that mid lane turret. So they ended up trading Baron for it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where Flash Wolves couldn't find a different way to win. They realized that if they went to the Elder Dragon, they would have seen the IMA rush Baron because they'd given so much time for the items to be in position that you can start the Baron, Zac, Echo, Alistar can all tank it, they won't fall low, they can turn around for a fight. And then you gave the ultimate gambling team a 50-50 by continuing to fight around Baron. In fact, the variance is probably lower. They tried Baron so many times. Now the super minions, now the siege that we thought may never happen is with Baron buff as well.
And the Pokemon gets so much better with Baron buff as well because you have just so much more time to hit people, and it's so much easier to hit them as well because they're busy trying to kill the minions, which means they're in static, predictable positions, and then you hit. The only counter is a flank or a teleport flank, and that's what they're trying to do here.
There's the flank, but Maple may be caught out already. IMA looking to go back in onto Kasa.
MMG, free hitting.
Good transform time, but the damage is still good. Naza back in, but it's not quite enough, and the rest of IMA just going to charge forward into the backline. Maple still dishing out damage as Jinjo and NL going to battle, but Jin winning out on that crit battle.
Close fight here, but remember, Pokecoms don't really need their ultimates when they siege. They like trading them 1-for-1, going for the reset, and then repetitively shooting out these projectiles. Athena is still on full health, full mana, and he's really gonna ride this wave into the turret here, but it does look like IMA's being careful. But if you look at the Baron power play, top right of your screen, 5,000 gold.
Yeah, 3 turrets, casually taking down 5,000 gold, way ahead of average for a Baron buff power play. Gonna rotate to the top as well. Not really many answers for Flash Wolves. We mentioned it in draft. It's only the Nard teleport flank they really have for true engage. So suddenly, Flash Wolves are the true onlookers, and IMA can take the inside track, rain in hell from far away with this Varus.
Look at the top of your screen, though. There's a really big teleport.
There's deep teleport, but it's being
pinged out, so both teams are aware. But can they escape here? What can MMD do?
The catch Athena maybe is the call here, but the ulti goes out. Athena still taking too much damage and avoid this. He's going to try and tie him off. Athena lives forever though, as NL finally takes him down, but the damage could be done. MMD, Nas Amazing J into the wall, but avoid this.
So
Resets
tanky.
the fight with Let's Bounce and just trying to get through the chunky front line. Amazing J finally forced to retreat as Maple on the prowl for a couple kills. Amazing J gets his passive, runs himself away, and only one kill onto Athena is not bad for that TP.
Yeah, definitely not bad on the backhand. Jin Zhao also has his
not
ultimate.
again.
MMD, don't lose that Guardian Angel, you need it.
Doesn't get sniped, but Amazing J re-engages for it. Damage is there, gets locked down by the Deadly Flourish as well.
And this is a surprisingly careful IMA. When they have the option to really push for inhibitor, they choose to take down all these outer turrets, so they take it slow. When they get teleported on and they have a turn window, they don't go all in. Road is not comboing forward, so they have learned at least something during the boot camp.
And coming back to the boot camp, it's too early to call winners and losers of Worlds. That's going to be decided by the end of groups, by the end of the tournament. However,
aren't we supposed to say that Europe's bad after 0-3 and
you know,
North America's the greatest region in the world?
I'll let you deal with that on Twitter. But what I'm actually referring to is the winners of the boot camp, because China, we saw it from RNG suddenly, much more controlled aggression than just outright aggression. When it comes to China as a region, famously, you and I, Paige, have been following for a very long time, it was always aggression first, thoughts later. We're not seeing that this tournament. It's a much more controlled. Clearly the boot camp has brought China up to speed on some of the stronger aspects of macro play that are apparent in other regions, and they haven't been exposed on the international scene here, Jaime.
Yeah, and with all this kind of failing macro and then sudden burst of action, we haven't talked too much about the items. Road is definitely serving Jin Zhao here, building that Zeke's Harbinger, getting the crit that's not in the build, which leads to more damage for the Jin overall here. Let's see, there's a Mikhail's on Sword Art as well, really trying to like make people survive if they do get put into that Darius ultimate or get put under that dome from Echo.
And we get to the point where Lucian's build, of course, went for the early Youmu's into the Black Cleaver. Now it's starting to sell some of those items. The Black Cleaver probably still is slot efficient, but is it providing the same sort of victory? They're looking here, Flash Wolves, for the Elder Dragon. First visit to this at 45 minutes, but it's not going to be a freebie, that's for sure.
If they can reset the fight, it would be so good for IMA here because that's what they want. They want the Dragon fight to last as long as they can, but Amazing J is finally teleporting down, which means Flash will yield and they kite out. Now mid lane is exposed though. This could be a rotation mid for IMA. That's what they think about, but then Dragon goes low.
Yeah, MMD's tired as well, but Amazing J has to stop them here. The Elder Dragon's actually fairly low, as they might have caught Maple here. He gets knocked up again, but he needs to go back in the pool. He does get himself up, but he gets less bounced on as Jin Zhao's trying to snipe him, avoid this, tanking him up as the Elder Dragon resets, and that last bullet is almost enough to take off MMD's GA. Amazing J still diving in as well, but NL might shut him down for that particular item. Doesn't find it yet, and so much back and forth in these team fights.
NL really comfortable in these late game fights, not afraid to flash in aggressively.
Let's give Flash Wolves once again positioning over the Elder Dragon. Even giving up a Guardian Angel is not something anyone at IMA want to do. See that Echo's coming back, rushing back into the fight. Elder Drake down to 7,000. Will we actually see a fall?
Avoidless looking for a massive flank here on the other side. The Elder Dragon low, might get the steal as well. Maple dives in, he wants to avoid it. He got it! Elder Dragon steals it away as Avoidless. Absolutely massive play, and IMA might win the team fight to boot. Double spot for Power Like Convergence as they're ripping through them. IMA have pulled the miracle out. 3-0 in that fight as well.
Massive engage, the bouncy castle on 3 members from Avoidless and casually smiting away. Of course, you can smite during the battle. They're continuing, and I'm going to look to end the game. It's still 40 seconds till Maple comes back.
Yeah, Rogue bought into the hype a little bit too much, flashes into the wall, but this was why a lot of people really wanted to see more of Avoidless on IMA. Really not afraid to do something creative right there, and he finds the flank, steals away the Elder Dragon, and this means so much. IMA may actually do it. It's a rough translation from I can, and they definitely could come back into this game.
No one fails to call this team hard-working, and they worked very hard to get the game to this point. MMD going to cancel up the ulti from Jin Zhao, but he's diving to his death, trying to buy time for his team. He Nas couple away, but he's now going to respawn here. Jin Zhao's going to pick him up. He'll flash out of the way, but that's another kill as Splash was getting their turrets torn to pieces. I don't think they've got the defense here, and IMA are going to take down their first Nexus of the World Championship.
And question marks have to be put onto Flash Wolves. IMA played their game. They were given time. They took it. A single fight around the Baron swung their game to them for the first time, and they carried it forward. And Flash Wolves, they're going to feel really out of it. There's going to be a lot of VOD review for this team before we see them on the Rift again.
Oh, definitely so. Reminiscent of their match against Team WE as well, you know, hanging in there despite a large deficit and then coming back in the end decisive. They really constantly threatened that Baron steal. They made Flashwolves so afraid of something that would end up happening anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look what happened! The Elder Dragon eventually got stolen away as the teams will shake hands here, and IME, the Cinderella story from China, takes a game here in the World Championships. Definitely rough-looking Flashwolves. You can see where their strengths lie, but I think also some of their weaknesses, and IME, they'll have plenty to look at and clean up. But the story of the Chinese teams taking all the individual talent they've shown time and time again and translating it into more methodical play. We've only seen a couple games, but might be something to keep tracking here at the World Championship.
All three teams have been talked about as playing spoiler, playing spoiler for likes of C9 and SKT that a lot of people predict will be going through from this group. The SKT part, that's looking secure. Flashwolves, for 30 minutes of the game, were looking like the sort of team that we'd expect to get out of groups, but suddenly, IME now are front runners from this group to get through. It's only a single game, but they showed so much adaptation that there's a lot to be happy about for them.
Yeah, and I want to see this unpredictability from IME against the likes of C9. I want to see how C9 can maybe outpace Flashwolves here and also beat them in a similar manner, because C9 have that aggression in the mid lane and Flashwolves were taking things slow here, but really fascinating couple of styles. Maybe Flashwolves also can play different styles. We only saw one game of them with a draft that leads towards this kind of push invade oriented style. They didn't pull the trigger in the end, but we have to still compliment them on their very honestly clean early game.
It was interesting because it felt like both teams played surprisingly slow for them. Flash was, okay, we expect quite longer games, but we expected IME to just come out guns blazing. They showed us the other side as well, which is a little different, but they could certainly some spots where they can be like, okay, we don't really want to just, they don't want to win every game like this, as dramatic and as fun as it would be. Like, IME definitely showing they can shore up some of the early game as well.
And the adaptation from the LMS teams, what we got, the scouting report from Clement was games have gotten longer, they've gotten more methodical. That part came through, but just compare and contrast SKT and how they played post 25 minutes against C9. Okay, the game was decided early on that, but the methodical side of Flashwolves is what cost them.
And also, if we start looking in tournament meta point of view, we see that the Zac is actually a serviceable jungler that maybe some other teams need to start picking up once the Rek'Sai, Graves, Elise all start getting contested, and people may forgo Lee Sin for some more aggressive late game tanky teamfight jungler like Zac.
Well, Avoid is certainly looking good there, but we are going to hand things back to our analyst to make sense of this huge IME comeback.
Thank you very much, Pastry. Resilience out of this IME squad after really what was the beginning of this game, a downward trend for IME. I mean, right out the bat, this was a very scary game for IME based on the early moves that Flashwolves was able to make.
Yeah, early game, I definitely think you could see that IME are a team that plays on 3 languages. Like, Flashwolves has been through this before. They had a Korean Kramer, but they said, we need all Mandarin speakers, so they got NL back in. And I really think the coordination showed through. They're that kind of team that's very coordinated. They sync together. They invade well. The problem is they picked a comp that has really low range and no engage.
And I just want to kind of clear up the 3 languages thing. So for IME, it's Cantonese, Mandarin, and Korean. So technically 2 of them are dialects, but Voidless and Amazing J are your Cantonese speakers, and then you have Jinja as your Mandarin speaker, and then of course you have Athena and Road as your Koreans, although Athena now interviews in Mandarin.
And the play that we're talking about where this really surfaced was the jungle invade, right? Voidless is a smart jungler. He wanted to go, answer that blue buff invade with the blue buff invade of his own. However, the other his solo laners were not on board with this plan, and Amazing J did not come down from top lane, and Athena couldn't really move up on the Vlad from mid lane as well. So it ended up just him by himself. You know that feel as a jungler when you're all alone in the enemy jungle, and that's where it really snowballed for Flashwolves.
And here's the thing, we heard the stat echoed by the casters during the game, but Flashwolves in the last 27 games where they had a lead of 1,000 or more at 20 minutes, they have not lost. Here, they had that kind of a lead at 10, 15 minutes even, and they stuck right in it, and they drove it back.
I know we were watching all the game, and I looked over at Kobe, and I was like, 5v5, there's no way that they win this, but 6v5 with Baron.
Well, then let's talk about that one. Our first replay of this game will be that Baron fight. IME 3 for 0 around the Baron. You mentioned exactly that. Choosing the right time to fight here, recognizing that straight up 5v5, they might not be able to take it.
So this seems really little, but I want everyone to pay attention to what Maple's doing on the top of your screen, and he used his pool. And why that's important is because it's about to bite him in the butt right now. He's going to go in for an engagement, and he goes in, he immediately has to Zhonya's. He doesn't have his pool available, and that eats up so much time for his invulnerability so he can start to do more damage. Because again, Maple is massive right now. That Vladimir is huge, and he's not getting the work done, and it's a simple use of the cooldown that really burns him.
I wish we would have had one of the damage charts for how much Baron did in these Baron dances.
That'd be great.
IMA as well, because they were consistently landing the poke from Athena, but also one or two members was always tanking Baron for Flash Wolves, and then a Voidless again and again with the Zac, constantly with the long-range engages.
And Clement, I think that's where we return to your point about the lack of engage that was drafted by Flash Wolves, because we definitely saw with Athena's Varus able to wave clear that mid and stall out the game, that Flash Wolves, at a certain point, they didn't feel like they had any way to win the game aside from baiting that Baron.
They really didn't have enough pressure points on the map. I didn't think they used MMD really well. He was up like 30 CS, and the bot lane was up like 50, 60 CS. They didn't continuously poke the towers down. They just didn't group up and just shove a lane somewhere. They should have managed the pressure a lot better. And in the end, they're just like, okay, we're out of ideas. We're just going to keep on going through this Baron dance again and again. And it didn't pay off.
Exactly. And that Baron, we talked about the 6th man Baron in that first fight. Now we've got a Baron buff. We go ahead to the game-winning fight around Elder Drake. We're going to pull that one up and take a look at this steal here from a Voidless.
I mean, there's nothing to analyze on this. He gets in there with the Zac E, drops the smite at the exact time he lands, and steals it away.
It does get super satisfying, though, when you highlight a player and he shows up in his first game on an international stage and shows up to play, making the plays when they count. Got shut down early game from Karsa, but came back in the late.
A 3-for-0 there on that fight. They'll then push down the mid lane to pick it up. But now I want to go ahead and look forward in this tournament. As you mentioned, a Voidless, we built him up. He performs. He's going to receive that player of the game for this one. But my question is, will this team be able to shore up whatever weaknesses they did kind of showcase here in that early game so as not to be taken advantage of further down the line?
I mean, frankly, with SKT looking as dominating as they have against Cloud9, this is a danger for both Cloud9 and IMA. Yes, IMA won that game, and you're congratulating because you won your first game on an international stage, but ultimately both Flash Wolves and IMA should walk away with that and go back for a lot of review.
Right now, so Kobe then on the side of Flash Wolves. I mean, wow, my goodness.
TSM just went on the stage.
Walks onto the stage. We get drowned out. Who cares about the analysts? No, but for Flash Wolves then, let's go ahead and identify for them, because once again, we talked about the fact that, hey, they got out to a great move. Is this just a champion-select thing? It can all be solved by giving themselves more tools to take advantage of their leads?
There were problems far beyond champion select there with that Baron dance for Flash Wolves. They really started to lack the coordination we were praising them for in the early stages of the game. It almost felt like they went on autopilot after they got that big lead.
Yeah, the main thing I think is a support choice. You see Sword Art, he was very dominant on Alistar this time. On Karma, he really didn't have much engaged tools. And I don't think they managed the pressure from the side lanes very well. This has been a consistent problem for the Flash Wolves. If they do MMD and let him split push and draw attention, I think they can get something off them.
To conclude this matchup, we just have to award a Voidless that player of the game here on the international stage. As we mentioned, he was playing that jungle route correctly in the beginning, not necessarily supported by the teammates, but doesn't let him tilt. He comes in with a clutch steal at the end. Great play on that Zac, and as we saw earlier, it was banned against Meteos. He's kind of making the statement game for Zac, saying this is a viable jungler here at Worlds.
Definitely in this group.
At least in this group.
Nailed it.
Yeah. All right. Well, then the score is settled in Group B for now, and it's time to look towards Group D as TSM and Samsung Galaxy take to the stage in just a few minutes. You already heard the crowd going wild for them. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Worlds 2016.
This is a really interesting one. There's two teams that most people know a little bit less about than they do the big Western teams, the big Korean favorites. And I think a team like Flash Wolves could go far in this tournament.
Into blobs, and the teleport. I love it's gonna save the final blob. I am. Let's go for it! Oh no!
You're supposed to.
Oh no! Oh, feels bad, man. And now the dive is coming. Jinja gonna fire away, but Soda gets one.
Center is out. We can't help now. 他没有中奖，带他！走！
And MMD just can't do enough in Magnar Fall. Maple falls and IMA win 3-0 in the team fight. Might get the steal as well. Maple dives in. He wants to fight. Oh, he got it! Dragon steals it away as a Voidless. For an IMA, I'm going to take down their first Nexus of the World Championships.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible, introducing a little anarchy, disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back, everyone. Taking to the stage for our next fight here at the 2016 World Championships are North America's TSM and Korea's Samsung Galaxy. Now, I want to start off talking about the NA champs. Now, TSM, they took a tough loss yesterday against RNG, but they're looking to bounce back here against Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, they definitely did. This is Group D, the group of death, and TSM were the first casualties. That was, however, the closest game of the day yesterday, with only 1,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. And TSM, they did have a bright spot, and that bright spot was FLICKR on Lee Sin. He had some extremely good Lee Sin plays, getting a lot of crowd favor there. But honestly, the bottom lane was completely outplayed. Mata was the one who was really shining, and he really brought a lot of pain to Double Lift, let's say. Now, TSM, they definitely do need to work on some of the vision control and actually how to play around that vision. We had some pretty good numbers or bad numbers, depending on how you're looking at them. As far as pink wards purchased, Bjergsen only bought 1, which was very, very low, the lowest for the entire tournament. But TSM, was more how they played around the vision that they did or didn't have. And not really respecting the fog of war and how well Mata was able to prey on that weakness.
It was certainly a gut check game for TSM. And after that loss, the question is, Froskeren, will they rebound? Can they rebound?
I mean, TSM, Bjergsen said in an interview that anything less than 4th, that was the aim. So it's kind of a failure at that point. There's so much hype, so much pressure on TSM to perform as the first seed from North America. And frankly, it only gets harder from here. I know everyone's calling like the RNG versus TM match the gut check, but frankly, we go in and we say, RNG is either going to be amazing or they're just going to completely burn out. So I feel like this is actually the really important one for TSM. The 3rd seed of Korea. Some people would even say shouldn't even be here from Korea, that it should have been someone else. So it's kind of do or die.
All right, well, 2 players that came out strong in yesterday's game will be the focus of our featured matchup in Bjergsen and Crown.
I think these 2 players are absolutely amazing. If you look at Crown yesterday, his score was 9-2 and 7, over 1,000 damage per minute, and his Victor is absolutely like just one of his best champions. 18 picks in the regular season, won 2/3 of them. I can't wait for this matchup. Last Shadow is hyping him up as the best mechanical player in the entire tournament. You look at Bjergsen, he had kind of a bad game last time, 18% damage, really got focused hard by the Mata, and this is going to be his game to bounce back and prove that he's actually a contender this tournament.
And what I love is that TSM are like full speed ahead. So yesterday, Samsung went 6-3 and 10 in the first 15 minutes of the game. Incredibly fast-paced game. TSM known for their aggression, known for their pacing. So I actually think it's kind of a mistake if Samsung run full speed into TSM, because that's the game they like to play.
Well, it's a tall order for TSM, but if you want to focus on that featured matchup, the mid lane duel exclusively, click over to Riot Games 2, where Pulse, LS, and special guest Alex each are casting the player experience stream with a special focus on Bjergsen versus Crown. Now, before we get into the game, it's time for me to turn to you guys for the predictions. TSM versus Samsung Galaxy. Clement, who you taking?
I'm going to go with TSM because they played against RNG and all 3 of their lanes looked like they were stronger. If Samsung played like they did yesterday and they get down and dirty with them, I think TSM comes out ahead.
All right, well, 1 vote for the hometown favorites. Who are we going for?
I actually completely agree. I've got TSM as well. Even though they lost to RNG, I think that they should have won that game, and it was really only 2 team fights that swung it. I think Splyce looks out of control. Best jungler of the tournament so far.
Kobe, bring us home.
Like we're going to be unanimous then. TSM for me as well.
All right, well, here's the thing. All 3 of my analysts took TSM yesterday, and they did me wrong. So please tell me you're going to be right this time. You heard it here first. Now it's time to send it over to Pastry and the guys for Picks and Bans.
Thank you very much, guys. Very excited to be here. Crepa, unfortunately, you got the caster desk because you were wrong yesterday on the analyst test.
Yeah, and if I mess up here, I'm done. I'm going home.
Actually gets booted. Well, as the teams load up for the draft, let's get a roster rundown. On the blue side, it is, of course, North American favorites, TSM. Hornster in the top lane, Splyce from the jungle, Bjergsen their mid laner, Double Lift their AD carry, support rookie Biofrost, and Coach Park.
On the red side, with no hope from the analysts, I think Samsung will take it, but regardless, on this side, Juve in the top lane. The jungler is Ambition, finally at Worlds. Crown in the mid lane. Ruler, the rookie AD carry. Wraith is your support. No core JJ yet. And the coach is Edgar.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy this game then, because the favorite thing in the world for me is to prove Korean fanboys wrong. I honestly think TSM have what it takes to take this game. They're going to bounce back from yesterday. I spoke with Double Lift once we were in the shuttle earlier, and he said, Korean supports test me way harder than North American supports do. My reaction times have never been tested, but he's ready. Like, the same mistake will never happen again.
But you see, that's why they didn't bring in core JJ. He's a bit of an NA support. We need to stay with Wraith, full Korean team. Look, it's possible. I'm not saying this is a massive advantage for Samsung, but they looked good yesterday. I have question marks on TSM on the international stage. If they win today, I think the hype train can come back, but for now, I think Samsung's got the advantage.
Definitely, and it will be interesting to see what they're going to do with Ambition too. Are they going to go for a similar strategy where they heavily target Splyce and have TSM kind of figure something out in case that happens after yesterday's double draft, kind of where he picked Lee Sin early, a magnificent place, but then he couldn't really make up for the deficit that his bot lane put him in.
And I have to say, I think I like where you're going with the TSM narrative here, Papa, just because there is so much for this team to prove. We've heard about the pressure and how Bjergsen has said publicly that, top 4 is anything less than top 4 is a failure for TSM given the success of their season. And this is a game where you really do have to perform here more than anything else. They just kind of have to break serve, get on the board, and then get their confidence back.
Yeah, top 4. If you want to reach that, though, you have to get that first place in your group, because a lot of teams will get out of groups, worry what comes next. No, if you finish first, you're playing against seed number 2 from the different groups. But if you finish second, there's a world where TSM, yes, they may play okay, finish second, but then they get against SKT, maybe Rocks Tigers, and things get a lot more difficult already in the quarterfinals.
The hope that TSM has is these two teams have a pretty similar identity. Both of them play by the books. That's what you'd have to say. You know, they ward well, they play well. In general, their rotations are very practiced. And they played like that against RNG, you'd have to say, until Mata was the ultimate equalizer. I'm not convinced Samsung, on average, have that playmaker that can blow open a game. But Ambition, he's had his moments. Wraith is an excellent Nami player, and I expect Nami to be a big pick that might even be banned away from Samsung. So it's going to take someone on Samsung stepping up like Cuvée did in that promotion series against KT Rolster, brought out an Initiator, brought out the Kennen, really was the shining light for Samsung in that series. They're going to have to try and find someone like that to be a game breaker, do their best Mata impression.
Well, just to let you guys, Wraith does have a keyboard issue, so that is the reason for the hold up here. It shouldn't be too much longer, probably into pick and bans, but Wraith is just making sure everything works correctly. Very important on this high-pressure stage to have everything working correctly, and good to get it done before you get in the game as well. So
basically, asking the refs, can we rebind everything to WQ? Pick Alistar, BTSM.
Gives it away.
And that's kind of the big meta point, is the Alistar coming back. I know that it wasn't one we were talking about. We kind of thought that the rock, paper, scissors had gone towards the Nami, that Nami is denying the melee picks. And now we're seeing the risky pick in Alistar basically become a must-ban against some team.
And there is an explanation for that, and it actually has happened so many times in the past too. Once somebody starts playing a little bit of ranged elements in their supports in the bot lane, somebody's going to counter that and go deeper down the support rabbit hole. So you play a Karma into an Alistar, and you're like, okay, serviceable lane, we'll push, roam, poke. The other guy's going to be like, no, I can beat you. I'll play like a Nami, or go even deeper into like a Soraka, you know. But at one point, your ranged support becomes so squishy that all-in champs like Alistar, who can kind of just lose the lane gracefully and then all in level 6, becomes stronger. So it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors again right there. And I think that's what happened yesterday, because these teams are so used to playing so aggressive in scrims, where they really maximize on that poke potential, put those enemies at low HP, and then disincentivize them from actually engaging. But on the stage, they will not take that extra step forward, which means the enemy bot lane will survive with a little bit more CS, a little bit more health, and then they'll actually all in and engage you, and that's what happened yesterday in the TSM game.
My impression of both these teams, though, is there are more teams that would be banning an Alistar rather than picking it. Wraith does have a good Alistar, Biofrost, more known for the range support, specifically the Karma, but neither of these teams strike me as having a playmaking support. On occasion, sure, but it's not the Matas of the world that are really synonymous with things like Alistar.
Unless we go for Biofrost Bard. That is like the playmaker he can. It's kind of a new generation before Mata's era. It kind of wasn't there when he was in his prime. But there's also other lanes we need to look at. You know, Hauntzer versus Cuvée, how is that going to play out? Because neither are rated too high among the kind of soul kill list. Yes, Cuvée killed Someday a couple of times, but everybody killed Someday a couple of times.
It's true. The playoffs were just a Someday hunting field, for sure.
And I think TSM, again, they've got a lot of Loud fans here out in the arena. They certainly want to prove themselves and just kind of get things going for their Worlds campaign. I think they match up relatively well here against Samsung, but they are going to have to prove it. And they had some great moments yesterday, but I felt like they weren't converting nearly as much and playing scared more than anything else. You cannot afford to play scared on a stage this big, especially in a best of one.
I would say, though, that we just saw a team get a big advantage in the early game and not be able to close the game. I don't think TSM had that problem. It's just didn't necessarily respect the playmaking of a champion like Alistar, of a brilliant mind of the likes of Mata. It was almost being caught out by a superstar rather than necessarily a major failure in their macro. And I just don't know if Samsung will have that even then, even with my prediction for Samsung.
Also part in draft, they didn't have the best tools to really stop flankers from coming in there. You know, like an Orianna isn't the best flank stopping tool, like a Syndra, QE, Cassio R, you know. Orianna's a little bit slower, people actually run by the ultimate or flash over it. But that brings us to the matchup Bjergsen versus Crown that the analyst has touched on. For me, it's more like Bjergsen and Svenskeren versus Crown and Ambition, because that is very important. We saw in the SKT match as well how important jungle synergy with your solo laners is again. Bengi visited both mid lane and top lane and kind of swung open the game.
Well, we are getting ourselves into picks and bans very, very shortly. So thank you all for waiting and for your patience,
There we
but
go.
get what you want. TSM versus Samsung Galaxy, Day 2 of Worlds. Tom Kench, the first ban from TSM. Samsung Galaxy respond in kind with an Italy ban.
Like the Nami being not banned against Wraith, and then Crown having his Victor open were kind of draft mistakes against Samsung, who to some degree do have that specialized champion pool. So far, neither of these champions respected. And seeing if TSM are fishing for a first pick like the Rek'Sai we saw in the previous games, or something like the Nami.
Or just the Syndra first pick here. It has been a very common third ban on the red side. Is it going to be the same thing? Because then we could very well see Bjergsen just insta-lock it and look for a repeat performance of what FLICKR showed us earlier.
Well, Vlad and Jace for the last bans from TSM. Cassio and Siva will actually be the last two from Samsung. And there's the Cinder Open, insta-locked almost from TSM.
This is where we usually see like a Rek'Sai Rumble rotation come out. Very strong top laner pick, especially with the Jace counterpart kind of taken out of the equation. But we could also look for a jungle counter pick because the likes of Elise are open, Rek'Sai, even Zac, so there is not as high of a pressure on jungle pool as there was yesterday.
Well, you might be surprised to see Ezreal taken so early, but the one thing about Ruler is that his champion pool was very constricted. The guy was playing almost exclusively the likes of Sivir and Ashe. Ashe at the moment, much less of a consideration, even though INTZ did pick up a win with it. Ezreal does have the range to, in many ways, even outrange a max range QE from Syndra, so ultra safety guaranteed on Ruler, and the Sivir was banned.
Yeah, and if you're looking at Sivir out, Ezreal out is going to force double lift on his Jhin again, a pick he likes very much so himself, but many people have come out and said, you know what? This low mobility carries in a Jhin and a Syndra, sure they're fine aggressively, but you need to be careful defensively, and maybe TSM picks themselves into a pitfall. If Samsung Galaxy can stall into the mid game and then close the gap on these low mobility carries, they can come out victorious again.
Well, we'll see if they tread a little more carefully. Rumble Ezreal for Samsung Galaxy is answered by Lee Sin and Kennen here for TSM, so they're saving their bottom lane here, locking in the solos and jungle early.
Really likely Sin with laners so they can set up CC for themselves because it facilitates an easy queue, especially Svenskeren with how quick he is. If he's blocked by a minion, he will just dash to the mid laner or the top laner and queue out from there. So Kennen can stun for himself, Syndra has QE, Svenskeren can follow up, so this opens up a lot of combinations, and both laners are push and aggressive, which means Svenskeren can do his favorite style, which is invading the enemy jungle.
Something he's already done on the world stage. He was their MVP yesterday. It would have been a Svenskeren MVP overall if they'd taken the victory. And now suddenly, a lot of the tools that were used against TSM are coming back. Wraith is a fantastic Alistar player, and he'll be taking it here and doing his best Mada impression to shut down TSM.
Yeah, but be careful. This means Samsung Galaxy right now could be drafting 3 losing lanes. Rumble can force push, but leaves himself exposed. But mid lane, Syndra has the pressure early, I think, against the Varus, and then Alistar S lane is almost bound to be pushed in, which gives Svenskeren free reign. That comes with a lot of responsibility to make things happen, but it could actually bode well for TSM.
So what to double lift and Bifrost pick then? Because they've saved their picks very late down the draft. They've already seen Samsung Galaxy's bottom lane. In fact, looks like Ambition will counter pick jungle of all roles here to finish Samsung Galaxy's draft. 30 seconds left for TSM. There are so many questions that I'm sure they're asking themselves now.
If this was a double lift after Mullane, I think we could actually see a Morgana come out just for the Black Shield against the combo here. But the Bar Jhin should be serviceable and have control over the lane because you can actually bully the Alistar quite a bit and then deny the Ezreal damage with the shield. The control should be on the side of TSM. However, it's a very flippy matchup and it all depends on the level 1.
Curiously, the last pick was left for jungle on the side of Samsung. They could have just taken Elise in an earlier rotation. Wasn't really a threat of the Varus being taken away by TSM. I mean, obviously it's an outside chance of an AD carry pick. It wasn't really expected.
I mean, it could be good. Varus actually serviceable lane into Ezreal, and maybe this is a comp that they've played together a lot. They wanted maybe some more physical damage with Rumble in the top lane, sorry. Going for like Victor Rumble might be too much magic damage. Sure. That's why they said, you know guys, we're gonna play this comp anyways, let's just reveal it.
And the other problem is that Victor has to get a much closer combat range than someone like a Varus who can be off screen, but Varus loses his flash, or if he's just way under his inner turret, basically farming out of the screen, there's gonna be no map pressure, and as you said, 3 losing lanes and a ganking jungle like Elise. This is gonna have to be Ambition having a day out, or some massive teleport plays from Cuvée, or I mean, the early game is just wide open for
Yeah,
TSM.
definitely the early game. There is a window at level 3 or 4 where he groups up with Cuve and says, you know what, Cuve, you can go for what we call like the donkey push. Literally just blind flamethrower ahead, push in, sneak in through lane, because that's the pushing lane for Rumble. The problem is, I never considered it the winning lane because he exposes himself far too much if he just AFK pushes.
Well, it's pretty interesting here. Unsurprising last pick, at least from Samsung Galaxy. It will round out their draft. TSM, I think, have all the tools here to play the way they want to play. Samsung Galaxy probably feel very similarly about their team comp. What I do like about the setup for this game is that Doublelift just put his money right where his mouth is. I'm not going to make those same mistakes again.
Yeah.
Confident in his Jhin play versus the Alistar. Well, if there's ever a time to show it, it's right now.
And it actually is slightly easier to flash the new combo because Riot actually, while fixing the WQ combination, it prevents early Q, so you have slightly more time to flash it. So if Doublelift eats a point-blank combo, it's his own damn fault.
This is a Samsung practice comp. They played so much poke comp. We wondered, would it be Wraith? Would it be Core Jade? Would it be Initiation? Would it be poke? It's back to Wraith. It's back to these specific window comps. They play super aggressively, super practiced. But if TSM just snowball the game out of control in the early game, it's going to be so hard for them to find their footing.
Well, we've seen one game from each of these teams already, and it's still early into Worlds, but you've heard our analyst predictions. Now let's hear yours. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag TSM win or the hashtag SSG win, and let us know which team is picking up a win here today. I know who the crowd is voting for. Well, we'll see what happens out there on Twitter, but the crowd is behind them. TSM, can they find their first win of the tournament, or Samsung continue a strong streak of consistent play that came all the way from the postseason?
Sometimes you have to take a step back and appreciate the crowd.
Yeah, I was enjoying it. We have a really good view here on the crowd, up on the balcony, on the side. I mean, that's what these players live for. You know, making it to the world stage, having them chant your name. There was an interview, don't remember who it was, that was talking about how good these cheers are, how good it feels.
It was actually Peanut this morning
Peanut,
who was
yeah.
talking about the fact that he was jealous of the big cheers.
None of the cheers for TSM specifically here, but just that they, in their own region, don't get as much. So turns out NA fans greater than Korean fans.
We did it. We closed the gap.
Gap is closing finally. Off the rift.
All right, so everyone's moved out for level 1, but it's been pretty subdued here. Couple flares here and there, but looks like everyone just fanning out and getting that neutral vision. Bifrost and Doublelift hanging out in the tri-bush. Some dueling wards, I suppose, facing each other, but that's the Galaxy aren't even looking for the camp by the looks of things, so we'll have a pretty standard start here.
They may actually go for it.
Much more defensive wards than we'd expect. These wards are more for taking a camp rather than actually contesting the lane as the flares come out in the mid lane.
I know people get tired of me talking about it, but it's actually a good lane to do a camp here because you get the early level 2 on the Ezreal, which means he can kind of safe farm himself. There isn't enough forward pressure like a poke support to kind of take him off the wave. So you're fine getting the slower level 2. Perfect camp here by Doublelift. Look how he finishes off the small Krug with Q. So the bounce goes up in damage onto the big one. It's the little things. Could cost you a second.
No one loves the Krugs more than you, Crapper.
Nope, I'm slightly obsessed.
Well, you can see they're coming down to this lane. Both dual lanes actually opted for a very clean camp, so good start there. Doublelift early level 2 along with Ruler.
And this is what's going to happen. The Q to poke is really great start here, and they give up the control. The thing is, Ruler is so happy that he's level 2 right now, because he has a little bit more damage on his Q. The lane will push faster forward because it's uninfluenced from the start, and it's actually much more comfortable to farm. So we can start looking at mid lane instead.
Good little trade there from Crown, actually, but Bjergsen playing up and aggressive. We saw FLICKR demolish Bjergsen in the mid lane. Sorry, Jensen in the mid lane as Ruler eats another bit of poke.
Yeah, the classic, you know, Q slightly forward, make him juke into it. Bifrost much more in his element here. We saw Bjergsen trying to overlap those Qs again. We were talking about.
Lane pressure actually allows Bifrost to exit lane, ward up the blue buff. You can see Lee Sin is at least in the vicinity. Well pulled so far by Ambition, but we're kind of looking for Ambition to be the barometer of the early game. Buff steal, pretty build for Svenskeren.
He's going to go in for it as well, I think. Sven looking for it, goes for Ambition. Does get the buff, I think, but now he's getting exhausted in by Wraith. Good double pull. Make sure they stay safe, but Sven doesn't quite get away with the steal. Great pressure still.
Yeah, and he gets the 2 small ones. There's quite some experience here, and that allows Bjergsen to play really far up here.
Good damage there, and Crown taking his lumps, doing what he can. He does have cleanse, so defensive here, knowing the potential pressure from Bjergsen particularly if Sven comes to visit the lane, but they are playing with fire here in this mid lane, and Bjergsen will push the wave and go back.
That whole play shows the importance of the level 2 trading because they got that damage salvo freed up by Frost to go and ward. Elise's jungle pathing is so much more predictable because unlike the Zax and the Lee Sin, she needs that blue buff for her first clear. Everything came together for TSM. It means that Ambition's pathing is that much more predictable, and we're looking for him to be the game breaker for what could be a very one-sided early game for TSM.
He skips the Scuttle Crab, goes for deep ward here. He really wants big information because QV, because he saw them bot, could push really hard on top because he knew he was alone. And now Ambition, instead of going for the dive, he's actually going for Svensken right here. Svensken jukes out because he knew he was close. Really good read.
Still taking damage, but he's actually going to come back in. QV's under the turret, but he's actually just out of range, and Sven.
The minions
might even look back in for him. Minions doing damage done onto QV. Svenskeren, can he do it again? Right to the Q. What up's over? They've got QV. First blood. TSM starts him over the wall. Ambition repels down to his death. Also with the second kill.
Oh, so many smart micro elements in that play. It all starts with the ward being on a very high cooldown, so you can see when it was placed. Svenskeren knew the ward was so recently placed, so he could extrapolate that Ambition must still be close. So as he approached that brush, he went for a blind juke in the cocoon. Then it turned around. Q, if he was stuck on the tower, he kind of gave away the position again. Now look at it again. This is blind because he knew the ward was so recently placed. Now cannon comes down. QV is forced to join the fight, and look at the minions. This cannon creep is dealing 2, 3 hits onto QV, and it changes everything.
I think the biggest story is that Ambition is feeling pressure to actually be on the offensive. Usually the defensive jungler, usually playing the Rex side, just picking up farm. Graves picking up farm. A really nice play from Bjergsen. Stop them from having an exit towards the mid lane because, of course, Varus had just recalled. Haunter levels up, doesn't die, and TSM suddenly have a 1,200 gold.
And that's what we were discussing in Champs. Like, when you have these matchups in the mid lane that can push despite being a first pick, like the Syndra, it is such a strong meta pick here in the Worlds Tournament. Syndra first pick, still has the push early, still has kill pressure, and it can actually roam and influence the side lanes.
And the CS nice and even across the lane so far. Doublelift does have that call, early Shin for Ruler, kind of everything acting out as you would expect normally, and Haunter with that revolver. Looks like he'll be going pro to about cannon as well, which will be fun to track, but the gold is up for TSM, and they're now equipped to play the style that made them so successful in North America. We'll see if they can keep up the level of play, because that's a great start to the game, but they need to keep the tempo up.
Yeah, we can actually look at the skill build as well. There's 3 points in Q here for Haunter. Cannon in some matchups maxes W if he can auto-attack a lot and then proc the stun finally with a Q. But because he's getting pushed in, he really likes a higher spell damage Q.
All in? Yeah. Ulti does go in for a cross, dead! Bjergsen with a perfect calculation.
Really nice solo kill from Bjergsen. This is going exactly to plan for TSM. I'm getting run over in the mid lane. We already saw one mid laner run over another, and this time it's Korea versus North America again, but it's Bjergsen running over Crown.
And what's gonna happen with this Syndra pick during Worlds? Because you can run cleanse versus a stun, but you can't cleanse these spears off your face when they come flying in here. Crown just simply drops, and that's Bjergsen pushing, get a kill or an assist in another lane, come back slightly stronger, and he's asserting dominance, especially into a pick that has to build tier early. No additional health or magic resistance.
And the tier is up now for Crown. He's got his ultimate ready as well, but last chapter already finishes. Bifrost and Sven hunting Ambition. Base checks, does get tagged, but Sven missed the Q.
Yeah, similar there.
Doublelift flashing the flare as we see the TSM fans out in full force posting in the crowd and out on Twitter. 77% to win might have gone up a bit after those first 2 kills.
Just love the fact that TSM kind of shook off what was a tough defeat for them yesterday. Very much similar lineup, sticking with the Jhin, sticking with the Lee Sin. One pick that worked for them, one pick that didn't really work for them. Same aggressive style we've seen from them in North America, and Samsung picked themselves into a corner, forced aggression out of Ambition. Ambition kind of found out, and TSM in full control.
And this almost feels like a little bit of bad research, because if you watch TSM in playoffs, yes, they were slow. But if you watch TSM in the regular season, they were an incredibly fast team. And then if you look at their draft, what they were allowed to get here, they just have so much pressure in the lanes. Haunter, looking to be fast himself.
Looking for the stun, does get the first one. Bjergsen chains it in. QV now going to be the target. He's overheated, and Bjergsen grabs another.
And again, Bjergsen suddenly is tough, because guess what? He can just push in, and that's the value of winning matchups. You need to translate that advantage into a different lane. Gone are the days where you solo kill people in lane all the time, but you can get the push and roam.
Yeah, they're making it look easy, TSM, playing it by the book, and Samsung, their playbook's kind of closed. They need a new book, because for now, every lane they enter in, even with pink ward coverage there from the Rumble, it didn't matter. Just casually walked in, Bjergsen, and picked up another kill, even without Ghost to really close the distance fast. And Svenskaren's entering another lane, and it's Crown now.
Oh, good stuff for Bjergsen. Flash kick, ulti all in, and Sven gets the next one.
It's like seeing FLICKR all over again, just a long distance QE into the follow-up.
You just changed the nameplates, and it feels like we're getting an instant replay of game one of the day, which, for those North American fans who are making their voices heard, is happy times.
Sven is leading the charge, starting to run over this game and letting Bjergsen and Hornside just play up in his favorite place, which has always been the enemy jungle.
And I just love how it all came to be, that blind juke in the top lane by Svenskeren. It's a little thing. Being safe in your approach to brushes can change the entire game, because that got them 2 kills, got Bjergsen ahead. Now Sven's in a little bit of trouble here, because there's still some teleports
Right
available.
in, good combo in there. Sven is going to go down. No Bifrost might have saved him. Safeguards the safety. Might be enough help. Double lift. Takes out Rafe on the other end. He's getting chased by Cube, but Bifrost will pay the price as Ruler gets the trade.
The first kill on the board for Samsung. Not much else to speak of. Not going to be able to take down double lift either. Teleport invested. Honsa holds on to his. We'll be able to push in and grow a lead in the top.
Yeah, now there's teleport advantage on the side of TSM. And we need to see what they do and how they really squeeze the most out of that TP advantage. One of the concepts that hasn't been executed that well at Worlds. It starts with borderline aggressive invade here, because the Alistar actually roams first over Bifrost here. He slightly could have been there sooner. Good heal from double lift here. Follow up 1-for-1, it's okay. Like, this is a good play for TSM still. Mostly because there was really great shield block from Bifrost.
I was going to say, Bifrost positioning to be there, put up the Unbreakable, canceled out so much damage, and items aren't there yet for Samsung, so they needed every bit of damage to register, and that was the difference.
And look at Crown. I don't think he's ever, like, has he seen the river? Does he know what the river looks like anymore? This guy has only seen, like, part of the map. He's playing zoomed in. He basically hugs his tower the entire game. He must really start admiring, like, the artwork that we've put into that tower. Summoner's Rift overhaul, really good for him. But that's about as far as he's gone the entire game.
And that's just a testament to TSM's pressure, really. Bjergsen playing the lane well. Morelli-Nomicon already finished up here. Sven, could he be there? Maybe. He's usually in the enemy jungle, but he can swing by and pivot for a gank. TSM are just playing up with their pressure. You mentioned Samsung picking through losing lanes. Well, TSM picked 3 winning lanes as a result of that draft, and it's starting to pay off already 11 minutes into the game.
But you have to play to your draft, and this has been a strength of Samsung until today. Now, should you pick yourself into this big a hole? No, but it almost felt like Ambition right at the end when he picked his jungle, realized, oh crap, I really need to pull off something to kind of sway the natural tendency of how these losing lanes will go. He didn't do that. We saw the big lead for TSM, and they haven't taken the foot off the accelerator.
Crown just can't move off this at all. In fact, they're going to go for a dive. Ambition forced to repel out of the way, but they might still go for a good pull from Wraith. Might be enough to defend, and Double is firing shots into the enemy team. Wraith takes a lot of damage, but Bjergsen all-ins onto Ruler and chunks him down to flash forward. Really wants to kill it, he does get it. Hornstar came down as well. TSM all-inning for the bottom turret. Not done actually. Bjergsen going to juke out the ulti as Crown barely shorts the Chain of Corruption, but I don't quite know how they get out of this one. Let's find out. Crown gonna get knocked up here. Sven kicks him into Bifrost. Haunts is here as well, and he flushes the wall, but Double Lift swoops in to clean him up as Haunts gets credit.
That was a dirty play. When you're winning this hard, that you force the enemy Ezreal to take a page out of Trashy's book and ulti towards the fountain. TSM as well. They had 4,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. This was the largest of Worlds so far. So if there's any way to better start your game 2 at Worlds, it is this way.
Considering the Scrim remake, but of course you're live on the stage here and you don't have that option if you're Samsung. You kind of understand the mistakes you've made. Ambition tried to spare the blushes, only further put them in a hole, and TSM, they know how to win when they're ahead, and that doesn't seem to change on the world stage.
6,000 gold up already, and they'll add a Mountain Drake to their tally with an Infernal on the way next. But let's just watch this again.
Yeah, I just really like how at the end of this phase, walls become an option. They just throw people, kick them over. Hanser then uses ulti over the wall. It all starts with Double Lift. Apprehensive to not dive too deep. Get turret aggro, Ruler. Panic mistake, ultis backwards. Happens to the best Sonas out of us.
You might wonder why this happened this way, and when Kennen enters the fight, he's low health, because actually he teleported in vision of the Rumble, got flame spitted, but none of that mattered because no way for Rumble to interrupt that ultimate, and The cleanup on Crown was beautiful.
Yeah, kick over the wall into Cannon ulti, who then has Lightning Rush to close the gap. They use teleport advantage. This is the way you exploit the fact that you have an additional TP on the top side. You just go for the dive on the bot. Right now, Samsung Galaxy are tired of playing bot lane. So looking to put a numbers advantage in top lane, trade some objectives.
TSM are already on the way, actually. They are going to lose this turret, but if Samsung get cut off here, could be problems here. Sven actually moving in, and they even can't commit for the turret.
Yeah, they're fine. At least backing off, but tower remains on a couple slivers of health, and Samsung Galaxy desperately need that gold infusion. Let's see how much respect this Hans are playing with. Enough, it seems.
Yeah, ditching lane is the really only big hope here for Samsung. No safety in the bot lane. The likes of Lee Sin can skip around the back and force more picks. So can't really enter that lane. The only short lane left really for them to consider is top lane. Mid lane for now, it's just going to be Varus wave clearing, hoping against hope he picks up a blue buff, but even the Drake really lines up well for TSM. Picking up an Infernal Drake when that spawns will just cement what already is a big early game lead for TSM.
Bjergsen going to keep pushing in, level 11 now to Crown's 9, and about to take the turret with pretty much just effort by himself. Syndra's starting to run over people in this tournament, it feels like.
Yeah, we thought Varus was really good at holding his turret here.
Oh no, a flash kick in, Ambition! This gets annihilated, repels out of the way, and that was very well played.
Really nice mechanics, repelled the damage from the Syndra ultimate, got out as well, but you know, it's a feel-good moment for Ambition, but no more. It doesn't stop the pressure coming through from TSM.
Yeah, a small band-aid on a bullet hole right there. Samsung Galaxy still losing pretty hard. 26 minutes earlier, this mid lane turret went down. Faris last game protected it until the 40th minute mark, but right now TSM finishing up the third turret on the tier 1 list, and then they're moving up that vision, you know, squeezing the minimap, making sure that Samsung Galaxy are playing on a very tiny bit of land.
This is the level of play we expected from TSM here. When they get leads, they tend to close them quickly. And they finally kind of found their footing here after a couple missteps here and there. Whereas RNG yesterday, certainly looking strong. Samsung can hold on. They've got a great team fighting comp if they can get to a good spot with it. But Barra's going to have to wave clear. Cube going to have to manicure those side waves. And Ruler, get whatever CS you can grab in and amongst it all, because Double Lift is 40 CS ahead of you, Bjergsen is 50 CS ahead of Crown, and Haunter pretty much even there. So is the jungle matchup, but that's about all the good news currently for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, it's so hard to play, not only against the Syndra pick inherently, but also the build that she goes. Morellonomicon is one of the best early spike items in the game, 100 ability power, 20% CDR, followed up then by an NLR, which gives you another 60 AP. Bjergsen right now is sitting on like 245 AP or something, with a Giant's Belt in his inventory. He's too tanky to one-shot, and he will one-shot you.
And I actually think the power spike comes earlier than that for AP champions, because the Lost Chapter, it just gives you everything you want. Compare it to Tier that, of course, the Varus has to opt into. Purely mana versus mana ability power and mana regen per level with the percent refresh that you get on level up. Lost Chapter is such a nice start for a lot of these AP champions. Fits Syndra so well. And this is the performance that the NA fans want. This is the performance to vindicate the high expectations for TSM. We heard the whispers, all the Asian teams, the Korean teams, everyone saying TSM is the real deal. A performance like this finally gives people hope.
Ambition may be caught here, but Wraith in to defend him. Sven looking for Crown, finds him with the Q. Does he follow?
No Syndrome this time.
Doesn't
Vision is priority here. Look at these wards. There's a couple of pink wards in River. There's one ward in the Baron Pit they haven't found yet, but they don't really care. Once they force Samsung Galaxy back far enough, they could actually rotate into turrets too. They can poke, they can siege, they can fall back to the Nashor. So many options here for Team Solo Mid.
Haunter pressuring in as well. His bottom lane with the TP ready. Thought about a back, but thinks better of it as he wants to try and take the turret down. And TSM just zoning him off this turret. Samsung Galaxy, what do they want here? They want to engage maybe. Wraith looking for it, finds Sven scaring, but that's all about it. They don't quite get the stun from the Deadly Flourish, so no snare forthcoming, and TSM just back away slowly.
And when I said fall back into Baron, obviously I meant Rift Herald because it's only 70 minutes in the game. Damn, TSM is far ahead.
I mean, look at the gold lead. It's over 8,000, which is massive for this point. You already said they're on track for the biggest lead so far at this tournament. At least at 10 minutes, that was true. They're playing the map well. Contrasting that to someone like Flash Wolves, they've had Haunter in the bot lane, pushing up, forcing the Rumble to rotate. There's just not much that Samsung can do. You can already see they're forced to use Equalizer for wave clear, even though it's really the only team fight tool they have to force a fight.
Yeah, and Barrifrost right now, he's just a courier. He goes to base, buys some wards, drops them, and then Moby boots his way back up there, trying to desperately ward all the spots that need warding. Luckily for him, at least Lee Sin has a warding trinket. Accidentally wards something while hopping around.
Yep.
Well, getting some vision down. TSM just kind of creeping that vision forward here. trying to take over space here. Drake up in 20 seconds, so TSM taking control of this right-hand side of the rift makes a lot of sense. But they're actually pushing very deep into these lanes, and we said it already, Samsung just kind of taking what they can get as far as farm goes. TSM will continue applying pressure, and Samsung will just get what they can, and we'll see what happens in 10 minutes if that game is still going by then.
And this also shows you why Alistar is sometimes not really prioritized by some of these teams, because these are the games you remember. Wraith must have not comboed in the last 8 minutes at all. There's no situation where he can actually use it aggressively. So it becomes just a walking cow.
While Samsung have been able to creep vision towards Baron, it's been few and far between spawns in just a minute and a half. The aggressive vision that TSM have been able to put down, continue to do that. They'll refresh the wards, and Infernal to add to their Dragon total is good too. And you just have to feel like Baron is a very realistic objective very early in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and TSM, in this season, in some of the 27 games that they've been ahead over 2.5k at 20 minutes, they have never lost. Right now, they have quite a bit more gold, 2.5k up, so that bodes very well for them. They have shown throughout the season that they can close out these games very, very well. Yesterday, they fell behind early, and they honestly got outmatched in the bottom lane, but this day, it's kind of a new TSM. Back to the old TSM.
Yeah, that's what it really feels like. Back to the old TSM here, and I think the Drake's smiling upon them as well. Mountain to start things off, Infernal for the second, and another Infernal lining up. The game is saying, you know what, you're playing fast, loose, and aggressive and trying to snowball the game out of control. I hear that. Here's an Infernal Drake.
Hey, yesterday they lost to RNG. At least RNG can help them win this game.
Feels good, man.
Well, Double pushing out the top side of the map. Rylai's is done for Bjergsen. As he's looking awfully threatening on the Syndra, and the Proto Belt's now finished with the Abyssal in tandem for Hornces. So you can see that win rate at 20, pretty high. They've one of the biggest leads at World so far. 8,500 gold up at the 20-minute mark. It's been an ambition. Still dancing back and forth.
The Bronze Classic, the no juke into brush. They'll never expect me to just keep on walking straight.
Hey, Clearlove pulled it off yesterday.
Good stun onto Ambition. Finds a few with the spears. Ulti down from Rumble. Going to try and keep the siege off for now, but TSM, they'll take the cooldowns and they'll rally right back.
Forced out an equalizer. In the previous game, Varus alone would have been enough to pull off that task. Pick up, steal away a blue buff, give that nice refresh over to Bjergsen eventually.
Just out of range.
He's going to walk over. Does actually pick it up, manage to take the buff, and Sven will get the grunt for his troubles. So TSM back to poking here under this turret. Samsung Galaxy will see if they can avoid the Bjergsen stuns, because when one of these squishes gets caught, he's probably dead.
And the map is shrinking for Samsung Galaxy. They're sharing farm on their carries as well here. Ruler and Crown desperately trying to wave clear and kind of sharing the CS while it drops the turret too. So these CS deficits are only getting bigger here.
Also looking for a big play around the backside as well. Have to be careful. TSM threatening for a dive, which I think is the right play, but do not want to overextend against a disciplined team like Samsung Galaxy, because they will take the free gold if you give it to them.
Yeah, and there's no rush for TSM. They don't need to panic start an Asher here. They're just whittling down turrets, just inch by inch, moving up on the map here. Very little vision for Samsung Galaxy. TSM can take it slow for the next 10 minutes and still make use of that lead that they have. So,
I mean, the thing you can do at this point is just, if you've been playing around the inner turrets, if you've been playing so far forward, you've had eyes on the enemy 5 players. At some point, there's just no way that a ward duration wouldn't have timed out when you had vision, and that's when you've got the advanced vision. Just there's no way that Samsung firing a cheeky pink ward somewhere has vision, and therefore Baron becomes basically academic.
Yep. The only caveat is that you need a ward in the pit so you can counter the blue trinket wards, because they last indefinitely. But once they're on cooldown, that is a very large cooldown. That's kind of the... If you really want all the steps, you push mid, you get the deep vision, you push mid again, and then meanwhile you hope that you get both blue scrying orbs on cooldown. And after you push mid the second time, you can disappear and either make it a bait or a Baron rush. TSM, a little hesitant. A 22-minute Baron is still kind of throwable in a sense, and they don't even need it. They could close out just by sheer split push as well.
Yeah, you can see Haunted is taking some damage 1v1. Cuvate with his Leandry's built up is doing some decent damage here, but Bjergsen is a monster at this stage of the game. I'm not sure Crown's more of Malmortius is enough to protect him just yet, and Bjergsen looks like going for Void Stuff third. Will have plenty of damage online.
Yeah, because Crown is trying to catch up as well. He's hitting on boots 1. When a Syndra drops a couple of spheres on the floor, it's impossible to dodge for him because he simply can't sidestep them. So he's guaranteed getting hit. Yes, he can survive the burst when he gets hit, but it's almost undeniable that he will get hit, and that's kind of problematic for Galaxy.
If you think Varus is hanging back far now, just trying to wave there, wait till he doesn't have Flash or Cleanse, because then he's basically going to be in his own base at his inhibitor turret, or behind it next to his inhibitor.
Firing from the fountain. guys, I'm here.
Well, at some point, you've probably just retreated too far, Grepo.
Well, looks like TSM have kind of slow played a little bit more, but they're setting up their map here, trying to make sure it's all well and good. TSM playing up in this side of the jungle. Drake up in a minute 30, so might as well play top side for a little while longer. Just again, threatening around that Baron. No need to go for it just yet here. And Samsung Galaxy doing the smart thing and just not base checking.
Yeah, because they have one really good ward in the Baron area. That's something you need to achieve at all times if you can. It's the one right outside of the pink ward range, so TSM doesn't know it's there. So that means they can never bait, because you should see TSM walk in unless they kind of flash over the wall here. That's kind of giving Samsung Galaxy the safety net that they need.
I like the item build too. Ambition's gone for a very early Banshee, but it's actually his first completed item. And that means that he's an extra champion that can hope to face check and not die trying to put down vision.
But TSM is a smart enough team. They know what the reaction patterns are of teams in this situation. When they're this hesitant to check the brush, that means they have some information. Because teams would panic more entering some brushes if there was complete fog of war. So this is kind of grinding their gears right now, and they're going to say, okay, are we going to look for the ward, or are we going to keep contesting these brushes? And eventually, whatever ward they have will expire, just like Papa said earlier.
Inevitable timeout of the wars, not 3-minute fixed timer anymore. They scale with levels, so once it's been a couple minutes and see double lift opening up.
Take on Crown, they just need the stun. Good flash from Crown to get out from under it, but still plenty of damage as he gets poked down to about 40% health. And Sven, he wants in, maybe does miss the first Q, but TSM going to start a bit of a siege here.
I was trying to use Ambition as a vessel here to get behind Crow, go for the kick flash here. Great use of the curtain call there, just to slow people down, put them in a static position where Bjergsen can then follow up here. That's one of the ways TSM can play their fights here. They don't need to rely on the execute anymore of that Jhin ultimate. They can just use it as an engagement tool.
Great little transit over here to the right-hand side of the map as well, because they knew the Infernal Drake was coming. So very crisp movement from TSM as Infernal number 2 will now be picked up by them. And Samsung Galaxy, again, with no vision, will have to see the objective. And another mountain.
Ooh, RNG, give it, RNG, take it.
Double Infernal, double Mountain. Doesn't even matter that Kennen and Syndra aren't the most adept at picking up the Baron. I mean, double lift on the Jhin, not really either, but with that much equalization with the Dragons, it's easy peasy nonetheless.
And a massive goal lead.
Yeah, by the way, TSM at 10,000 gold ahead at 25.5 minutes, so don't worry too much. As Samsung Galaxy again just trying to hold on. TSM, they have slowed things down just a bit to make sure they go through the motions correctly, but if ever there is a pick, TSM will leap into action and just close this game.
Looking for positives, at least the sneaky wards from Samsung Galaxy are really good around the Baron pit. That's something that TSM will need to kind of take care of, or at least learn in VOD review, because if you allow teams to do that against you when you're equal, this is going to screw up all your Baron plays here. So it's very imperative that you always sweep around the edges of the pit, because people love watching you enter the Baron pit without necessarily giving vision on the Baron. Like, all these pink wards are kind of being negated by these very smart wards being placed.
I mean, the storyline we had was that both these teams play League of Legends by the book. We've seen that from TSM in terms of snowballing leads, specifically Bjergsen going wild in the early game, but Samsung have been the team to extend games. They had the longest average game time at Worlds at over 40 minutes. While the nail in the coffin hasn't been put, it still seems inevitable, it still seems very likely that TSM will take down the game. The gold lead hasn't grown extensively in coming on 10 to 15 minutes now.
Still a massive lead, of course, but Samsung Galaxy are doing a great job extending this game, which is what they need to do. TSM, again, busy hiding in these brushes without Baron vision. It's a little awkward.
At this point, it's a mistake, though. They need to realize, when nobody's face-checking this brush this long, there is information on the Baron. No team is just going to yield that Baron that easily, because at least when they think you're doing Baron, they're going to expect you to... they're going to expect to face-check for some vision, at least. Right now, there's a blue orb there, too. TSM thinks this blue orb was causing it. That's the problem. They're not operating under complete information, because there's 2 wards outside. They're fading, but they've both been placed by Wraith, and they're both over the edge here, and they give you something. Like, that one is one, and the other one to the top left. The Observer is juking me. Yeah, there we go. That baby right there, that bad boy is the perfect anti-Baron ward.
This is the sort of game where if it had gone the pace it had earlier, you would have thought, TSM didn't even really need to VOD review. They did everything perfectly. But there will actually be takeaway points for them and other teams at this tournament to appreciate just what can happen from behind and extend games in a manner that shouldn't happen.
Double lift at it again, but Wraith is tanking the bullets. Brawler tanks the last one, but not really too much damage on the Jhin just yet. Definitely more about the autos with that Zeal Atom coming up. And I think TSM now realize we need to sweep this vision.
Yeah, they don't even need to sweep it, because time is the best sweeper. This is the problem. If they sweep right now, they don't find any wards, and they're really going to start doubting themselves. Like, are these guys playing with, like, Sixth Sense, but they're starting Baron right now.
Here's the panic from Samsung. Cuvee, Crown actually eats the damage. Proto Belt's on his face and dies now, flushes towards Cuvee for the stun. The zone use is good, but I don't think it's gonna save him, and Horza grabs the double.
That also works. Just start the Baron, guys. Bait him in, lure him in, and then just blow him up. This is what you can do with a 10,000 gold lead. I understand why TSM is so careful, because they're already 0-1 down in the tournament, but this showed them that they can literally just start the Nashor, bait it out, use the pink ward that's in the pit to at least guarantee face check from Galaxy.
Honto was a bit of an afterthought on his first Kennen game against RNG. This time makes the big picks to open up the base. Will be at least an inhibitor coming through for TSM. Probably not going to be able to finish out the game. Only 10 seconds for Crown. It's actually only 28 minutes into the game. It feels like a longer one. But TSM finally blow open the game that should have been theirs maybe 10 minutes ago.
Well, Honto does narrowly avoid death potentially from Ambition as Samsung Galaxy will respawn and TSM will hit the recall buttons and go back home mid-inhib down, so good pressure pointers. We'll watch this one again. Now Samsung had to face Jack.
Yeah, they don't have any vision anymore. We're looking at a new fight. Basically, they had to walk into darkness because TSM kind of camped in their jungle router for 2.5 minutes. That's how long they sat at that brush. And it speaks volumes to how good their early game was, that Samsung Galaxy, at knowing that the enemy was 5-man in their jungle, could not do anything on the map whatsoever.
Well, the balloons to 12,000, and it just seems inevitable that now TSM with an inhibitor down. Samsung trying to brute force an outer mid lane turret against these super creeps. Gonna be able to do that as far as I can tell. But it's only Biofrost here, so maybe there's a window.
He was about to join, but actually is enough from Samsung. Great counter push, actually. Catches TSM with some awkward staggered recalls and will get a turret for themselves. That's good space to open up. It is the little things that Samsung Galaxy need to lean on right now, but we have another Drake coming up in a minute 10. TSM have open map to try and play around with. And Samsung Galaxy, if they can keep up their good defense, they may extend the game for a little longer. Is it long enough? Hard to say, but we'll see.
That's very wishful thinking right there. But hey,
that's me.
That's what they gotta do. They gotta keep believing in the throws right here. So let's see what TSM does when they group up with that Baron buff. They're taking their time. They're definitely window shopping, you know, having their careful selection of what items they're gonna purchase with this massive gold lead, and then heading back to the Baron.
I mean, 5 pink wards around Baron seems to be the target. They have to have a feeling that making some oversights when it came to Baron vision that caused the game to be extended at least to the 30-minute points. Game could definitely have been over at 22 to 25.
I love how
pink wards, maybe some more sweepers even.
Yeah, they need sweepers because look at the wards on Nashor. Wraith is saying, I'm not going to ward anything in my jungle because they're going to get that. One in the back of the pit that gets pink warded, one around the wall, and then even more down, the observer missed that one, is one across the wall that watches you walk in that's out of range of the pink ward that's in the pit. So there's 2 entrance spotting wards again by Galaxy, and they're really playing right now with TSM that should be able to just finish this game already.
Clever bit of vision there. Like kind of Lee Yellow Trinkets not helping in that department. Sven does want the playmaking ability from the Trinket, so I get it, but maybe an extra sweeper would be helpful. Still turret falls to TSM, as they will now take 7-2 turrets. Again, so far ahead, but the game isn't over. Samsung Galaxy certainly doing something right as Ambition. Maybe Colt repels out of the way, goes back down to Sanskarian, gets kicked back in, stun after the concussive blows, and Bjergsen blows him up before the Brawl come out, and now Haunter's going into the back line. Wraith getting tied up in the front, forced to flash out. Cuvee practically dead as TSM surge forward for a couple kills.
It was just straightforward stuff for TSM. They got the picks. Ambition once again was too far forward. He tried to make the plays this game, tried to do it again, tried to be the furthest point as they tried to get the Baron vision. Honestly, they could have just hung back, because remember, they did have that Baron vision, but at some point you're ceding too much. At some point, you're giving too much over to TSM, and now the Baron is free.
Yeah, they're basically afraid of what do we do when they actually start Baron. We gotta stop them at one point. They tried. TSM, it took them a while. It wasn't the cleanest, but they finally secured them the Baron, which could be the next step to end the game here. Trying to keep them out of the base here. They don't have vision in the jungle. Remember, Wave used all his 3 wards on the Baron area, hoping that 2 gets swept, place one more. One actually disappears because he places them in this fight. And at this point, the gold lead is really shown in the way this fight goes down.
Ambition actually went in aggressively, I guess because they were fighting in a line. There's a world where the equalizer, when the game was even, the equalizer could have wrecked TSM, but it just wasn't going to be a big factor there. Wraith wasn't on the same wavelength, wasn't looking for a flash headbutt pulverize to root them in place. So just ended up giving up his life, growing the gold lead once again for Team Solo Mid, and the game-winning push can't be too far away now.
And this is gonna be satisfying for TSM, especially after the game, once they get some screenshots on Twitter of hey, these were the wards. Remember to tweet them next time. because not only did they get redemption in the tournament, they do it in a fashion which is honestly very impressive against a team that by some critics was actually lauded to be first place in this group, top 2. There are people that think that RNG and Samsung will make it out and TSM won't.
Ooh, it's actually maybe catching onto Bio, but TSM a little too far ahead. Tower's already broken. Sven trying to kick one in, but Bjorkson just blows up Ruler. Gonna get kicked back in. His ambition as Sven dives in onto him, and it's just carnage in the Samsung Galaxy Nexus phase.
Yeah, people getting smashed right now with this Baron buff. They just put the battering ram in front of the base and just going in.
Let's up, boys.
Well, it's maybe about time for the Nexus Tower. It's going to start to get broken. Cuvee, barely any health to play with. His ambition getting dove on as well. TSM going to complete the ace here. His ambition goes down to Honsa. A double kill for the Canada, seal the deal. And TSM going to win their first game at Worlds.
As up, like I said, TSM should be very proud. Excellent controlled display against a Samsung team that, of course, picked up a victory yesterday. And this is the TSM that people were talking about in scrims.
Yeah, because the game stalled out, we honestly didn't pay enough respect to just how well Bjorkson played that early game and how well TSM as a machine translated their leads from the pushes into the skirmishes. And for me, Svenskeren is still the MVP for that blind face check dodge into the brush, you know, juking once, getting the cocoon out, and then Hanser and Svenskeren tag team with Bjorkson to get that 2-0 kill lead, and that's when they start snowballing.
Despite the fact that you remember Svenskeren dodging around lanes, getting a lot of ganks off, the most kill participation is actually Bjorkson. 14 out of 18. The cheers of the crowd here lets you know the hometown team, they're back in this tournament.
And that's the thing, TSM definitely a fumble on game 1. Much better showing here in day 2, despite, you know, definitely some errors. But is this a team that gets better as the tournament goes on? That would be the best news for TSM if they want the success that they have put on themselves for this tournament.
I mean, the happy fact is you call them errors, they're almost oversights. They're almost, I see, you can kind of flip-flop between the two, but those are pretty easy to correct, I would say, go into your next game. And from there, things look good for TSM.
Yeah, it's okay, TSM. Lose one, win the rest.
That guy knows. That's how you come first in a group at Worlds. You can see Samsung players can't be too happy with the performance.
Wish I had fans like that. It's okay, Crepo. Lose 10, win the rest. But yeah, that's really nice to see that at least the home crowd is still supporting him. Because it matters, you know, when they walk down, the cheers being so loud. They're reinvigorated right now to kind of go on a roll for the next few games, especially if they can mimic this style. Really liking the pick and ban, really liking the way they use their advantages and make them show on the map.
And for Samsung, 3 losing lanes, you know, you called it Crepo very early. There was nothing in the jungle pool that was really going to change that. Ambition tried to adjust his play style. It's not his native play style. He is a farming jungler. He's a defensive jungler. Forced to put the shoe on the other foot. It didn't work. It got Samsung into a bigger hole, and TSM took full advantage of that.
And I think we had a lot of questions for Samsung, but we have kind of seen that, you know, when they don't pick themselves, or when they pick themselves in that spot, maybe at Worlds they can't hang the same way they could in the early game in playoffs. Because you said it, like they were doing it and it was working, but they will have to adjust. And that's the wonderful thing about Worlds. There is every day there is constant meta shifts and constant tournament shifts.
There's only one team in the LCK that put teams to the sword like TSM did today. That's the favorites for this tournament, and the Rocks Tigers. TSM looked Rocks-esque in the early game, and that's high praise.
Yeah, definitely need to just shore up some things in the mid game, but how often do you get in scenarios where you're this far ahead and then people just find these 1 or 2 sneaky wards in? It is a small thing to fix. It's a 1-minute conversation with the jungler and the support, and then TSM look very clean for the remainder of the group.
Certainly a stellar game there from TSM, but for some insider insight into that statement win from TSM, we're going to send it down to Shogs.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Bjorkson, congratulations. All right, I'm going to let you talk to them in a second. First, I want to ask a couple of questions about the game. Papa Smithy just called that performance Rocks-esque. It was so good. And you went in with that Syndra pick. Can you break down the game for me?
I think the game just really came down to having Syndra and Lee Sin. Excuse my voice, I'm a little bit sick. And it's about making a lot of early game plays and snowballing. And I think Svenskeren is the best Lee Sin in the world, so the game becomes really easy to play.
There we go, to high praise for Svenskeren. Obviously, I have to ask you about that start yesterday, a bit of a false note with that RNG game where you also had a fantastic early game with Svenskeren. What was the focus of the talks within the team yesterday after that loss coming into today?
I think it was just respecting the Alistar pick a bit more and picking a more well-rounded comp. We had a really good comp if we could continuously snowball, but as soon as we made that one mistake where we lost a team fight, then the game was in their favor. So we were like, well, we're a better early game team than these guys. So if we make it a little bit more balanced comp, a comp that's stronger in team fights, it's going to be easier for us to close it out.
You guys are a great early game team. Do you feel like yesterday there might have also been a couple of jitters? Bifrost the first time on the big stage, and do you feel like you've overcome them and you're ready to roll now?
I mean, I think there's always the very first game when you get on stage. We haven't played on stage for about a month, so I feel like everyone was a lot more comfortable today, and I think we're going to continue to play better as the tournament goes on.
Well, I'm gonna let you rest because I hear that the voice is giving you a hard time, but I do have to ask about the whole experience, about being here and the pressure. All these people saying this is the best chance the West has at World TSM is looking amazing. All the fans here with all the pressure. How do you deal with that, and how do you convert that into positive energy?
I think the whole split, Weldon has been teaching us how to take pressure and convert it into something positive and kind of convert it into excitement. And I think this pressure and excitement from the fans just fuels us, and it makes us play even better.
Well, at the show today, you go ahead and get some rest. Congratulations, fantastic performance, Bjergsen and TSM Analyst Desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Congratulations to Bjergsen and the rest of TSM on their first victory here. But first things first, all three of you were right.
Yay! High five!
We finally got it here on the Analyst Desk. But ladies and gentlemen, this was the TSM that we expected coming into the tournament. They show up here on day 2, just absolute dominance. And it all started in the early game, Kobe, with FLICKR. Once again, now we have to get that play that got the ball rolling, presented to you by Acer. Once again, FLICKR being a monster.
There are so many small things in this replay also that people need to look at. So hopefully we can get that one up on your screen. Okay, so they talked about it during the cast, but Sven, he knows that Elise is in there because he just cleared the ward, and that small sidestep there does so much. Then he also kites back during Elise's extra attack speed she has on right there, goes in after Haunter is able to get the stun here. They know they have the easy follow because Bjergsen is also roaming. And watch Bjergsen here, drags his own sphere up to get that stun and secure the last kill. Even though the last one is a little bit close there, as Haunter, one more hit would have taken him down. From that point on, full steam ahead for TSM.
But the biggest question for me is, why was Ambition there in the first place? The cast said it over and over again. They have losing lanes across the board. You don't invade when all of your lanes are losing. Like, Shu on the other foot. No, that dude's wearing like pants on his head. Like, what? Is he lost?
Yeah, just absolute confusion there for Samsung Galaxy. Ambition with the aggressive move. It doesn't pay off for them. FLICKR capitalizes. And here's where I want to take a look at the leads at 10 and 20 here for TSM. A 4K gold lead at 10 minutes. That's the highest in the tournament so far. 6.3 at 15 minutes. Compare that to the tournament averages. 720 at 10. That's like 6 times the gold lead.
Yeah, it was almost like a bit of a spoiler, right? When the game started, TSM were like, hey, you guys know we're going to win this game, right? And then that's why people were like, oh, why isn't it over yet? Why was it taking so long? This was actually not a long game. The reason it started taking so long is because TSM were so far ahead that there wasn't anything else Samsung Galaxy could do except for continually spam out the poke on the Varus and the Ezreal into the brush and the Elise volatile spiraling. Those are all tools that they use really well to try and prolong the game and then sneak in those wards as soon as TSM recalled and get those couple of wards around Baron that delayed the game.
Clement, jump in here.
They really are picking a lot of compositions that have a lot of kill pressure in all lanes. You look down here, Jin, Braum, and Kennen, they have so much burst damage. They're doing that with the Lee Sin so well. And FLICKR was in the enemy jungle 26% of the time. That's a huge amount of counter jungle rate. I think the game went on long because there was nothing else to take in the enemy jungle. There was nothing there.
The only other thing that I really have to point out with draft phase, though, like while you bring it up, is the fact that they banned Vladimir. TSM banned Vladimir on the blue side. That pretty much guarantees it's going to be a Syndra first pick. Or you can say that, okay, we want the Syndra because Vlad's like the obvious pick into it. And for Samsung to then last ban Cassiopeia and then to take the Varus, I mean, obviously they were prepared for the matchup. It's obviously it was coming, but just kind of a big question mark there.
Right, exactly. I mean, that's maybe a matchup that they wanted. They thought they could play through. Clearly not the case, and that's where I want to finally look at Bjergsen's damage share. Comparison to yesterday, 18% damage share on that Orianna, not living up to the standards that he would even set for himself. But the comparison here, 30% of his team's damage today, and we saw it. Him and FLICKR as a duo, heading to those side lanes, getting those picks, and really accelerating the game.
Yeah, they kind of talked about it a little bit where Gone are the days of solo killing, and it's more about pushing up and roaming. Bjergsen solo killed and roamed. And got solo kills on Crown.
I'll take
then
that
pushed up the
guy.
minions, then also roamed and went to the side lanes.
Right.
I mean, yeah, complete control from the mid lane. And we've seen it multiple times already where Syndra is really, really high on the priority list for a lot of the teams that have these very good Syndra players. And there are very few options that you have to try and pick into that. If Vladimir has been getting banned, as we've been seeing, then it just leaves you with very few options. And Crown, back to his old Varus, did not have a fun day.
And Clement, we've talked about the importance of junglers in this tournament, and of course, player of the game going to Svenskeren once again. This guy is looking like a monster for this squad, especially on the likes of Lee Sin. I mean, I think teams are going to have to start considering that pick either away or banning it from him.
Exactly. I think this is a very good read from the TSM meta. It's all about pushing the lanes up and going into the enemy buffs. So you see the main areas where people are playing around are the 4 buffs between that. And once again, get the mid lane pushing. Like, there's nothing much the enemy jungler can actually do when he can outduel you every time.
Well, success for TSM here on day 2. We're going to take a quick break, but in just a few minutes, we'll be back for the next face-off of Worlds 2016 between the LPL's Royal Never Give Up and Europe's Splyce. Now, as we go, we'll get a look at fans that were supporting TSM all the way from New York City during that win over Samsung Galaxy.
TSM! 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 TSM!
Yo, we got home field advantage. Let's fucking go.
Svenskeren, can he do it again? Right to the Q. What up, over? They've got QB first blood. TSM starts him over the wall. Ambition propels down to his death. Also with the second kill.
It's Crown now.
Oh, good stuff from Bjergsen. Flash kick. Ulti all in, and Sven gets the next one.
They're starting Barry right now.
Here's the panic from Samsung Cuvée. Crown actually.
Rumble. Is that he said?
Just towards Cuvée for the stun. The zone news is good, but I don't think it's going to save him. And Horza grabs the double.
Go Rumble. He's done. Go Baron. Actually, can we end?
And TSM going to win their first game at Worlds.
在我个人性格方面的话，可能就是比以前更稳健了一点，然后心态也更好了一点。因为在以前打游戏的时候，如果稍微有一点劣势，就可能会导致自己整场游戏的心态和失误非常的多，然后会导致后面的比赛不可以很好的状态去面对。然后现在就算就是自己或者队友有一点小失误，到后面也是慢慢能应付的。
INTZ definitely proving that he has overcome these problems. Welcome back, everyone. Max Atlas Anderson here, stepping up to the caster desk with James Stress O'Leary and Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley for our next set of matches on the card. Currently loading up for their second appearance here at Worlds 2016 is LPL's Royal Never Give Up. And newcomers to the international stage, Europe's Splyce.
And let's start with the team that came off a big win yesterday over the number 1 ranked North American team, TSM, RNG, getting a big win. A lot of people would actually consider that an upset. A lot of the analysts put
After
TSM
the last
as number
game,
1
they
in their
certainly
group.
would.
Exactly. But a big change in playstyle when you look at how RNG played. A lot more focused, getting rid of some of those over-aggressive tendencies, looking for like teleport plays into team fights as well. It was really well played.
Yeah, they did play a lot better, and a lot of people's criticisms about RNG is their inconsistency, their over-aggression, and they got rid of a lot of that. But looking forward to this match with Splyce, I think a lot of it is really going to come down to picks and bans. We've been seeing a lot of trends breaking out here at Worlds so far. High priority on champions like Lee Sin, on the Syndra, on the Nami, and champions are having very different priorities between the teams. Some people highly prioritizing things like the Alistar, such as Mata yesterday, who pretty much hard carried that game against TSM.
Exactly, and you've cast Mata the whole season. In his own words, he was like, well, if I'm not,
If I get Alistar, I will win you the game. It's a direct quote from Mata. This guy is very confident on the champion. I won't talk about the fact that he lost a couple of times on the champion during the regular season, but certainly does perform to the next level.
You can ignore that. And, a lot of people were talking about Mata, talking about how maybe during the split he wasn't exactly up to his old ways. Well, another player that a lot of people were talking like that about over in Europe was Senkux. And now yesterday he got his hands on the Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
Very high priority for Splyce. And actually, as somebody who's casted a lot of Senkux over the last few months, it was a better performance by him. He got up in lane, he roamed early, got a few kills under his belt, but it wasn't enough for Splyce.
Yeah, I mean, he actually had a very standout performance, winning lane against Crown as far as CS goes, had great roaming, and another new thing for Splyce yesterday, first team, only team to bring out Kled, and unfortunately for Splyce boys, did not look so hot in that one, and Wonder was really kind of struggling.
And we talked about that a little backstage, talking about how he picked it into a bad matchup. You were sat there, Azael, and you were thinking, well, into Rumble, we've heard that that's not such a great lane matchup.
Yeah.
I don't really want to see the same matchup out of Wonder again today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But before we hit picks and bans, let's see who's queuing up on the blue side. It is going to be RNG with Lupa on the top side of the map, MLXG in the jungle, Xiaohu, the little tiger in the mid lane, Uzi and Mata, your AD carry and support with Coach Fly behind them.
On the red side from the European LCS representing Europe, it is Splyce in the top lane. It is Wonder. Jungle is Trashy. Mid lane is Senkux. AD carry Kobe with the support Mickey and their coach, as always, Yamato Cannon.
Very excited for this one. And speaking of Cassiopeia, Xiaohu actually played Cassiopeia as well. So there is some crossover there as far as champion pools, and we're going to have to see what these guys are going to do. You have to imagine that after Mata's performance yesterday, Alistar's got to be permaban, right? Get that out of there. But the question will be, what are the next two bans going to be for Splyce, and really, what is their priority going to be?
I feel like one pick we've seen throughout the day be super impactful is this Syndra. A couple of teams leaving it open and available. I don't really want to do that if I'm Splyce, maybe having to face a tough lane matchup as it is. So that's another one of these big ticket picks that I think is going to be off the board.
Yeah, and the other one that you want to look at as well is the Lee Sin. We've seen so many players go back to that champion, show incredible things, looking at Revolta, looking at Svenska, and MLXG wanted to play it yesterday. That game didn't happen. Maybe we'll see it this time.
Yeah, it certainly could. And Lee Sin's one of those champions where it looks incredible if you're incredible at it. And if you are just more of an average Lee Sin player, then I think the priority does not have to be that high. But we are going to be getting into picks and bans here, it looks like.
Yeah, and first up, is going to be an interesting one with the Kassadin being taken away.
I can give you some light on this. Kassadin, a very safe, I use in air quotes, pick for Senkuks. They just wait for the late game, play the side lanes, but obviously has its drawbacks as well.
Yeah, and of course, Kassadin, one of those champions that doesn't necessarily win lane, seems to suit Senkuks just a little bit.
Yeah, Senkuks has always been a guy who likes to do that split push style, and that has been a lot of what Splyce has relied on, the 1-3-1, and a couple of big ticket junglers now being taken off the page with the Elise, with the Nidalee. Excited to see where these teams are going to go. You know, you do have some strategies where you're going to try to super pinch the jungle champion pool and only leave one priority jungler up for RNG, so we'll see if that's something that they're going to want to try to do.
But now the pressure is turned back onto Splyce. They banned the Rek'Sai as well because they don't want the jungle matchup to go over to RNG by picking up that Rek'Sai first. We haven't seen Trashy delve too deep outside of the Rek'Sai, the Gragas on previous patches, which is no longer available. So now RNG, will they continue to pinch a jungle pool here? I don't think so for themselves.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be a nod over to Kabe, it looks like, with that Jhin. But we still have Olaf, we still have Lee Sin, both up.
We got a lot of different things, but that Syndra has seen such high priority. Intelligent ban coming out of Splyce might mean that RNG have the opportunity to take away the Snake Lady. Not a lot of other options with Aurelion Sol disabled to be picking up, but MLXG doesn't want to let anyone take his Lee Sin from him this time.
And this Lee Sin is pretty much the last remaining early impact jungler that is available for these teams. Taking that away, now it defaults to the likes of a Gragas. We've seen a little bit of Zac. The Olaf is also early focus as well and does provide damage, but honestly, it's not the type of champion Trashy has succeeded on in the last split for Splyce. So I wonder if they do move away from a supportive style, how that'll fare.
Yeah, we have seen Zac as well, so that is something that you can look at, but no pressure for Splyce to pick up their jungler just yet, and they're going to see a little bit more of what RNG wants to do with their draft first.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Karma and the Cassiopeia locked in. I do like picking away the Karma. I mean, the Sivir Karma enabling Uzi to have all of that extra movement speed on top of the On The Hunt is a good idea. There are still a lot of power picks. Xiaohu thinking about the Jace, which has been in his wheelhouse in the past.
There's been a long-running joke about
Let's not talk about...
Cassiopeia.
Oh, okay, good.
In Splyce's case in Europe, that Wonder did previously play a long time back. So there's the very small outside potential. This is a double flex, but it's more likely to be Senkuks with it in the middle lane, with the Karma down in the bottom lane. For RNG, though, they've got a lot of options available. Obviously, their jungle is locked in. This Nami, high priority Azale, you've talked about it already, how this Nami has rose to power. We haven't seen too much of it today, though.
And a lot of why Nami has actually come into the meta is to deal with Karma in lane. It's a very strong champion in that straight up 2v2 lane matchup. You have the sustain to deal with that poke, and you also have a fair amount of poke yourself as well as disengage. So definitely drafting a pretty strong lineup here so far. Victor coming in hasn't been super high priority, but for people who are comfortable on it, such as Crown, the champion still shines.
Yeah, and Xiaohu is definitely one of those players as well. So more than happy to sit back. We'll actually have the range against the Cassiopeia to at least take down those minions.
Yeah, should do. And then obviously as we transition into some of the skirmishes that RNG love to get themselves into, a lot of damage can come out from that Victor. We saw over 1,000 damage per minute come out yesterday from Samsung when they were playing the Victor. For Splyce, they're taking it a little bit slower, and it is a change-up from Trashy. We haven't seen this all that much from him, but going for more damage out of the jungle on that Olaf.
Yeah, and a lot of power in these two picks as well, as the Nara is going to be picked up alongside him. So Trashy will see whether he can head into the enemy jungle a little bit more than he would have been otherwise prone to.
Very beefy front line here as well. This is a team that's going to benefit a lot from the speed-ups of Karma, and I'll be interested to see if Sivir is actually going to get left up here, because I think that Sivir, along with the Olaf, along with some of these other champions, it does synergize pretty well.
Now, I wonder whether this is a little bit of not an ego play by Uzi here, saying, well, I'll just pick a lane counter against the Sivir. We already have the Nami. If we can just put you right on the back foot in the laning phase with something like a Caitlyn and never let them fight. Perhaps RNG are looking to close this early, but obviously it is a harbor. We may see them change away from that Caitlyn.
Yeah, they have actually switched away to the Ezreal. Uzi, I wanted to talk about his Caitlyn because it's terrifying. Hopefully he's going to pick it again some other time in this tournament. Mata is going to pick up Kennen for Looper on the top side of the map there as well, so a lot of AoE damage coming out of this team. I mean, Uzi, not necessarily on the hyper carry, because Ezreal, known for his mid-game power spike, but with these two big magic damage dealers, is going to be augmented well by that 80 carry.
And not only that, now this Kennen into the Gnar in the top lane gives them a favorable matchup up there. Ezreal and Nami very difficult to deal with in the bottom lane as well. So it could be a little difficult for Splyce here as this game starts up.
Yeah, the lanes could definitely be very tough, but if you're talking about about team fighting, I do think that Splyce has quite a frightening composition here with double speed ups from the bot lane, the Sivir, the Karma. You have the Olaf charging in, as well as people like Cassiopeia, who's going to be taking the Ghost and can keep up there too. But counter engage very heavily in favor here for RNG, who has the Kennen. If you dive in, Kennen can just jump right back past you into your back line, along with the Nami wave and things like this. So this is a comp that is going to be looking more to disengage and probably counter engage from RNG.
Exactly. It makes it very difficult to actually engage on RNG. As you talked about in Splyce, they may have a little trouble without good teleport flanks coming out for themselves, but that is one thing that RNG succeeded so well with yesterday. If they can do the same again, RNG looks to be very favored.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And the thing I want to take note of initially here is the fact that we're seeing MLXG on that early ganking jungler, but let us know which squad you think is going to walk away with this one. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag RNG if you think China's second seed will take it away, or use the hashtag SPYWin if you're backing up the team from Europe.
Well, I certainly are. We didn't have the best, performance yesterday, but it's a tough one again.
We weren't going to mention the elephant in the room.
Oh,
it's going to be fine.
At this point, it's a pretty big elephant for Europe, and it fell flat on its face yesterday. We'll see if we can regroup with a little bit today, but nevertheless, as we head into the game, RNG taking on Splyce. It's going to be a great game.
Most certainly will. RNG will be starting off on our blue side here the first time that these teams meet. Splyce on the red. And we'll see whether MLXG is going to be able to make it happen. We can hear already San Francisco getting behind RNG.
A massive amount of support here for the Chinese squad. Very, very exciting for them, I'm sure.
And make sure, ladies and gentlemen, we go over, check out the Fog of War stream for this one. Should be very exciting. Quite scary as well, I could see, as we are going to have a slight pause. Sepia mode has been activated.
It's not quite the stream we were talking about as the horror film stream, which I think perhaps is coming in the second round of games, or well, what should have been.
Yeah.
But maybe this is it. We were talking about, EDG, INTZ, but yesterday, man.
That would have been the other way around.
Exactly, it would have been the opposite. So perhaps this time that Fog of War stream may very well give you exactly what you're looking for if you're a fan of, some horror movies. But if Splyce can fire back, maybe it won't be quite so one-sided.
Yeah, so Senkugs just was not able to see his health bar there, so we are going to have him relog, hopefully be able to get that fixed up right away, and hopefully it won't be too much of a delay. But as we do get into this, it is going to be a pretty tough matchup for Splyce, even stylistically, simply because this is a team that traditionally has had slow starts. They're a team that is like kind of play it slowly. Sometimes they're a little bit behind in their lanes, but they're strong in the 1-3-1. And RNG is a team that likes to be lane dominant. They pick winning lanes. They're incredibly talented players individually, mechanically very gifted, and they're a team that's going to push the pace.
Yeah. RNG love to skirmish early as well. That's one of the key things we've seen a lot over in the LPL. Like the ability to fight with this, immense amount of gold that goes over to Uzi as well. It's just so difficult to deal with. And for a team like Splyce, as you said, they're slow off the blocks as well. They don't like to fight early on. They don't like them to get themselves into the mix until they can spread out across all three lanes and TP in behind you. Very difficult to do.
Yeah, and the thing that I really like about RNG's composition this time around is that it facilitates that. They have the early skirmishing jungler in the Lee Sin. As we hop back onto Summoner's Rift, Senkugs not going to get hit by the Sonic Wave.
Interesting kind of level 1 shenanigans going on here in the bot lane as both people were actually kind of trying to ward each other out. It looked like RNG wanted to get a bit of a bush camp on there, try to do a little cheesy level 1, but it was warded out here by Mickey X, so nice anticipation of that move.
We've seen a couple of different level 1s from the bot lanes, from the junglers, the CLG doing that tricky one up in the top lane.
They're still going to go for it, looks
with
like.
Krugs, yeah, exactly. As you're saying, they're still looking to go for that play, but right now, RNG still waiting. This is a bottom lane that two big names to be feared that perhaps, didn't always post the results. Everybody always said, oh, maybe this and that about RNG.
Just building synergy.
Exactly.
Building synergy, of course. We have heard talk about that improving. We'll see whether they're going to prove it because Mako and Deft tried this particular lane combo. They did fantastically well in lane, but INTZ proved to be too much. We'll see whether the redemption is going to come out here. There's already some shots being fired. Mickey X down very low.
Yeah, they have to be extra careful because Mata's actually playing Ignite, so he's going very heavily aggressive for this lane. RNG wants to dominate here in the early game, and they're off to a good start.
Yeah, he's playing so far up in this lane. Ebb and Flow doing some work, doesn't get the coveted double bounce.
It's the dream.
Oh, it is. Feels so good, Azale.
It does. We'll see if he can even get, all of that connected in the lane. Oh, Senkak's taking a lot of damage in the mid lane as well. I want to touch on that Ignite because, throughout time, we've seen the kind of downfall of Ignite unless you're in a kill lane, because unless you can actually get those kills in the lane, it's very kind of almost a useless summoner ability unless you're against a Vlad. Whereas we've seen these 2v2 lanes going in the favor of, AD carries and supports, the likes of Uzi. There we see the trading coming out from RNG. Always bottom lane, trying to just get as much damage out as they can.
I apologize. We found the double bounce, and it felt very good. But you can see Uzi couldn't quite get the Tide Caller's Blessing buff working for him. Mata's still playing so far up this lane.
Yeah, and
pressure.
He's feeling a little bit of that pressure to get something done with that Ignite, which is going to be outscaled by the exhaust. And we have MLXG now hanging around here on the bot side. Will back off.
I've seen him do this a lot as well. Does like to spend some time.
He's in trouble.
He's been ignited. The auto attacks are there, but he does create the range. Kobbe taking a lot as well as the spell shield doesn't do anything. Mata very low at the same time. In fact, everyone missing their health bars.
Solid trade out of RNG. 2 summoners out from Splyce in exchange for that Ignite. And of course, the sustain is going to come out from Mata, but Trashy wants to try and punish top lane.
Yeah, Trashy is looking for top lane, and Looper is shoved up very far here. Could be in some trouble.
Oh, Wonder doesn't get the double hop. Looper lightning rushes his way out. Trashy not going to stick around.
Little bit of miscommunication perhaps out of the Splyce duo up on that top side. Trashy was still waiting. Bottom lane, spell shield used already. Fair amount of action down in that bottom lane, but look at the difference up in top. There was a big CS lead that was opened up by Looper. It's closed from Wonder now.
Mata has to be careful at this point. He has no more potions. He's actually very low here as well. This bot lane is getting very, very tight. As a lot of low health bars here.
A heal bait right now. You can feel it. Mata knows there's a ward in there.
Knows there's a ward. Is the poke coming out though? Kobbe doesn't quite connect with that first Q. Whew.
Very dangerous. It's Trashy looking for Xiaohu. Lands the undertow, actually. Xiaohu's over to the side. MLXG's going to turn out just in time. Trashy loses half of his health bar, but just trading blows for now.
Yeah, Trashy's just trying to help Senkux push this out. Senkux was getting low. They're feeling a little bit of danger. Senkux in trouble!
MLXG safeguards his way out. Senkux has to go back to base.
Doesn't quite have the damage this early on. Of course, only level 4, so gets into the lane. Gets the Ghost and the Flash from Splyce. Ghost from Trashy was used a little earlier there.
And Senkux is actually trying to hang around a little bit. He doesn't necessarily want to lose this full wave. You can see MLXG moving around the side, and this is a very tense early game here.
Yeah, another bounce.
Ooh,
Uzi, he's going to lose blood for Uzi! As Kobbe's taking damage as well. No Mystic shot, but that was huge.
This is Uzi and Mata straight
They're not done yet.
Kobbe, he's got to be careful. He's so low.
MLXG's just going to walk at him. There's the flash. A good spell shield from Kobbe. Saves his life.
Saves his life, but RNG a crippling Splyce in the bottom lane right now. Look at that CS advantage.
Yeah, the CS plus the first blood, the gold lead is astronomical, and here it is again. Uzi sees the opportunity, goes for it, no hesitation at all. And mikyx, not respecting that Tide Caller's blessing damage there,
that was
able to take him down.
Last second from Mata as well. Just came off cooldown and got it while that was in the air.
Oh, looking rough for Splyce already. And with summoners down on Kobbe here, too, it's something where they can look to repeat gank.
They can look to go down for another set of kills down there. And of course, at this point, you're looking at RNG with a bot lane that is difficult to deal with, but theoretically, Ezreal should be, waiting a little bit on that tier, should be perhaps behind the curve when it comes to damage. With that first blood, massive CS advantage. This Civ is going to take a long time to get into this game, if Kobbe can, before RNG look to really put the pressure down.
Yeah, they got a big wave to clean up here. Goes back, grabs the tier, as well as the Cull and a longsword. So theoretically, as far as battle stats are concerned here towards the bottom side of the map, will still go in favor of Kobbe, raw damage.
It certainly will, but if you look across the map, it's hard to find the bright point for Splyce right now. They're losing CS in the top lane. They're losing very heavily in the mid lane, 49 to 34 there. Down about 10 in the top lane, down 16 in the bot lane. Across the board, they are falling dangerously behind.
I found it, Azael. I'm going to go for any win to win. Jungle CS.
There you go.
Nailed it.
There you go.
You got those lucidity boots as well.
Europe's winning at something, I guess, at this point.
And the lucidity boots, I actually really like as a purchase because with the Ghost, with the Insight, you're going to have such a low cooldown on that you can aggressively trade out your Ghost, hopefully to get a flash or a summoner from your opponents, and you're going to have that up much more often than they are.
You can see some farming here towards the bottom side. Uzi doesn't like that. He's going to get the Tide Caller's blessing damage. mikyx does at least tether him up for the moment. Uzi taking damage. Kobe, no, not quite enough. Doesn't have the flash to follow up as Mata takes matters into his own hands. Ebb and Flow is going to keep Uzi topped up, but man, that was dangerous, and Splyce looking good. Trashy's here.
Trashy is here. They want to try to get something done. Uzi holding on to his heel that entire time, and Kobe really smart to actually respect that. Had he gone forward, the heel would have come out. He probably would have given his life there, even though it looked really close.
You can see those Splyce are getting kind of almost baited into these fights time and time again in this bottom lane, and what it means is RNG. Ooh,
Yeah, Chaos Storm in the mid lane. Ultimate's traded as Senkok's just petrifying gazes Xiaohu.
And this is Xiaohu basically saying, get out of my lane right now. I want to push this wave under the tower. I want to get damage down. You are not getting any of this farm or experience, and I'm going to move away.
Yeah, it's like, I have the money for my Hex Core. I want to go back and pick it up.
Exactly. He just wants to be able to dominate from that mid lane, push Senkok's back as often as he can. Remember, Senkok's still has no flash or ghost available, so he is a bit of a sitting duck if he ever tries to make a play.
And because there's summoners down there, there's summoners down in the bot lane, and MLXG is level 6, and RNG are camping this out. They're looking for some cheese.
There's the tidal wave. Mickey taking a lot of damage, but there's the heal out. He's going to keep him alive for the moment, but Uzi just launches his way in. That's another kill. Trashy trying to get people out of his jungle, but he's not going to be able to. MLXG gets that one. Xiaohu now possibly in trouble, but in comes Looper, slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohu in trouble. Wonder, he can't do it. He can't get the last auto. Looper grabs the kill, and Senkox should clean this one up.
Senkox gets to, he knows MLXG is around. Can he actually find him? Looks like he won't be able to, but at least Splyce is able to pick something up on the back there.
Can't quite find for another kill, but at least picks up the one kill, as you were saying. This is what Senkox did a little yesterday that was working well for Splyce. The problem is this time he's down in lane at the same time, so it's not enough to recoup. And this jungle fight was all over the red buff. Xiaohu was first out of the lane here. He had the dominance, and that's where they go aggressive onto MLXG. Trashy, 1 versus 2 cannot do enough. Sure, Wonder makes it here first, but from there, RNG are able to output the damage to inevitably take him down, and Senkox thankfully is able to come up to the top side and clean this fight up.
Yeah, really good spacing as well from Splyce, making sure that Slicing Maelstrom wasn't hitting 2 members. Meant that Looper wasn't able to get too much work done with that ultimate, which could have been very important. Almost has his Proto Belt completed, as well as that double Doran's Blade, and that Hex Core that we were talking about has been upgraded for Xiaohu, so a little bit augmented is the wave clear for the victor.
Makes a big difference. Once you hit that threshold, it's very hard to keep that wave pushed out, even as the Cassiopeia. So this is going to give Xiaohu the advantage of being able to shove in first, roam around, help to do things like get vision in the river.
And that is one of the big weaknesses of Splyce when you look at how their early game kind of plays into a mid game, is if they can at least hold themselves fairly even, they can drag out a game, draw it out into the side lanes. This time, they don't have anything like a teleport coming from Senkox. They do obviously have Wonder for a side lane, but it's difficult for them to play the style that they had been famous for in summer.
Oh, there's a Chaos Storm though. Trashy takes half of his health bar. Ragnarok gonna keep him safe.
And you know, Trashy was one of the big proponents of this. On the Rex side, on the Gragas, he would be able to help his lanes, help the side lanes either disengaging or coming across as the Rex side to give them a little extra support with warding in the jungle. But on this Olaf, it's such a different role.
Yeah, he is having a tough time so far, but you know, looking to ways that Splyce can kind of get back into this, you have to think Wonder with his TP, having that TP advantage is something that he needs to look to do, but Splyce is really struggling to even get out from under their turret in the bot lane, so they're not really able to get these deep wards to allow him to try to go for a play like this. And not only is Uzi getting massively ahead in the farm, he has 2 kills, and he's working heavily on that bot lane turret.
Trashy's on a ward here.
He's going to get hit by the Sonic Wave as MLXG is going to follow up. Should be able to get it up, but there's the kick flash. Tidal Wave comes in. There's the knockup into the Aqua Prison. See you later, Trashy, and MLXG safeguards out.
Just beautiful play there from MLXG and Mata. Taking him off the Alistar. He's still making plays up at Nami. The kick flash into the Tidal Wave, into the bubble. Perfect CC chain. They knew that Trashy had no Ragnarok from that earlier play in mid lane, and RNG are just capitalizing on every single moment of weakness that Splyce shows.
Well, Azael, earlier you were asking what would have happened if we'd have seen MLXG on the Lee Sin. What would have been yesterday of his performance? And he's showing us a little bit today of what Svenskeren brought yesterday. But RNG in full control of this game. It's going to be a dragon going over to them as well here. And honestly, they've won pretty much every lane. They've won all the early skirmishes as well. There's not a lot stopping them from looking to turn to objectives in the form of towers next.
Yeah, MLXG, of course, able to solo that one out. No vision available for Splyce. And if we're going to have a look at that, I mean, the map is lit up with blue wards here for RNG. Yeah. They know exactly what's going on. Splyce seem to be reeling here at 12.5 minutes. It is only 3,000 gold. We'll see who's going to be able to pick it up here for the European team.
It is only 3,000 gold now, but as these turrets start to fall and RNG is moving here to the bot lane, they're looking to dive.
Oh, Mickey X, he just says, well, if someone's gonna die, it may as well just be one of us. And it should be the tower as well here for RNG.
It's looking way too clean for RNG up against, you know, the team that finished second in the European LCS for the summer split. RNG are looking like they're on another level right now, and honestly, that's a little painful to say, but they deserve it from this performance.
Speaking of painful, if you take a look at the gold differential in the bot lane, it's 2,300 gold ahead for Uzi at 13 minutes. That's a 40 CS lead.
And he's got it all in the bag.
God,
he's not even
he's holding onto his gold lead and he's smacking people with it.
It's hard to see a world in which Uzi doesn't take over this game when his call hasn't even cashed out. He's 10 CS off that. He's already disgustingly ahead, and Trashy now in trouble once again.
Yeah, there's the slicing maelstrom from Lupa, catches up to him with the lightning rush. And in comes Mata as well. Trashy has to use the ult, gets himself out with the ghost helping him as well, and Wonder finally gets there to save his jungler.
Yeah, Trashy gets out, but honestly, he's on the other opponent's side of the map. When you're this far behind, it's so difficult to hold on to that territory. It's one of the things that we started seeing become a problem for TSM when they couldn't control a lot of the vision control against RNG. They ended up kind of in their own territory, getting TP'd on, getting engaged on, and that looks to be what RNG want to do again.
And now is when you have to play very, very scared in that situation as well, because Mata has been unlocked. That first tower did fall down on the bottom side of the map. 5,000 gold, the resulting lead. But it means now that this Nami could be anywhere.
Certainly can, and the tough part becomes you're already losing in farm, and now you're going to start losing control over both sides of your jungle. Oh, they're going to go aggressive on Sendex. What a nice little turn there from Xiaohu.
Beautiful. The Chaos Storm not going to quite do enough damage there to Senkunks. Gets himself out. The Inspire helping there as well from the Karma.
And you can see that as soon as that turn comes about, Senkunks instantly loses that trade because he has to back away from the Chaos Storm. There's no way he can stand and trade because the damage is just not going to be there for him. Ooh, they're just pushing them all the way back under this tower.
They're bullies.
It's only a matter of
bullies right now.
It's only a matter of time before MLXG comes behind the turret and they look to dive. If they bring Uzi across as well, that's the play that is going to crack open this middle lane for RNG.
Well, MLXG going to grab himself the Wolf Spirit. And there's a Gnar on the top side of the map. Lupa gets stunned. Big boulder to his face there as well. Should make it underneath the turret. Nice stun. Another Boomerang's going to land. Wonder looking for the dive. Can't quite get it. The rest of RNG are available.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough, and Looper still has his ultimate up there. The flash available too would be too risky for Wonder, but if he could land a little bit more poke, we'll see. But RNG taking over this topside jungle. They're looking for the red buff.
Senkunks is on the bottom side. No teleport from the mid laner. He's not running it this game, so RNG want to engage top side and look for further objective control, but they don't quite get the Nami ultimate to connect. And RNG, they're going to temper themselves a little.
Yeah, a bit wide on the tidal wave. This Brambleback has been made quite upset this game. They're once again, MLXG, leave him alone. Trashy is hanging around as well, does have his smite available. They do have a ward, but here's the pressure RNG have. He just doesn't even want to try.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. He doesn't know where all these members are. Mata has not been seen on a ward in quite some time. Could just be 3 guys sitting in that bush, and he has to pay the respect over to RNG because they have been playing this out so well. Not only are they making solid aggressive plays, but they're tempering that aggression at times where it would be too risky.
And at this point, what RNG are doing here is they're saying, okay, well, we recognize that one of the only real ways of Splyce perhaps getting into it is Wonder being able to join from across map, so they put their dual lane up to the top side. Look at it. Uzi's gone in!
Going 1v2. Mata's going to eventually turn up. MLXG's here! Lands the Q! Ragnarok's not enough, and Uzi grabs the kill. MLXG tanking the turret. Lupa has found his way in. Wallop goes wide. Wonder, he's a bit tanky, but MLXG's still going to get the kill. That juggle was beautiful.
Just making it look so easy. Looper doesn't even bother using the ultimate. They're going to hold on to their major cooldown because they are not going to stop. They are going to continue pushing, and they want more and more.
There was no way for Splyce to react to that play. It was exactly what RNG wanted. Oh
dear.
Not again, dude.
We praised him for having a good Cassiopeia game. Xiaohu is just in his mind right now. The turns, the little jukes in this mid lane matchup is really hurting hurting.
Yeah, maybe keep the yelling at RNG in the comms instead of a little bit too far away from Xiaohu.
But that whole play, RNG just punishing Splyce. They don't have TP from their mid lane. They're attacking the TP now, and there's no way. Look, Civ is even recalling. They're pinging it on the map.
Everything is so well done. Uzi stops the recall. They're all moving up here. Mata and Uzi are so strong at this point. He's able to go aggressive into them.
And the whole thing is MLXG just went aggressive on to Kobe in the jungle before coming top. Here's the TP out, but we're back into the action bot lane.
Yeah, in goes Lupa Protobelts there. Trashy is able to get himself relatively far away from this one, but Mata's blocking him. MLXG should be able to get this kill eventually. There's no flash, just kicks him in the face. And that is going to be the jungle dominance asserted.
Just brutal. 7,000 gold, the lead now for RNG as they are closing in on all sides, contesting every camp. There's no easy wins here for Splyce.
Well, then,
oh God,
just
Uzi wants it.
Just walks in. Kobe taking so much damage. But they take down. Mickey's running. He's between turrets. MLXG is going to get underneath the outer turret, and Senkuk's not going to be able to do anything.
You can't run, you can't hide. Uzi's come.
So scary.
Uzi has arrived at Worlds.
Oh, Senkuk's gets two.
Yeah, nice stun on MLXG, but can he actually do anything? Uzi picks up another one. Mickey's down low. Wonder's trying to make something happen. Mata was taking the turret for a little bit too long. Uzi, a double kill. This guy's 6-0-2. 50 CS up, and they'll take down the turret.
Make the gold lead 4,000 on Uzi alone over Kobe. Just brutal, as Uzi is just, he is so strong. He's unkillable almost.
He's a man on a mission.
If Uzi continues at this pace, he's going to double the gold earned of Kobe. Like, very quickly if he continues this pace. But RNG have got so much damage from this Lee Sin, the Ezreal, the Kennen, the Victor. Everything is just instantly blowing up Splyce. And, you know, this was after Uzi had just walked in mid lane and killed Kobe. That's about as good as an ult as Senkuk's is going to get, and they can't capitalize.
Yeah, Uzi with a nice little turn, dodges it. Everyone seems to be able to have Senkuk's downloaded, but he is just so strong. Wonder going forward, gets taken down so fast. This is a guy that is an item and a half ahead of his counterpart this early in the game.
Insane performance out by Uzi to be that far ahead, and as Baron is about to spawn in 15 seconds, what that means is RNG are going to play the game of get all of the vision control on the top side, and then look to push Splyce back, maybe try and catch him out in the jungle, get a kill or two, take the Baron, and set their eyes on the base.
Yeah, and they'll grab Dragon number 2 here as well in the meantime. Ocean and Cloud now picked up. Bit of regen, bit of movement speed. Can't go wrong, is now Wonder. He possibly could. Mystic Shot gets the slow with the Tycaler's Blessing. In goes the zoning tidal wave. There's the Aqua Prison. Beautiful play, but Wonder had nowhere to go.
Ignite for good measure by Mata. Uzi even sidesteps the wallop.
He's still got the extra 5 AD.
That's a long time ago.
I'm an old man, Stress.
Oh dear. Senkuk's is pretending to do his best Ryu impression of waiting halfway up a lane in a bush and hoping Lupa just walks forward into him. If Lupa reads this one from being in the bush, there's something going on.
I mean, at this point, this is basically all Splyce can hope for.
Yeah.
They need to get picks. They need to have odd number fights because there's just no chance to win in a straight up even match right now.
And if we're going to have a look at the damage the items have caused as well, I mean, that was an outright Rylai's Crystal Scepter picked up by Xiaohu. You can see that's a Trinity Force. The Manamune already transformed into that Muramana and a BF sword now for Uzi. I really hope that we get to see his Duskblade of Drakthar Ezreal build. And it is a thing. This isn't just me getting excited about different items on Champion. You building them.
At this point, you can see it doesn't matter really what he builds next.
That's a
because
good
he
point.
is doing so much damage, even to Wonder, who, you know, has that air of tankiness about him with the Frozen Mallet and the Phage. But honestly, it doesn't matter. Mid lane, Mickey's dead.
See you, Mickey. That'd be a Chaos Storm. Don't want to eat that one, as now the tower's going to follow. Yep.
And RNG are just taking everything. They really can do whatever they want at this point. They're going topside. They're going to take another inner turret. It'll make it 6-0 at this point for those turrets over Splyce, and Splyce is just crumbling. It's hard to see a world where they come back in this one.
Fall back. They do hang out underneath their inhibitor turret. The inner is going to fall. Xiaohu grabs it with an afterthought auto attack. Some backs to come in. RNG still going to pad those items. And Mata going to get undertowed. See whether he tries to get revenge for that one.
A lot of people would look at just the compositions and say, well, Sivir, Cassiopeia, these are champions that should be able to team fight late. Unfortunately, RNG are just so incredibly far ahead on the items alone that realistically, it doesn't matter how good the scaling is, RNG are crisp on their plays, their movements around the map have been solid. Wonder's having to TP back to the fountain because he was in trouble.
MLXG was coming through his lane from basically his base.
Yeah, and here is that kill on Mickey once again. Walks a little bit too far forward and just like that. The second part of the E hits, the second tick of the ult hits, and that's all it takes.
He doesn't have a Lich Bane. I mean, I don't know. He just popped.
Half health from that tick. I mean, he's 5 levels up now, Mickey, when you look at it.
It's level 9
it is to be expected when that happens. I mean, even Mata has 2 levels up on Mickey. He's the same level as Cubby. This is fairly unheard of when you look at a regular game.
This is also a 13,000 gold lead at 23 minutes into this game. We were talking about the most decisive victories that we've seen so far. We've seen some of them today, and this is certainly up there with them.
I actually really like the Bloodthirster buy here for Uzi because it just gives him a little bit more survivability, right?
Yeah.
You get that HP shield, you have a really high lifesteal, and it's going to allow him to play even more aggressively with the support of his team. Oh, he can.
Now he can, you're going to see it. Doesn't even care about the Iceborne we saw in the last game, the Trinity Force, get that extra damage, get everything going, and RNG, you know, they haven't turned their focus on the Baron yet. They want to just fight constantly by the looks of things.
Well, these auto attacks are doing a lot of work from the 3-item Uzi. Wonder, that was just one that he took as the theoretical tank, but he doesn't have tank items. He's only got a bit of health.
Yeah, and RNG is just running them around now straight onto the inhibitor turret. It's going down 24 minutes into the game. They crack the base.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
MXG!
In he goes, kicks Senkux back into his base. Okay, we'll have a bit of a disengage for now as Uzi dodges out of the way of the ultimate. Senkux couldn't find it, has to flash out of the tidal wave. True Shot Barrage is going to go wide. Xiaohu playing so far up, and that's going to secure the inhibitor.
RNG just pushed Splyce all the way back, and with 5 members still alive, RNG pushed Splyce inhibitor down at 24 minutes in this game. They're looking for mid
getting
now.
corralled at the moment.
Yeah, top lane is shoving in here for RNG, mid lane shoving in, bot lane shoving in. They have complete control of the map, and they are looking to end this game out very soon.
I haven't seen Uzi use an arcane shift not forward at all this entire game. He hasn't had to. This is going to be another inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Inhibitor to follow. There's on the hunt. Splyce. They want to try and make something happen. In goes Looper. Trashy gets into the backline, but he just doesn't have any damage. Uzi is tearing apart this team, and Cobby can't do anything. Another arcane shift. Pop goes the support. Out of the way of the wallop. That's the triple. That's one front kill for Uzi, and they'll just finish the game. What a beast!
Who else but Uzi to finish it off? Doubling his opponent's gold in this game. Complete dominance for RNG. They are 2-0 in the 2016 World Championship.
Utterly incredible. 10-0-4 for Uzi. He uses all of his mana to take down the Nexus, and RNG go 2-0.
That was one hell of a performance out by RNG. A lot of it can come from the draft in the way that we look at the lanes that RNG set up for themselves, but then it's execution. And what sublime execution from that bottom
has
lane.
2 meanings in that sentence as well.
Exactly, Uzi and Mata in that bottom lane, straight up dumpstered Cobby and Mickey in the laning phase, just consistently trading on them. Such a big lead from that.
This has got to be the most dominating AD carry performance I think I've ever seen in a single game. This was just outstanding from Uzi and the entire RNG squad. And now 2-0 atop their group, already took down TSM, looked great doing it yesterday, looking extremely dominant here today, not missing a beat so far.
Just unbelievable play. And Uzi, he's not necessarily been known for Ezreal play throughout his career. No. It was things like Lucian, things like Caitlyn that were really what you saw him shine on. But that Ezreal was next level. And there are so many incredible Ezreal players here at this tournament alone.
You know, we spoke about the strength of the AD carries. That exactly is why we put Uzi on that list every single time. For Splyce on the other side, a little disappointing when you look at that they would never have got to the point where their strengths actually shone through as a team. They're still a very young team when you look at it, and honestly, you can see a couple of moves, especially yesterday in their games against Samsung, but it was just not enough to hold up against RNG.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is, we talked about it, it's a stylistic mismatch. RNG, so talented individually, so aggressive as a team, and Splyce, with a traditionally weak early game, just could not stand up whatsoever. RNG took full command of this game and never let it go.
And it was completely different to their game against TSM as well. I mean, they played measured in the early game. They had the Heck Room. They wanted to scale. This game, they picked the Lee Sin, and it was go, go, go. All they were doing, they were testing every single limit in the early game. As soon as they found one weakness, felt like it was all over.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. But for more on that win, let's head down to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, before we get into the game itself, I've got to welcome to the desk, Spawn and Deficio joining us here. But RNG, oh my goodness. I mean, you heard it from the crowd.
That's
They're
a different
excited.
LPL team, by the way. So I'll just hold you up there. But yeah, that's another great performance out of Royal Never Give Up. And I mean, we knew that this team had such good individual talent, but when you had a look at their form coming into the tournament, I think how well and how polished they have played has just blown everyone out of the water.
Oh yeah, they showed up here today and yesterday against TSM. Now, Deficio, I've got to ask you, what exactly is the diagnosis here for the struggles that Splyce has seen so far this tournament?
Well, I think one of the things we feared the most when it came to Splyce and their performance in this group was like the individual talent compared to a team like RNG. And I think we saw it in this game here. The comp from Splyce were not supposed to fall really far behind early on. They had good mid lane pick, fine bot lane, strong early jungler. Problem is when your mid laner messes up level 1, when your bot lane messes up level 2 and just start dying and dying 2v2 to Uzi and Mata, very quickly the game just snowballs out of control. So honestly, it comes down to individual mechanics on Splyce side, just losing the lanes.
I mean, we had here what you were talking about, some of those early troubles in the lane phase, both in the mid and bot lane. I mean, Uzi and Mata putting on a clinic here.
Yeah, they certainly were. And Uzi always steps forward to challenge CS, so it's very difficult to tell when he is going to go for these all-in players. Once again, targeting out Mickey here, making sure that they've got the person without the spell shield. And it's just Uzi stepping forward, being able to arcane shift aggressively and take down the support.
Yeah, I just want to give some context on Uzi's performance today. Usually he's up 18 CS at 20 minutes in the LPL. He was up 18 CS as 5 minutes in this game. And when he got the kill, he went back and got a cull, didn't go for the Iceborne Gauntlet, finished on a Triforce and a Bloodthirster. And he also finished the game with a quadra kill and doubled the amount of gold than the enemy AD carry.
I mean, we're looking at this gold graph right here, and it just tells the story.
Close game.
Yeah, very close game. You know, but and this is where I now want to kind of exactly zoom out and look at this RNG roster after these two performances that they've put up here in Group D, what was called the Group of Death. They're looking pretty dominant. Obviously, they haven't played Samsung Galaxy just yet.
Yeah, exactly right. And they've done it in two different ways. I mean, they were very patient and methodical against TSM and picked a scaling comp. This time it's MLXG running around on Lee Sin. And the follow-up was there. Mata was able to follow him into the jungle after mid and bottom had been won. So I think that even though they're two very convincing victories, both are done in different fashion, which is a very good sign.
So for me, I look mainly at the game yesterday versus Team Solo Med. I actually don't think this game specifically told me anything I didn't expect from RNG, because we knew they were going to have super strong laners, much stronger than Splyce. So them running over them, again, that's kind of expected. But it's good to see every player is showing up. So that's the one thing we can take from this. The game yesterday, I mainly just look at Mata. Like when this guy shows up, RNG just has another playmaker on their team, and he's such a massive carry as a support. So when he's able to show up on Alistar and other picks, I think RNG looks strong. So I actually think that was a really good sign for them.
But here's the thing, then he plays Nami, he's landing every single bubble there. So I mean, we talk about, hey, give me Alistar and I'll win you the game. Apparently give him Nami, will win the game too. But the player that I'm looking at in this game is Uzi, player of the game here. We mentioned already with those crazy laning statistics, but this man led the charge today. 10-0 and 4 KDA. You hear from the crowd, too. They loved watching this one.
And statistically, he is the best laner in the world, I think it is fair to say. And when he does challenge CS the way he does, especially against a younger player like Kobe, like Mickey there, it's like a pressure cooker. Eventually, you are going to crack and you're going to see a mistake come out. And Uzi is very good at punishing that. So I think that was all this game was. Very inexperienced opponents coming in here, and Uzi was able to take advantage.
All right, well, then let's leave it at that with RNG on top of Group D for now. It's time for us to step away, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with Europe's H2K squaring off against CB LOL's INTZ. So don't touch that dial.
Today, boys, is about showing up. We have the tools to play at the highest level. Now it's a question of using these tools.
This is a very tense early game here.
Yeah, another bounce. Uzi, he's getting blood for Uzi! As Kobe's taking damage as well. In comes Lupa, slicing Maelstrom. Xiao Hu in trouble. Wonder, he can't do it! He can! Gets the last auto. Lupa grabs the kill, and Senko happen. Mata was taking the turret for a little bit too long. Uzi, a double kill. This guy's 6-0-2, and Kobe can't do anything. Another arcane ship. Pop goes the support. Out of the way of the wallop. That's the triple. That's quadra kill for Uzi. 10-0-4 for Uzi. He uses all of his mana to take down the Nexus.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to San Francisco's Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, where H2K and INTZ are about to face off on Summoner's Rift. And the big story from day one has to be Brazil's INTZ coming up big against EDG, really running away with that game and taking a win to top their group.
you have to look at the two top, the best players on their team, Yang and Revolta. Revolta, probably the better Chinese top laner yesterday, and he's going to play those carry top laners. He had the Gnar, multiple solo kills. They always work so well together. They're going to walk up to the lane, and if your jungler's not there, they're going to kill you underneath that turret. And also Revolta, they had a bit of a reputation as kind of a chokers in their own league. They failed multiple times on IWCQ, but that's a thing of the past after they defeated EDG yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you can see how much priority they take in getting those two strong picks in the early game. I mean, the Gnar wins so many matchups right now. They lock in Lee Sin for Revolta. That's always been a style pick for him. I mean, and he has played against good junglers in the past, like SOFM, so you know he can do it. The jungle top proximity for them was absolutely insane. I mean, it's 26.4%. The world's average is only 11% there. You can see about a quarter of the early game. That means Revolta's up there helping out Yang. And I think that that's actually a little bit of an issue, because if there's a team I think that can deal with that, it is actually H2K. Jankos and Odoamne should be much more prepared to deal with that strategy, where Clear Love and Mouse obviously failed in the early game.
Yeah, I do agree that H2K should now be prepared. You've kind of seen some of the cards from INTZ, you know, Yang getting Gnar, Revolta on Lee Sin, and kind of camping that top lane. None of those picks are kind of new or surprising. However, we knew Revolta was a great jungler. He was a big playmaker. So I definitely agree that H2K can be prepared for it. I'm just more concerned about H2K themselves, because they make so many mistakes in the mid to late game. We saw yesterday, you know, they won the early game as we expected. They get into mid game, they make one mistake around the mid tower where they overforce, and then everything collapses, where they didn't do anything all of a sudden for the entire mid game. Look at this graph here on the screen. Look at especially in the center of it, where you see between 15 and 28 minutes, they didn't pick up a single kill, and they were ahead at this point. That is really not good enough as a team who's supposed to close out games fast, and that's a big problem for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, but at the same time, INTZ had to take 3 Barons and stalled what was the biggest gold lead of the day out to an incredibly long game in the end, and you could see that they were very nervous with closing out the game. It really was never in doubt. They did have these huge advantages, but they left the door open. The Vladimir was scaling up, the Ezreal was scaling up. If that game went for another 10 minutes, maybe it doesn't end that way. So the closing, I think, is going to be a little bit of an issue.
Against EDG, though.
Well, I was going to say, how much of that might be just confidence issues? Hey, it's game 1 here on the world stage. We want to take it slow and steady. Now with that win under their belt, they might be a little bit more willing to put the foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, I don't know if they are now, though, because expectations rise as you accumulate these victories. And H2K's defeat was pretty convincing towards the latter stage of the game. So I think INTZ now are going to put more pressure on themselves to be able to close out in a better fashion.
Well, then the question here have the expectations risen on this desk? Predictions here, H2K versus INTZ. Spawn, kick us off.
Obviously, I'm the wildcard caster. I casted INTZ the whole way through, and I think that H2K is going to win this game. I think that their bottom lane is very good right now, and they will be able to punish in a way that EDG look to, and Jankos and Odoamne are good enough to stifle that top lane aggression.
It looks like with their win yesterday, they picked up a few fans here in the stadium themselves for INTZ.
Yeah.
Clement, on to you. What's
People are not going to be happy, but I think H2K as well. These teams are really familiar with each other. They boot camped in Europe, and I don't think H2K is going to get caught off guard on how good Yang and Revolta are.
Your boo was louder. Can you win?
Your boo was louder. Let's go to Fischio.
I'm a little bit sad now because people are going to say I'm only saying this because of the crowd, but I actually decided this before I even knew people were going to cheer for INTZ
Can
specifically.
confirm that this decision was made
This
prior.
was made a long time ago. So basically for me, I think H2K will win early game. I think especially they'll win the bottom lane, the bottom side of the map. But I think INTZ will punish the mid game and the mistakes that will happen. And I actually trust enough now in a lot of their carries after beating EDG. Mid lane went even versus EDG as well. So I'm actually not afraid specifically for that matchup. I think late game INTZ can take this, and I think we will go late game and it will be messy.
All right, we've got a split desk, and we're poised for a very exciting game. It's time to see if INTZ can bring out the magic again, or if H2K will get on the board. So let's head upstairs to the caster booth.
Thank you very much, Das. As the teams make their final adjustments on stage, let's have a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it's Europe's H2K with Odoamne, of course, towards the top side of the map. Jankos will be in the jungle, as you can see. Ryu is in their mid lane as Forgiven, and Vander will be AD carry and support, with Prolly, of course, as the coach.
As always, and on the red side, it's CB Lols, INTZ. In the top lane, it's Yang. Out of the jungle, we have Revolta. Talker's your mid laner, and the bot lane duo, Macau and Jockster. With a backsteal here to help coach.
Exactly, and the coaching stuff INTZ has really picked up recently, picking up a whole bunch of coaches from around the globe to help them. And what a turn of events yesterday. The biggest upset in World's history. Has to be said. The Chinese, basically #1. Everyone was like they're #2 in the entire tournament. INTZ come in and look really strong against them, taking that win.
And I think the most impressive part about it was not some like cheesy level 1 strat, some like crazy thing. They played normal. They just actually played a lot better.
Yeah, and I actually got very confused when I was watching the game because I cast both the LPL and IWC, and I didn't know whether to be heartbroken or heartwarmed during that game. And Revolta, honestly, by himself, just made me feel so good because that Lee Sin play was beautiful. We've been seeing so many this tournament so far do incredible things, and we'll see whether that one's going to hit the bench, because I have a feeling it might.
I have a feeling it might, unless Jankos wants to test him and they pinch the pool and get the Lee Sin for Jankos themselves for H2K. That's one option.
Yeah, H2K does have the option of trying to first pick that away. We'll see if INTZ's even going to leave it up, but this is a very different two teams stylistically. When you look yesterday at jungle proximity in the top lane, it was actually insane. 26% of the time for Revolta spent in the top lane versus only 3% of Jankos' time was spent up helping Odoamne.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it takes 4 bans before the first jungler comes in this time. Bit of a change as far as that draft, but Syndra has been seeing a lot of bans. H2K prioritizing the Vladimir ban, which I find quite interesting.
And interestingly, alongside that Vladimir, the Na is now not available for Yang for that top lane. We saw how comfortable a pick that was for them yesterday. No longer the case. With the Nidalee already out, Elise or Rek'Sai, if banned now from H2K, would signal a jungle first pick, almost certainly.
Well, the Jace is going to come in as the final ban for H2K. A lot of solo lane preference as INTZ think about their final ban. Is there anything standing out to you? Of course, we have seen things like the Rumble see a lot of success. The Karma as well has been banned away a lot.
Well, now if INTZ take away the Rek'Sai, what it leaves is a Lee Sin Elise jungle matchup, and you're happy to trade either. So with the Syndra gone here as well, it actually opens us up to a fair few picks available for that first spot, but they don't pinch the jungle pool, they go to the bot lane.
Yeah, the Lucian is going to be banned away. Of course, Forgiven had a fantastic game against AHQ on the Caitlyn. They didn't win, right? But he still had a 40 CS lead. He still was doing ridiculous things down there.
And that's why I feel like it's a little bit strange, because in recent times, Forgiven really has been prioritizing champions like the Caitlyn a lot more. And unless INTZ is willing to take that Caitlyn away here, I don't really understand that Lucian ban.
And you can see now how H2K are going to prioritize. No rush on the jungle pick for them. Not even concerned about that Lee Sin. They're going to flex the Karma to start. Does give them the option of taking the better bottom lane that we know Forgiven and Vander love to try and get the advantage from down there. So if they pair that with something like a Sivir, very difficult to break.
Definitely a lot of options. They could also take the CLG approach here with Karma already locked in. You can do something like the Nami Caitlyn. That first round draft I think is pretty powerful, especially if you want to try to deny the Caitlyn from Forgiven, but there's a lot of power picks still on the table.
Yeah, we actually saw Revolta actually animatedly talking to his team saying, can I please just pick the Lee Sin? Yang still hasn't even hovered anything just yet. We'll see what INTZ decide to do. Only 10 seconds to go. Very concerned looks on the faces here, as that is a power pick.
Bagseal has a very intense focus, and intensely focused on the top side of the jungle. It's not the Lee Sin, but you know, I ran into Broken Shard, who's coaching with INTZ. He was saying that, you know, Revolta didn't even practice the Lee Sin. It was just like riding a bike for him, but you know, Rek'Sai...
He's been historically an incredible Lee Sin player.
He has, but Rek'Sai has been a champion recently that he's done very well on with that early pressure.
Yeah, and although Lee Sin has been having a lot of power in these games, it's actually Rek'Sai that's drawing a lot more of the bans. Teams are still certainly highly prioritizing this champion, and it actually matches up fairly well against the Lee Sin, simply because you can power farm like that, you can donate over your blue just like Lee Sin, and when he Qs you, you right click on him, you unburrow and interrupt that Q damage.
The jungle matchup though isn't the only one that matches up very well, because INTZ right now, they've picked themselves up the Rumble, H2K banned the Na. That's one of the matchups that we've seen do well into the Rumble. So what is available for that top lane matchup? It's going to be the Kennen that remains.
In fact, both of the solo lanes now being locked in, confirming that Karma will be heading into the support position as Ryu grabs the Cassiopeia as well. Tokkers now has to try and figure out what he wants to take into the Snake, and you know, Victor has proven to be an okay choice.
Another pick that has worked out pretty well against this is actually the Varus. Varus is something that we've been seeing into Syndra where it actually kind of struggles more, but against Cassiopeia, you can outrange this guy. You have strong lane wave clear, it is an option. Azir is not something we've seen a lot of lately.
Yeah, it's a historic pick for Tockers, who of course did help win CBLOL with that champion. Of course, it was played on a very early patch, and not one where we have seen the likes of the Cassiopeias, the Vladimirs, and the Malzahars.
The thing for Ryu, though, is this is something H2K have shown a lot of comfort on. Yesterday, they did exactly the same thing, picking the Cassiopeia second rotation on blue side, and just picking it blind, able to play comfortably into whatever INTZ picked. The response is going to be a mage that plays for later into the game as well. A lot more team fight focus, perhaps, off a wombo combo. You've got the equalizer coming out already. Now Shockwave on top of it.
Yeah, and actually,
that Orianna.
I really like it paired up with the Rek'Sai as well. I mean, it's an old ball carrying method, just tunneling yourself in there, delivering a ball to the backline and spinning people around. See whether it's going to work here for Tockers, who is more than happy to sit there and farm in lane.
I do have a bit of concern about the Ezreal, though. I do think that Caitlyn here is looking like a pretty obvious pick, and it's going to be locked there by Forgiven. So to me, it's just something where I feel like INTZ really wasted their Lucian ban. Could have been used to take away something like the Kennen, to take away something like the Cassiopeia, maybe create a little bit of a better pick ban for them.
The other side of this, though, for INTZ is they have given themselves a little bit of comfort in that they're last picking their support, actually picking in order across the map here. So if the Nami comes out, they might be able to play for a safe lane. Is he really locking
Oh, we got it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Skarner on the Rift. He misses his kind. We almost had one yesterday.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited. We finally got the Skarner. So Skarner is a champion heavily pick oriented. You have the speed ups here from the Karma. And similar to Malzahar, it actually warps a lot of your opponent's builds. QSS can become extremely important when dealing with someone like this. So it is that kind of hard initiation. You can grab someone like that Ezreal if they don't have the QSS, no chance to really react. Same thing with champions like the Rumble and the Orianna, who are going to be relatively squishy early on.
And could we see something like maybe a Janna picked up here? I mean, we have seen it as one of these picks in the past.
Possibly. I think if it's a range support, the Nami is coming through here potentially.
Yeah, Nami is good for lane. Another champion that matches up really well specifically against the Skarner, though, is actually Morgana. Black Shield, very powerful against this. They're not going to elect to go that route. Are going to be picking heavily for lane with this Nami Ezreal bot lane duo.
Does also transition somewhat into the setup for team fights. We've seen Nami ultimates go great into a team fight to kind of slow them down. Some have whiffed as well. If you can get the Rek'Sai in there with the ultimate from Orianna, there is that wombo combo potential. But on the side of H2K, let's look down the list. You've got the Caitlyn, you've got the Karma, Pogue focus in the bottom lane. They're not going to be able to kill the Ezreal Nami, but can they get a lead from that? Potentially. Maybe Jankos can get himself into the bottom lane or the middle lane and look to turn the tide.
And I really do like the peel opportunities that they have for Forgiven here as well. Such high range, so can actually do a lot of it himself, but he's got the shields coming out of the Karma. He's got the Skarner there as well. If a tank makes it into that backline, you bet he's going to get pulled out of there. So I do like the opportunity Forgiven has to do what he did to H2K, and we'll see, AHQ, and then we'll see whether they're going to be able to actually pull this one out to a victory, like the majority of our analysts have predicted.
The H2K composition is very similar to the actual remade game that we had yesterday from TSM. It was the Skarner, you had the Kennen coming through, and you know, we were talking backstage about that defensive capability, and I want to see whether it comes into effect now with Forgiven there, as the Caitlyn this time, not the Ezreal that was available there.
Exactly right, but you guys know what to do. Tweet at LOL Esports with either H2K win or INTZ win, and we'll add it up in game. Because INTZ, can they do it again? Can they make it back-to-back? They know that they need to get 3 victories this Worlds to feel successful. It's been going up. It's a linear path.
And you've got to think, with the win yesterday, 3 wins may not be the goal anymore. This team has a legitimate shot of getting out of groups.
Damn right.
And if you would have told me that it was looking for, you know, taking the spot from AHQ with a win over them or H2K, I would have been like, okay, maybe that seems like...
They're going to boot out EDG.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to beat EDG on day 1 and turn this group upside down. Now, obviously, 1 game in the bank. Now we get to see how much of it was, you know, exactly outplaying EDG and how much of it was EDG perhaps being a little off their game. INTZ need to prove it here against H2K.
We also have to see how is H2K going to be able to improve from some of their errors yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, we can't forget they won the early game pretty heavily, but it has been their mid game which has really plagued them. They look indecisive. They're not sure what to do, how to extend leads, and a lot of that also came down to a lack of proper vision. Them getting caught out by AHQ, and we'll see if that problem does show its ugly head here again against INTZ.
Yeah, and INTZ, of course, if you look back at their last game against EDG, it was methodical, it was powerful. This is not sort of a shock level 1 where someone immediately gets 6 kills and then everything's just a nightmare. This was INTZ taking EDG completely by surprise and capitalizing. See whether they can do it again, and it has a lot to do with this top lane jungle matchup that we have been harping on about.
And I really want to see what Jankos can do against Revolta, because Jankos in Europe, we call him the First Blood King. Yesterday, he didn't get it for H2K, wasn't even involved. It was the top side of the map that gave away that First Blood. So honestly, that is where our eyes have to be focused somewhat. But mid lane, you can never take your eyes off Ryu as well.
Yeah, Ryu showed that he's Cassiopeia incredibly dominant as he's trading with Tockers now as well. See how this goes.
Yeah, Yang definitely playing a very different style of champion than he was yesterday, and so is Revolta.
Yeah.
I mean, Yang was on a champion where you can get that lane dominance and really kind of split push it out, and Rumble is much more about that team fight focus. It's not that you can't win lane hard, it's not that you can't have gank assist, but it is more of a team fight focus, and INTZ are going to have to show that they're capable of playing multiple different styles here.
Oh, you can see a nice sidestep there from Forgiven on the bottom side of the map as they're already shoving INTZ underneath this turret. Cute little Mystic shot. Let's see whether they are going to be able to weather the storm down here on the side of INTZ.
And this was the one lane that didn't go so well for INTZ in yesterday's game. You know, they were heavily punished in the bottom lane, losing 2 versus 2 trades. It went 2 for 1. And what should really have been almost a game-winning play in a 2v2 setup, we never see it anymore. But INTZ, you know, they bounced back, brought Revolta down to that lane, and actually capitalized on it very, very well in the following play.
They certainly did, and Ryu push up very far here against Talkers, and I don't think they can even go for the skank with Talkers that low on HP.
Yeah, and Jankos now considering that first blood opportunity up here as Yang is pushed up very, very far. High health bar. Can he actually get this one done? Of course, there's a heck of a lot of CJ on offer. In he goes. There's the flash from Odawane. Needs another mark of the storm and finds it onto Yang. The flash has already been used, but he gets it safely under the turret. May have to go back.
Revolta at least getting something from this is going to be stealing away that red buff. Could look bot side as well because H2K's bot lane is pushed up and could be vulnerable. We'll see if they're going to play around this.
Ryu kind of suspects something. He drops down into the bottom side jungle, drops a ward, but it's not going to spot Revolta as Revolta is heading away from it. Now they're going to meet. That ward should be able to, you know, give them the information, but Revolta's found Jankos anyway.
Yeah, he has. Not going to poke his head too far in. Actually decided to not take the crystal as well. I do like that sort of mind games you can have. You always want to grab it, because that's 10 gold. I mean, that could be the difference. But decides to leave it there. Now going to head back into his jungle as well. Looks like first blue to go over to Talkers at the same time. So an Orianna always happy to have more mana, especially in this laning situation where he's already down 13 CS.
I must admit, Atlas, perhaps you, more than the two of us, might be the more expert on the Skarner. We haven't seen it too much in Europe, all that much.
I used to play a lot
from
of
time
Skarner.
to time. We did see it, of course, throughout their playoffs, but certainly didn't have the impact on its own that we were expecting. Did very well with its lanes winning, just kind of went around the map. So we'll see whether Jankos has a bit more impact than some of the LPL junglers had with it when you look at it in a vacuum chamber.
In fact, the first time we saw it this season was Clearlove playing it in a series against OMG, a team that was actually last in that group.
Oh, Revolta.
There goes. In goes Revolta. Nice Inspire from Vander, gets himself the shield. Doesn't get the tether, but yeah, Rek'Sai takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, a bit of a forced gank there as unless Jockster can land a bubble or something, it's probably not going to work out. But Talkers really is struggling so heavily. Ryu has a bit of a freeze here on the mid lane. Talkers just wants to get it shoved in, but Ryu refusing to let him do so. And 39 CS to 21 is a big problem in the mid lane.
Massive problem with a massive CS difference, however. Talkers has to be careful because it's more about territory. He's got the ward down to stop Jankos getting into the lane easily here, but he's already there.
Revolta looking for the counter gank here. Nice Miasma goes down. Talkers wasn't going to flash, so everything's going to be fine for the moment.
Bot lane.
Jockster, though,
Ooh,
he's been
Jockster.
stunned up. The Ignite's going to go down. Nice heal. The flash, the counter flash. Macau is going to be fine underneath this turret. INTZ hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
They're hanging on, but the gold lead is opening up. 500 just off farm. Almost 6 minutes into the game is very problematic. These guys need to stem the bleeding. They need to hang on and start just doing better in these lanes. I mean, mid lane is really getting out of hand.
From this point, it's got to be Revolta that's assisting here, because straight up, it doesn't look like INTZ are able to hold against H2K. You know, Forgiven is known for his dominant laning phase, his oppressive laning phase, where he just wants to take you on 2 versus 2 time and time again, and he's getting this time bubble.
Yeah, Aqua Prison is going to go down. Macau trying to get the follow-up damage, but Vander needs to be respected as well. Jockster is one Peacemaker away from death. INTZ will probably have to go back here.
It's a tough situation because they obviously are really at risk of dying and getting dosed, so they're going to have to back off. That means they're going to sacrifice even more CS. They're going to give Forgiven a fantastic base here, who will be able to fully shove in the wave and now have a really strong buy here on Caitlyn.
Exactly. Macau's only level 4 still because of having to back away from all of that experience, so we'll see whether he can recoup some of that getting back into the lane. So Forgiven historically has been a Caitlyn player for a fair amount of time, and Forgiven's also a player that sometimes gets a little stuck in his ways on a few things. He's one of the last proponents of the Q-Max on Caitlyn, which we do still see from time to time, all about shoving out, get that lane presence when it comes to the minion wave being under the enemy's tower.
Damage, Stress.
But
I've
spoken to you know, a lot of AD carries like Reckless over in Europe, who he kind of was a proponent of Trap Max for a very long time recently.
People are.
Because the thing is, you get to like level 9, you have so many traps around the lane, and you just hold one that it's impossible for the enemy AD carry and support to push forward. And as soon as you do, you hit them with some crowd control, you know, combo it with that last remaining trap, and you're just able to take full control of the area in the lane rather than just have straight up more damage and push.
Yeah, I feel like Trap Max is for the team players, and Q Max is for people that just want to kill their opponents.
It's very much a stylistic difference, right? He loves to be lane dominant. Ryu, one of the most lane aggressive players, always shoving in his opponents. Forgiven likes to do the same thing, and this allows Jankos to play more aggressively. So it really speaks to the style of the team. Early dominant lanes, aggressive first blood, famous jungler, and a lot of that is all tying together. So I think for a player like Forgiven, for a team like H2K, it makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense, but for H2K, when we're talking about style of the team, unfortunately yesterday in their game, they looked a lot more like the spring split end of the regular season H2K, where there was miscommunication, a lack of direction when it came to where they wanted to go across the map. You saw Deficio talking about no kills in like a 13-minute period throughout the entirety of the mid game. They were just trying to force Baron again and again, and it's a problem we've seen previously from H2K that we thought they got over, but seemed to have been in that funk yesterday with it.
They actually lost control of their jungle as well. The buff was stolen away by Revolta. Macau takes a large chunk of his health bar from that ultimate from Forgiven, and now getting zoned away from these creeps with those cupcakes. Aqua Prison goes out just to try and get Macau some farm. He finds a few of them, but that gap is only widening here.
Certainly is, but critically, INTZ has not given up any kills just yet. And they do have some very strong team play that we've talked about with that Rumble ultimate, with the Orianna ultimate. And they have a strong combo there. So if they can look to try to get some fights, take some objectives, they don't necessarily find themselves yet in a position where they're too far behind.
Good vision control out from H2K, spots Revolta on this bottom side as well. So no way for Revolta to get into the lane unseen as yet for INTZ. But it's a bit more of a tempered start to this game. Slower paced than we saw from yesterday's game from INTZ, and we'll see whether that actually favors them, because a lot of you know, the IWC analysts and CBLOL analysts were talking about how Brazil typically is a bit of a slower region, a little bit more macro focused on map plays rather than just skirmishing. So this might be INTZ in their element, and we just haven't seen that from only one game.
It certainly can be, but generally speaking, when we come to Worlds, these teams, whether they favor macro or not, oftentimes are just individually outclassed. They have to change their style. They have to go for aggressive plays. And after yesterday's game, INTZ may have shown that they don't actually need to play that way. And if you look across the board, a lot of these guys are doing pretty well. Yang is holding okay in the top lane, definitely down on CS, but still relevant.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done. Of course, we did actually explain INTZ sort of as a little European team. They do like that heavy macro play. That was how it all sort of worked out, because they did boot camp in Europe before they came to the IWC Q tournament. Got themselves here, so we'll see whether the mid-game / late game is where they're going to be able to get things done. Because at the moment, that's 1,000 gold lead purely from the laning phase.
Yeah, it's a good lead, and they're already pushing up the tower. Jankos coming around here as well, looking for first blood.
Well, we'll see whether he can find it. The Impale, of course, at the ready.
Yeah, Ryu did roam there as well, so there's a little bit of cost to that. Talker's going to be able to push out the lane and try to recoup some of the CS that he has lost, but it's Forgiven that's going to get the first tower of the game, uncontested. All that gold going over to him is really going to spring him forward to his first items.
And it's H2K just moving across the map saying, okay, well, we'll give some mid lane farm back over to Talkers, but we're already getting tower first blood in this game. Big lead for them. So for H2K, they didn't actually need kills from that. They just move over, get themselves a lead and go, okay, well, I guess we'll move back across the lane. And H2K have this kind of, a play that is synonymous with them. As soon as they get that, Forgiven just loves to move to the mid lane. He just says, I'm just going to sit there. It works very well with Caitlyn, with the traps
Yeah, I was
as
going to
well.
say, he's playing the champion for that. Talkers, he's going to get impaled. The ultimate's available. No, doesn't land. Talkers just launches his way out of there with the ghost.
Such a good job there by Talkers. Ryu actually flashed the Orianna ultimate, so it looked like it was going to be a kill. But Jockster there with the save keeps his mid laner alive. But as Stress pointed out, H2K loves to move this mid lane move, and they're sieging very heavily here, looking to get another turret.
It's not about getting the tower on this minion wave, but over time, this is going to get chipped down further and further. And as for AD carries that can repel this kind of push, Ezreal is not one of them. Not particularly good at actually pushing back a whole wave at a time. So Talkers should be able to do that when he gets into the lane. Ezreal will bounce back to the bottom lane for Macau so he can accrue some farm.
Yeah, thankfully Talkers has made his way back to the lane, so that Morellonomicon almost completed, but he does have some AP on his belt, and that Dissonance should help him with that wave clear. Nice from Vander, the empowered Q onto Macau, but able to weather it for the moment. Of course, support Karma not doing more and more damage as that build gets completed.
Jockster regroups in the bottom side, but you know, for as much as H2K committed to that play in the middle lane, that was the Impale used for the first time this game. Ryu committed his flash and the ult. Not getting the kill there, yes, it'll be nice if they can convert that into a subsequent kill on Talkers, having both of those summoners down. But right now, it wasn't quite enough, and great by Talkers to get himself out.
Yeah, it was a good job. You have to feel like INTZ needs to start looking for plays, though. They are steadily falling more and more behind. They either need to keep this more even, be able to stop falling behind in these lanes, or they need to look for some aggressive plays. They need to kind of make a call and be decisive about it. They can, for now, stick to the wave clear, and clearly that has been the game plan. As even Yang on the Rumble has been dropping ultimate after ultimate just to clear waves, just to try to deny turret damage here on the top side and to really just stay relevant in the farm game.
Yeah, and I do want to throw a shout out here to Talkers. He has closed that gap just a little bit in the mid lane, now down to about 19, so is at least still able to hang around. Jankos looking for some blood here in the jungle. Revolta is hanging around. Jockster's down here as well as Macau is in so much danger. I mean, he doesn't have a turret anymore. Everywhere feels dangerous on this bottom side of the map.
Certainly does, but this is actually pretty crazy. The previous longest first blood at Worlds was 5:27 into the game.
Oh
so
my God.
We're 14 minutes in. Not many kills have been coming through. Obviously, no kills just yet. When those fights do start to actually happen, they can be very explosive. When you get more and more items, you have these people powering up, and it tends to be very big.
Nearly had one on Talkers. Azel nearly had that first blood, but he got himself out. I echo your sentiments to Atlas about giving him a bit of a shout out yesterday. Didn't get a whole lot of love for his performance, but he was instrumental in setting Yang up in that first roam he made up to the top side. One of the things that a lot of the analysts have talked about is those early ghost plays out from some of the European mid laners. Talkers seemed to have picked that up himself. Headed top side, got Yang ahead. Hasn't been able to in this game, but certainly as somebody that seemingly a lot of people are sleeping on. This game, maybe not so great. Ryu's up in CS fairly heavily.
Oh, we scale in Stress.
Yeah.
We scaling. Orianna still will be able to get things done if he gets the farm. Trying to get what he can. Still, 20 CS behind. Just play it for the late game, boys.
Yeah, and they do definitely have a pretty strong late game here. Revolta has been very heavily farming as well. He picked up that Tiamat early on the Rek'Sai and really has kept himself ahead of his opponent as far as that goes, but Dragon gonna go away of H2K uncontested.
Yeah, just for free there for H2K.
And this makes me a happy man. Yesterday, H2K just backed away from Dragon, gave all of the early ones over to AHQ. And from there, they kind of fell behind, but now maybe looking to fight. They pick up the first straight. We'll see where they can build off from that. H2K with a bit of a turnaround from yesterday's performance.
INTZ actually looking like they do want to answer this aggressive movement from H2K in their jungle. Can't quite find any of the skill shots here, but still able to lock down their own Crystal Spire. H2K do back away. You can see Yang up towards the top side, having a very quiet early start to this game, is behind quite a considerable margin now against Odoamne. Has overheated. Odoamne taking a lot of damage, but not going to find too much more. Yang just asserting some dominance.
It'll be interesting to see if INTZ is actually going to go for a fight around some of their item completions, because if not, H2K's game plan is pretty clear. They want a siege, they have the Caitlyn, the Karma, and they have a lot of zone control with picks like the Kennen, so they definitely can aggressively siege onto these turrets. And mid lane turret, down below half HP, is looking like it's going to be the next target here for H2K, unless INTZ can do something about it.
Likely will be. Here's the preemptive ultimate, comes out from the Caitlyn. Unfortunately, not so great against a champion that has a shield for themselves.
Good move.
Kind of just eat that up, and Orianna may not be the safest of wave clears when you look at mid lane, not quite comparable to a Victor, but if nobody's pressuring you away from the wave, one Q, one W and an E, and the wave is gone. That is basically everything. The pressure has been released, and without a full commit from H2K, it's going to be difficult to take down that tower. That would be Jankos, having to go back in behind the tower, looking for it, a very aggressive play, which H2K are only known to do if they absolutely are guaranteed a success in their minds.
Well, INTZ actually able to get some form of control here in the mid lane, shove that wave out. They're buying a back here for Tokkers, who wants to complete that Morellonomicon. 20 CS, still the gap, but that gap is only widening for Forgiven. 50 it is approaching here at 17.5 minutes.
Yeah, that is becoming very problematic. And one of the other big problems here is actually that Macau and Talkers have been both sat mid lane for so much of the time that they're actually kind of splitting farm in a lot of these cases. And now it's Talkers moving over to that side lane, which is going to leave that mid lane turret pretty exposed, because he is a lot of their wave clear, and the Ezreal alone may not be enough to actually keep this clear. So Talkers will have to move right back to mid, and they'll just be in that position where they're sharing farm again.
And this is something H2K will actually be familiar playing against. Believe it or not, this is something Fnatic did a lot in the early 2016 season. They were bringing Reckless mid on Ezreal, trying to wave clear, and H2K, Impale!
The flash Impale under Joxer, he flashes onto the miasma, first blood comes out! Ryu grabs that one, and it's 18 minutes in! And we've got 1 kill. For context, ladies and gentlemen, INTZ had 9 kills at this stage last time around.
Oh dear, at that point it was just Jankos finding Jugster in the, in his own jungle, I suppose, at that point for Jugster. Jankos just put the vision down, they managed to get the first kill. Easy conversion into a #1 up in that kill score.
At least it is just a support, but H2K moving up to the top side, and Yang is going to be completely zoned off here. A lot of damage going in on this turret, and H2K finally doing a good job to start extending this gold lead.
Yeah, Revolta down here with his 80 carry in mid laner, seeing if they can get something done, but I mean, that is a Runan's Hurricane on Forgiven, and he can clear out a wave like anyone else.
He can. Clears that out real quick, stacks up that headshot quickly as well. You just kind of push the wave back away. Ryu gets tagged.
Here comes Revolta. Yeah, gets the knock up onto Ryu there as well. Flashes out of the way. Good tidal wave, but flashes it! God tier plays as Jankos picks up the second kill. It's 3 now on the board for H2K.
Massive play there from Odoamne, just absolutely destroying them, but more fights breaking out in the mid lane.
Yeah, Forgiven lands the Peacemaker, just the tip onto Tokkers. Macau continuing to push forward. But this has all of a sudden exploded.
Basically 1 versus 2 for Forgiven in that situation. Gets the net, lands the damage. At this point, Macau doesn't really have enough to trade. Jankos still in INTZ's jungle. Here comes Macau.
Yeah, looking to try and take this one down. The Skarner slowed. There's another Harpoon. He's looking to dodge, but Macau gets it with the auto. Ryu almost soloed out by Tokkers. Uses the last of his mana, and Forgiven should be able to take down the turret. Was that a bait stress? Is that how that one's supposed to work? All of your mana now used, trying to take down the mid laner, and then we're going to be able to get your mid lane turret.
The problem is there was just enough for Tokkers to take out the couple of minions. I don't know whether European mind games are quite that next level, Atlas.
Oh, no, I was talking about yours. Giving you a lot of credit.
Well, we'll give a lot of credit over here to Odoamne for that play. Right onto Jugster and Revolta. Jankos picks up the second kill from that. Not a whole lot to write home about. In mid lane, we're still seeing the siege.
Yeah, Forgiven dodges out of the way of the Aqua Prison. There's another couple of auto attacks in that turret, but Fortification will make it about 3, and Forgiven doesn't want to be tanking this one up. They end up moving in here as well, and that will be outer ring threatened. Top lane has taken a fair bit of damage as well, and H2K just slow and steady taking this one over. It's 4,000 gold now at 20 minutes. Of course, not a massive one. Still, INTZ feeling the pressure from every angle.
It's not out of reach, but it really is just tough. You need to have the Ezreal getting farm. He needs to be scaling up. He's falling further and further behind, and you can see the H2K is just doing a better job splitting up their farm. Ryu's on the bot side now picking up waves, and they're doing a better job of just lane assignments here, spreading their players out, getting a lot more farm than INTZ is at this point.
The thing is, H2K, they're getting, a lot of farm, as you're talking about. They're getting some vision control, but it's enough so that INTZ can't get any control for themselves over the river, over the enemy jungle. Forgiven's going to have to back away from the Mountain Dragon here.
Yeah, a lot of damage actually down onto the Caitlyn. Half health now as Revolta's going to take away the Crystal Spy. INTZ do not want to see two Mountain Drakes.
Careful of the TP flank, though. Odoamne has a lot of wards to TP into if INTZ commit to this. Looks like H2K are going to back away, though. They're behind the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, INTZ wants this as Yang has actually just walked down, and H2K seems pretty happy to just give it up.
It's mid tower. That's what they're looking to go for. They're pinging on it already. They're trying to get Forgiven in place just to hit it. Yankos wants to go himself. He gets it.
Just tanks up the turret. Well, Crystalline Exoskeleton able to shield him for the moment. Gets out of the way of that turret. That's one way to do it, as Odoamne gets a top lane outer turret as well. So 2 turrets for a Dragon. I'll take that trade.
Overall, H2K will take that trade anyway, because this now unlocks the jungle of INTZ. What were previously shallow wards out from H2K around the entrances to the jungle will now turn into deeper wards. And this is going to really prevent...
that?
Did he get
that? Was a scuttle
He
skill.
stole it.
10 out of 10. Macau getting the game back for INTZ.
It's a moral victory.
There it is.
Nice little snipe there by Macau, but this is now the stage where we have to see H2K improve on their previous performances from yesterday. They had a good lead yesterday, and then this is where they really started to kind of stall it out. They weren't sure exactly how to win the game. They kept moving back and back to Baron. I'd like to see them extend that vision, get control over the pit, and start to be able to extend this lead further and further, because if they do play it slowly, if they do just default to that, oh, well, I guess we got to go to Baron, there's a massive amount of AoE damage that comes out from INTZ's composition, and they could challenge them in a fight where H2K gets humped up.
One thing I really do like about the Skarner pick here as well, considering that...
Oh, here goes Yankos.
Oh, he's all the way in there. Tucker's going to be pulled into his death as Ryu locks down another one.
That
So
miasma
scary.
combo was so good with the Skarner ulti. He pulls him into it, so even when you come out, you can't actually flash away. There's almost no escaping that unless you do have that QSS.
Oh, Ryu's going to find Revolta here as well. Twin Fans aiding in to the Rek'Sai, of course, does have to tunnel.
Oh, Yang in the bottom lane.
Work. Odoamne looking for the solo kill. Yang gets, with a flash, gets him out of there. I thought the stun might be enough, but no, Yang survives.
Just holds his flash for long enough, but as you're saying, that combination with the grounded Azael is so punishing. I was looking at it thinking, oh, well, Tarkus hasn't got a QSS yet. He's not able to get out of that ult, but that's exactly the reason. Even if he had one, getting that flash away just wouldn't really have been too possible, and he was dead as it was. So Tarkus really doesn't have too many options when it comes to this middle lane play.
No, it's really tough when you're already behind. You need to be building enough damage to be relevant, right? So even if he did go for that QSS at this point, it's going to delay his Rhymelize quite a lot, and past that, it'll delay his Void Staff. So he needs to be building damage for them to have a chance in these team fights, but it's kind of a no-win situation.
Yeah, and Orianna has always been that 3-item carry as well. I mean, you don't necessarily do all that much on 1.5, and it's unfortunately where he's at right now, going for that Rhymelize. Yang looking to shove out this bottom wave. Odoamne waiting for him to turn up. Protobelt there. Abyssal Scepter as well. Almost has his Void Star.
He's going to look for the soul kill. He knows...
Oh,
wow,
he queued the first minion accidentally. I don't know whether he was looking for the minion or just didn't quite hit Yang with it, but at that point, didn't want to follow up.
Yeah, I thought with just Yang having no flash, he might have actually tried to go for that, but is going to play it safe and probably very smart with H2K extending that vision. No reason to take that risky play, and with H2K having Cassiopeia and that Mountain Dragon, they are going to be able to take down Baron quite quickly.
Is that a warrior enchantment on Yankos?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It is. He just wants more damage, and H2K have got a lot of damage, but speaking of the lack thereof. Revolta gets himself out. I've been pinged by our stats guys that Vanda is out-damaging Macau and has been for the whole game. I mean, yes, Karma, Poke Champion, does have the damage, but certainly compare that to the Israel game we just saw from Uzi from the damage that came out. A little bit of a worlds of difference, if you will. But we'll see whether Talkers can get more damage out of the mid lane at the same time. But building that Giant's Belt, you mentioned it, Rallies. Historically not an item we see out of Orianna. Typically doesn't really struggle with crowd control after Dissonance and Shockwave come through, but certainly needs the extra health because he is struggling against this Skarner.
Yeah, and it is seeming to be that new popular build. We saw Bjergsen building it yesterday in their loss, and people are just really loving the Rylai slow, but Macau making a call here.
He closed the gap. Macau's going to be pulled in and destroyed. Ryu sets up the Masma one more time, and this just looks like they can do it over and over again.
Rinse and repeat. Jankos is showing off the strength of the Skarner pick, and it looks like finally they will move to Baron.
Well, Ryu, of course, can take this one down very, very quickly. They're actually deciding to bait it for the moment. Cute little Prey Seeker from Revolta starts it up for Jankos, but he says, well, I'll take this fight. As Jockster's going to poke his head around as well. Talkers trying to clear vision. Good dissonance damage onto Forgiven, who nets himself out of the way. Talkers takes a lot of damage. Odoamne flashes in. There's the prototype. Talkers is going to be taken down. Odoamne gets that kill. It's all they can find for the moment after the Ezreal, but Jockster's out of position. Aqua Prison's not going to be enough, and it's a double for the cannon.
Odoamne setting it up, saving the flash, not going for that greedy solo kill, and he gets up such a great DP, takes down 2, and they move right to the Baron. They're on it, and it's going to be hard for INTZ to do anything about this. Revolta may have to try to go for a hero play.
Can have the hero they need. Equalizer goes down. Will deter H2K for the moment. Fair bit of damage from the true shot barrage. He gets it in a little bit too early. There's 900. Oh my goodness, Jankos picks that one up. Revolta flashes out. So thankfully he doesn't sacrifice his life, but that was too close.
He went early. H2K held the damage. 100 damage roughly was what was the difference between a steal there, but Talkers got engaged upon initially.
Yeah, just look at this TP coming in from Odoamne. He has the Proto Belt, he has the flash into 3 of them. Amazing amounts of damage coming out, and although Revolta escapes, Jockster was not so lucky.
Cornered by a Scorpion and a Yordle at this point. Odoamne boxes him in. Nothing really of any note to go to on that kind of play. But H2K, this is a very different setup from yesterday. They have very focused play. It's Jankos goes in with Ryu, they get the kill. Oh, we take an objective or take the rest of the fight. So H2K, very, very different setup.
Yeah, they're looking a lot better than yesterday. Very clean play here from H2K and looking to extend that lead. We have Odoamne pushing in the bot lane. Ryu already sieging here in the mid lane, and Forgiven has hit that critical 3-item power spike for Caitlyn, where he's going to be a monster in these fights.
And this time around, H2K have a clear plan. They know exactly what they can do. Talkers just gets dove. Odoamne asserting his dominance as Jockster. He's going to get stunned up by the fracture. Exploded after the impale. An afterthought equalizer comes in. Might do some damage. No, not even to the minion wave.
That is so bad. They lost the Rumble ulti. Talkers goes down. This is going to be at least 1 inhib. Could be 2. Could potentially even be more than that.
I don't think there was too much that INTZ could have done to hold this, even if they had that ultimate, maybe pushed Odoamne back, but they've got the Baron buff. Ryu's pushing mid at the same time. There's nothing that INTZ can do.
Yeah, Jankos going to help take that one down. Second inhibitor to fall, and H2K in control for this entire game. It's a 12,000 gold lead for the European team. Could this be victory for Europe?
And it's all been about just the aggressive plays H2K have been making today. Odoamne goes forward, doesn't matter, the shockwave hits, the slicing maelstrom is already in, and then Jankos has one thing on his mind, and it's dragging Jockster back into Forgiven for that finish off with that last shot, and H2K from there push 2 inhibs.
Sushi for dinner, Jockster 0-4-0. It's
I was wondering about the battle between a scorpion and a fish, and we discovered that. Scorpions, pretty powerful things.
Revolta now going for the bush camp.
What is this? Ryu possibly caught out. There's the shockwave going to grab the Cassiopeia as Jankos right in the backline. Petrifying gaze. He's going to lock down Jockster. Good tidal wave for the double knockup as Jankos is going to take down Talkers. Jockster for the double. My God, in goes Odoamne. Perfect timing on the cannon, and H2K look to do no wrong this time around. Jankos is launching his way in. They've got super minions on Nexus turrets. They're looking to finish this one off.
just an absolute bloodbath as Ottawamne cleans up, and H2K will claim their first win.
Revolta as well. I mean, he can't do anything. Yang sitting near his fountain. The Nexus is going to fall down. H2K pick up the first win for Europe, and they do so decisively.
A sigh of relief you can see from H2K, but very controlled overall. Didn't really seem at any point in the game for them that they were on the back foot, even though INTZ potentially had a couple of setups that could have gone their way. We saw, Revolta on this Rek'Sai that people have talked about didn't opt for the Lee Sin, but a very measured H2K hold their nerve and pretty much just push INTZ back into their base.
Yeah, INTZ, such a different showing from yesterday. They were so passive. They were losing all their lanes. They were not really willing to make those plays to try to get themselves back into it. And Revolta was so aggressive yesterday on the Lee Sin, non-stop ganks to the top side. And the first time he really got involved in a fight was pretty much when the game's ending. 0-1 and 0 is his scoreline in this one.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate. And I have a feeling it had a lot to do with H2K's composition. The fact that once they were ahead, that Skarner-Cassiopeia combination just meant it felt INTZ didn't have any options to try and get themselves back in. It was so oppressive. And the playstyle helped out. They were very calm, very measured. H2K just never let anything fall apart, which is what happened versus AHQ yesterday.
Yeah, and the pairing between Jankos and Ryu really on point for that combo that you were talking about. And Ryu seems to be powering up right now. 2 good performances, and despite not having 2 wins on the board, it's a good thing for H2K right now that Ryu is showing up on the world stage. That is exactly what they need if they're looking to get out of this group.
Yeah, certainly a lot of credit has to be given to Ryu and Jankos, but how about Ottawamne on the Ken?
Yeah.
Such good TP flanks. He's winning his lane in the 1v1. This guy did more than double the damage of everyone else in the game, so was an absolute monster in laning phase, and in team fights, he was really what helped them crack it open.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned the team fights as well, because H2K just looked to understand the recipe for success in those team fights and executed on it, honestly, flawlessly.
Yeah.
Throughout the majority of that game, there wasn't much going wrong, and it just shows how much they've improved from yesterday and how much they've adjusted and changed, and really bodes well moving into the rest of the tournament.
I think the one thing for that is it was a fairly straightforward comp. It's just like Janko says, I'm pressing R, I'm pulling someone in.
Look at this, the EU guy's the pessimist.
No,
Like, that's not how it's supposed to be.
Not pessimistic. I'm saying it's good that H2K assessed what their issue was and goes, okay, well, let's just make it real simple for ourselves right now. We'll make these kind of plays, we'll hold it, and then we'll just win the game from there. So if they can continue to build either compositions like this, we may not see the H2K from day one where they kind of regressed into not knowing what to do.
And you've got to say, I mean, when you're winning all your lanes, the game looks a lot better. It feels a lot easier, right? There's a lot more correct decisions to make. And INTZ definitely regressing a little bit from day one. Hopefully, you're going to see some more strong performances from them throughout the tournament.
Yeah, of course, there are still many more games to go. But Shox is being joined by H2K's victorious jungler for a quick word. So let's pass it over.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined by Jankos here. And the first thing you said when I asked you about the interview is, first victory for EU, yay! So thank you for that.
Well, I guess NA is a bit better this year. I have to admit that, as for now at least, but I do believe as well that EU will bounce back. I do believe G2 didn't show what they're capable of, and I think next game versus CLG is going to look much different. But as for now, EU is the underdogs, so I'm happy. And we will show that we are not that bad.
Show that you're not that bad. You had a victory here in a hard match. INTZ was fantastic yesterday. And you went for a Skarner. That is something very atypical for you. You love to fight early, pre-15 minutes. So why this strategy here?
I do believe that Skarner was a good pick, simply because I could kind of catch everyone from their team. And also, looking at yesterday's game from INTZ, they don't pressure a lot early. So we felt comfortable enough to pull out Skarner here and just kind of get away with it. And we also misplayed a lot the first gank top lane, which should have been a first blood, but it's fine.
I do believe that should have been a first blood. Jankos, talk to me about yesterday, because H2K's appearance at Worlds was highly anticipated. You got forgiven in your ranks. So what happened there the first day? Because when I talked to you guys earlier, you were pretty confident going up against AHQ.
Well, I think we choked a little bit. It's kind of known for H2K, where when it high stakes, I guess. We don't play that good. I think the mistakes that we did though were really, really small, and there is not a lot of improvement needed for us to be first seed or second seed in this group. I think we can pull it off still. I think being so ahead against AHQ and then getting caught 10, 15 times is pretty sad. And then at the same moment, our mid-late game wasn't that good, but I think we will improve a lot for next game against them. And then on Sunday, we face EDG, which could be kind of interesting, seeing Forgiven lane against, yeah.
Do you want to have a prediction about how that will go?
I think it hardly depends on the matchup, but I think Forgiven should be ahead in CS.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much. Congratulations. First victory for H2K and for EU here at World. So, Analyst Desk, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. H2K and Europe going to be happy to have picked up the first victory for the region against INTZ here. And now I have to say that this did follow very much the pattern that was kind of predicted here on the Analyst Desk. Very strong lanes out of H2K, winning across the board in the early game. And it really just seemed that INTZ did struggle at times to find their way back into it. But I want to go to you first, Official, because you talked about this is an expected thing for INTZ, that they would get behind in that early game. Then let's take a look at Champion Select through that lens. What did you think about their picks, given the fact that they were or should be expected to be weaker laners?
Right. I mean, judging from the lanes, expected again they fall behind. Judging from the players, expected they fall behind. I think it's very risky to draft these two scaling carries. We've seen it quite a bit here at Worlds already, and every time a team has like things like an Orianna who needs a few items to be very good, and an Ezreal who needs 2 items to be very strong, we tend to see them fall very far behind, and it's hard to come back. You know, in this meta, talked about how H2K would win early game, expected. They actually managed to close out the game, which was kind of the surprise, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, on top of that, I also think that H2K looked at yesterday's footage very closely because they were willing to topside clear only on Skarner and then go for a top lane gank and give away pretty much all of bottom lane control just to stall out Yang getting that advantage. So that really wasn't all in on, you know, securing Odoamne's laning matchup just so it didn't get out of control as the mid game progressed.
Yeah, I think if you look at the composition, what H2K did was they put the onus on INTZ to engage on them. They had 3 lanes that were all pushing at the same time, took all 3 outer turrets 22 minutes in. INTZ didn't take a single one, and they didn't engage on them either. So as the game went on, I think H2K just got further ahead.
All right, but now let's take a look at the fight that could have turned it all for INTZ, brought to you by Acer here. It was coming 19 minutes into the game. A jungle invade for H2K, very scary moment.
Yeah, them going in here is very risky, because then this Orianna ball here spawned. You talked about during the game.
Yeah, so Revolta actually tunnels in, and halfway through the tunnel, the ball snaps back, and because they didn't buffer the Orianna ult, that would have been 2 members caught out, and potentially a dead Ryu at the very start of that team fight, and it looks completely different. So they took their one chance, but unfortunately an execution issue, which we see a lot in the IWC regions, not able to get it done.
Exactly. I think this was kind of what INTZ were drafting towards, you know, get out of the laning phase, get 1 to 2 items fully completed, and then try and look for a team fight. Had they won that team fight, it could have been a different game, but H2K actually managed to outplay them here. Obviously, the ball falling off was a little bit unlucky. We got to highlight Odoamne in that fight. You saw him just blast in there on the cannon. He played a fantastic game, and I'm so happy Odoamne is now getting the spotlight, because so often you talk about other carries on H2K back in Europe, but Odoamne is just this underrated top lane who's consistently playing extremely well. He showed it this game. He actually played really well yesterday as well, despite being under pressure. So I'm happy to see he kind of becomes the big carry in some of these fights here.
Player of the game here, Odoamne, dealt 24k damage to champions. Clement, we had talked about the importance of the top side of the map for INTZ, but if you're going to put performances up like that against Yang and Revolta, it doesn't matter what you do to Odoamne, he's going to come out on top.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Odoamne really defended that very well. He's like this absorption top laner, but in this game, he also got solo kills right underneath the enemy turret. So I think this is a player that a lot of people have very, very high praise for, and we're looking forward to more performances from him.
Yeah, and if the top side can keep winning that way for H2K, it just gives bottom lane even more room to breathe and do the 2v2 thing. So I'm excited that Odoamne, once again, is getting some spotlight. Hopefully he gets some jungle pressure, because then Forgiven is going to be able to take over the map.
But really the story for H2K is, you know, we know they're going to do well early game. Almost no matter who they play, bot lane will be strong 2v2. Ryu is a very aggressive mid laner. Odoamne is a good top laner. It's all about closing out the games for them. They actually went into the enemy jungle this time. They contested vision. They didn't just walk around river for 10 minutes. They actually looked for fights. So I'm really happy to see H2K kind of showing that yesterday wasn't the right H2K. You know, they really improved just from yesterday, and that's what we need to see more from them because they are really strong early. It's about closing out the games.
H2K, they have found their footing here on day 2. There's still one more battle to play out today. And when we return, we'll see if LMS's AHQ Esports Club can take on the LPL's Edward Gaming. Catch you back here in just 3.5.
You gotta think, with the win yesterday, 3 wins may not be the goal anymore. This team has a legitimate shot of getting out of groups.
Damn right.
Bringing Reckless mid on Ezreal, trying to wave clear, and H2K, Impale.
The Flash Impale under Joxer, he flashes onto the miasma, first blood comes out. As well, flashes out of the way, good tidal wave, but flashes it! God tier plays as Jankos picks up the second kill.
Yeah. Nice. Go dash, I think. Yeah. Control dash, okay?
He's gonna take down Torres. The double. My God, he goes over 1A. Perfect timing on the cannon, and H2K look to do no wrong. H2K pick up the first win for Europe, and they do so decisively.
Welcome back. You're getting a look at fans in Nanjing, China, who are cheering on their teams as they make their bid for the world title. Now we've come to our final match of the day, pitting three-time world's contender AHQ Esports Club against the LPL's Edward Gaming. And the first order of business, gentlemen, is that AHQ has made a substitution and will be starting Chawi in the mid lane in place of Westor.
Exactly. So if Chawi did not play a single game in the summer split, despite what you see in Legends Rising, I'm sorry, but that storyline did not continue very well. He had some personal issues, but last time he played a full split, he was actually the runner-up at MVP position. They picked Chawi up for AHQ because they wanted to fill a void in Westor's champion pool, so this guy is lane dominant, plays a lot of other champions.
Yeah, we were actually looking at his solo queue account just before we started today, and he had a lot of like Syndra, Aurelion Sol in there, who obviously is disabled right now, but Syndra is obviously here. Cassiopeia was being played. A lot of these picks that we see a lot of in the meta, where Westor is more, you know, either the TF or the Malzahar, some of these picks that we maybe don't see so often here at Worlds yet. So I actually think this is a good change, and honestly, it's built around Westor losing his lane too often, and when you play against EDG, you can't lose the mid lane, because that means suddenly you have mid laner roaming to the bottom lane with clear love, and then you have a 4-5-man party down there, and it doesn't work.
Filling in some of those holes for champions. Like, and these two teams, though, are two teams that are very familiar with each other. So my question to you, Spawn, what can you tell us about the relationship between these two organizations?
Well, I can tell you that when AHQ was struggling during their recent split going into the Gauntlet run, it was actually Aaron, the head coach of the organization of Edward Gaming, you know, that went over there, helped them through some of their difficulties. They are very thankful of that in the past. EDG has also stayed at AHQ's gaming house. AHQ stayed at EDG's gaming house. There's relatively low distance between the two teams, so they scrim each other a lot. So I'd say, as far as like close teams go, these are two of the closest teams in the world.
Yeah, exactly. And AHQ really looks up to RNG as their older, EDG as their older brother, and looked up to them in their macro game, which has improved a lot this year. I was interviewing Westor yesterday after their win against H2K. I asked him, hey, how are you going to beat your older brother? And he said, Mouse. And that's what they're going to try to reproduce from INTZ.
All right, so yeah, given that Mouse, kind of an underperformance yesterday, definitely got taken advantage of in the top lane, do we think Ziv is capable of punishing him in the same way?
Oh yes, Ziv is a fantastic top laner, definitely the best in the LMS, and he can for sure beat out Mouse. We have to remember it wasn't just Mouse losing 1v1, he got ganked multiple times, so we need to see Mountain be very active in the early game and actually camp that top lane.
All right, now on the flip side of this matchup, we do have to talk about EDG, who came in as big favorites here in their group, and maybe, you know, second favorites in the tournament, but suffered a loss at the hands of INTZ, and here they are trying to rebound against AHQ.
Yeah, and it was a devastating loss. I mean, EDG going into that game were heavy favorites. In fact, they were looking to go through this group stage as undefeated as they had the regular season. However, you do have to take a step back. It's a best of one. Sure, they got behind very far early, but that was a very uncharacteristic game for Edward Gaming. So I do not expect them to hold much weight towards it. A good slap in the face. They were here very late last night preparing for their game against AHQ, and I want to see them bounce back in a good way.
All right, well, pressure's on. Last game of the day, gentlemen. Time for predictions. So down the line, one more time, Spawn, what are you going to take?
Yeah, I had EDG as the second best team coming into this tournament. I don't think my opinion of them has changed at all. EDG will clean this one up quite quickly.
All righty, how about here?
This is going to be a bit controversial, but I'm actually going to go with EDG as well. I think they just know AHQ too well in this tournament, and they're so familiar with all their little mistakes, and they've taught them everything they learned, so it's kind of difficult for them to get past it.
Big Brother's going to come out on top. Deficio closes out here.
Yeah, I think the game yesterday EDG played, it wasn't the real EDG. I think today we're going to see the real team. I think they're still one of the absolute best in the world, and EDG will win.
All right, redemption for China is on the docket according to the analysts, and with those predictions, it's time to see this one play out on Summoner's Rift. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dash, and we'll see whether EDG can bounce back, because my goodness, was yesterday a tough one for China.
Super tough game yesterday. I'm ready though. Atlas, let's get into this one.
Yeah, damn right. And let's look at the starting rosters for our final game of the day. On the blue side, it is going to be EDG with Mouse, the targeted one on the top side of the map. Clearlove, the god in the jungle. Pawn in the mid lane. Deft as AD carry. Mako as support. And Rapid Star standing behind them to help with the draft.
You know, you heard the analyst desk. These two teams know each other very well. We'll see if it's enough. On the red side, it is AHQ Esports Club. In the top lane, Ziv. In the jungle, Mountain. Making his world's debut in the mid lane, it's Chawi. AD carry is on. Support is Albus, and their coach is Green Tea.
And speaking of his making his debut for Chawi, if you watch Legend Rising, you know this guy's story, how much this means to him. He said he just wants his one chance to play on Worlds. It would all be worth it. And if he could pull off an upset against EDG in that debut,
that'd be the way to make your mark at Worlds. And this guy's been trying since, what, 2011? Something like that. Chawi always been on the cusp of Worlds glory.
But it changes so much in this matchup. We already thought that Pawn coming back in would be a change-up of this matchup alone, but now we see a different mid laner as well. Everything from our prep coming into this a week ago is very different for this matchup.
And speaking of Chawi and this mid lane matchup, even though EDG had a bad game yesterday, Pawn was a bright spot. This guy was smashing on Vladimir, who was 4-0-4 at one point, really was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team, and Chawi's going to be in tough.
Yeah, and you're talking about champion pools as well. I mean, we did hear Clement mention it on the desk. Chawi, big champion pool. Pawn plays every champion ever made. This guy has an infinite champion ocean. We are seeing the bans coming through. Tahm-Kench and Bard, Albus heavily targeted already from EDG, and the Rek'Sai Twisted Fate to come out from AHQ.
Taking away so much away from Albus, you can see that Deft and Mako obviously just don't want any kind of advantage for AHQ when it comes to familiar champions.
Yeah, and Albus, these two champions have been big for him because he's a fantastic roamer. He loves to work with Mountain, to move around the map, and to have big impact with that Tahm-Kench ultimate, with that Bard ultimate. They're two of his best playmakers.
Syndra, blue side ban. Wow. Is it going to be jungle priority at least? Like
finally
AHQ,
banned, yeah.
AHQ basically are forcing the Elise pick here, otherwise they should take it on their rotation. The Lee Sin is available, again, as we've seen previously, but a little bit of a change up here. We don't often see Twisted Fate banned by AHQ because all of the time Westor just wants it for himself.
Yeah, and the Karma is going to be locked in here for EDG. I hope that goes to Mako, because I'd prefer to see Pawn on something like Pantheon that he's been playing us a little bit secretly, things like that. The exciting picks, but we'll see. Very flexible pick, however, and now AHQ to make their first couple. We need to talk about Clueless Lee Sin, though, with Lee Sin making his way back into this World's meta, because his Lee Sin is unbelievable.
Certainly is very strong, but I actually do like this pick if Mountain is going to go with the Elise. If their game plan is to attack top, I think there's no better jungler to do it with than Elise. This champion excels at turret diving, it excels at ganking early and often, but there are a lot of options. Olaf, very high in the jungle priority, Lee Sin, Elise. They have a number of different choices here.
Ooh, Ashe actually locked in for AHQ. We saw one instance of Ashe yesterday.
Ashe has a 100% win rate here at Worlds, despite the nerf.
Versus EDG.
Versus EDG. Could be the bane.
But I was not expecting it in the first rotation on red side either. The Rumble is very expected at this point. We're now 12 games in, and unanimously this has been one of the biggest picks. But this Ashe, a lot of people thought had fallen off. A fair amount of nerfs came through and hit a lot of what Ashe wanted to do in lane.
And I think it's simply something where they're trying to hide some of their other picks. They want to have more flexibility, with their mid lane, with their jungle, with their support, more of their playmaking champions, and they're comfortable just kind of blind picking this, knowing that they're going to be going up against Deft and Mako. They want to try to play it pretty safe here, I'd imagine, but Ashe is definitely not nearly as strong as it was in the past, and we could see On and Albus get abused with already 2 support bans and him on a lower tier ADC.
Exactly. Yeah. Now the question is, where does Albus go on this? It has to be pretty much the last pick here unless EDG, choose to lock in early. We already know the Karma could be down in that support role with that Lucian already.
And if it is, then that's going to be paired up with the Lucian in the hands of Deft. That is so much early dominance from both of these champions. EDG, we know that they want to make a statement in this game, and we'll see whether this is the start of that.
I think their draft so far has been very intelligent. I think they are drafting a pretty dominant bot lane. You also put Mouse on the Poppy, and the Poppy is a champion where he can play safe. He can sacrifice farm. He doesn't need to have a ton of CS. He doesn't need to smash lane. He just needs to survive. And when you put him on a champion like this instead of Aurelia that he was on before, it's really a big shift in the style that EDG can play. They can sacrifice top lane a little bit without getting too behind.
We'll see if he can play safe with everybody from AHQ being topside like INTZ were yesterday, because the analysts have talked about how much AHQ are going to want to go top 4 Ziv, and a big change out in the supports here for AHQ. It's all about defense in lane. It's all about just surviving through with this Soraka. This pretty much neutralizes a lot of what EDG want just from lane presence, but doesn't give all that much over to AHQ in the same time.
It sounds a little bit disgusting to deal with as well, the old Soraka Ashe lane, but Mountain is going to take away the Olaf one more time as well. We'll see whether the undertow harpoon combination is going to be enough to keep down this Poppy. Clearlove thinking about hopping on the horse as Mako cycling through his repertoire of supports, putting Pawn on the Karma in the mid lane theoretically. If that's going to be the wife steal bottom lane, this is something EDG have destroyed people with in the past.
It certainly is possible for them to just flex that Karma to mid, as you said, and Nami Lucian will be a very strong 2v2 lane here into the Soraka and that Ashe, and it looks like that's exactly what it's going to be, so it's kind of a protect the death comp a little bit, as that Karma very oftentimes is going to go for those more kind of hybrid type supportive builds where you go for the Athenes, you pick up even sometimes, you know, even more support items.
Yeah.
I'm interested now, guys. We're about to find out. Chawi, his first professional game in 6 months, and he has counterpick for mid lane on red side, but it's against Karma. So you can't really pick too many things that are going to dominate that lane. But what does Chawi want? We heard the analyst desk talking about how big his champion pool is. We know he's been practicing a lot. You can look at his profile, you'll even see the Blanc coming in there just from solo queue games. So he does have a wealth of champions.
Yeah, and a lot of it is going to come down to how good of a pick he really has in his pocket against the Karma, which is pretty passive. And to me, a lot of this draft is really going to come down to shutting down Death, because he's so much of their damage. And if they have some way to actually roam and shut him down, wow, okay.
Speaking of utility there on the mid lane, the Zillion is going to be locked in for Chawi. That paired up with Soraka has to be one of the most annoying combinations League of Legends has to offer.
It's certainly very annoying, and it works really well in conjunction with the Olaf. You have the speed up. Yeah. This guy just flies in on your back line and can be very, very scary to deal with, because champions like Nami, super squishy. Yes, he has the protection from the Karma, but still, you can get in the back line, you can be sped up, you have that ultimate as well, but it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I like the long range sort of engage with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, as well as the follow-up with the Equalizer as well that AHQ do have. Then the double bombs can come in on top of that. We'll see whether AHQ can layer all this, because it's an interesting team composition. We haven't seen these 5 champions laid out together for a long time.
Yeah, they're very unorthodox composition, but EDG on the other side, not such the case. You got the Hecarim for the engage, fairly straightforward. Poppy can provide, of course, a little bit of crowd control, some disengage. Coaches shake hands. This is a highly anticipated matchup here between EDG and AHQ, and it's our last one of the day.
Yeah, it most certainly is. And one last time today, hop on Twitter and send us the hashtag EDGWin or the hashtag AHQWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you're backing and let you know during the game. But my goodness, once again, it's a Hecarim. I mean, I'm going to try not to get triggered. Seeing Hecarims is a scary thing for me, because he did fall out of favor a little bit and didn't quite win as many games over in the LPL. But Clearlove, of course, an outstanding jungler, and we saw MLXG do ridiculous things on it yesterday.
Yeah, and Hecarim has just been so popular in the LPL all season long, and I think that it does work well with those speed ups that you have from the Karma. You have this really kind of strong front line too, with the Mouse, with Clearlove flying in, looking for those flanks, and it's really going to be a lot about the team fighting and how much faith they're putting in Deft here to carry, because they can protect him, and he is going to be the one to put out a lot of the damage.
And once again, now he's on this early game powerhouse of the Lucian. We know what this champion's capable of, and can he get off to that start that EDG really, really want from him? And can Mouse neutralize this lane against the Rumble on the Poppy, because it was so heavily targeted yesterday?
And I've got to say, I think he can. I just don't see, you know, Mountain on this Olaf and Ziv on the Rumble as super lane down, as super heavy ganking champions. Unless Mouse is playing too aggressive, unless he's playing far up, he's not really going to be super susceptible to these ganks.
That's a lot about the top side. If you want to check out more about the bottom side, you can see it Mako versus Albus. You can check that over out on the player experience streams, but we're here in the whole game. We've got Deft Mako, they spot the ward,
and
they get the kill.
First CS going for EDG as Arn gets the volley onto Deft. Mako.
Here's Pawn.
Yeah, in goes Pawn. That's the flash already. The Ignite's down. Arn, will they flash for it? One more auto attack was there, but they needed a few more. Not getting greedier. EDG is Deft, just playing with the turret range. Oh my goodness. They got something to prove today.
This basically just won EDG the laning phase. Like, they pushed them back at level 1 to the point where Ann has to flash. The exhaust is gone, and Albus is stuck around on low health.
Oh, Mako's in trouble.
Yeah, flash.
And he catches the axe.
And there's the Undertow Mountain. Looking for Mako. There's, of course, no flash here. Pawn, does he have to as this is taking some time. Another ebb and flow. Deft down there.
Doom.
There's the hit down. Albus has to run. What the heck was that? Mako, you should be dead. Flat out, you should be dead.
Mountain ran out of mana. He had no more axes to throw, it looked like there. They just didn't have the damage to finish off Mako, and this is massive for EDG as back goes Mountain into the jungle. No leash. Clearlove's already level 2, working his way down to the bot side.
The most ridiculous start to a game we've had so far here at Worlds. There is one advantage that comes out for AHQ, and it's a minimal one, in that Chowie hit level 2 first from mid lane. He got the push, he was able to get level 2, punish his pawn slightly, but again, we spoke about this, it's a Karma lane. It's not the same kind of equivalent. Zilean isn't going to have full control over this, so it's a minimal lead at best.
Yeah, and on the other side of the rift, of course, Clearlove has just had free reign of his jungle, still just charging around, clearing out as many camps as possible. 12-6 now in comparison to Mountain. So this Hecarim, the weak early game that you expect from this champion, most certainly not there and not going to be punished here by AHQ.
Cool. Deft goes forward.
Yeah, big combo there. Deft does find the Q. Arndt still okay as Albus is able to heal him back up.
Clearlove's actually pinging around here. They may be looking to go on Chowie if he does move a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, look at that ghost cooldown because Clearlove will be popping that if they want to go for this kill.
Here
Here they go. There it is. The ghost is being popped. There's a flash by Pawn. They do want to get it. Clearlove knocks him back. Chowie is dead and Pawn gets first blood.
Beautiful play there by Pawn. He flashes forward with the tether immediately. So even though Chowie reactively flashed, he could not get out of range of the tether. They lock him down, and Clearlove knocks him back in for an easy first blood.
Welcome to the World Championships. Chowie gets first blooded for AHQ, couldn't stay alive.
He didn't have a lot of options in his defense.
That's fair. I was going to say he actually had put 2 points in Q, which is fairly standard for Zilean players, which means he had no hope. Despite having the flash available, couldn't maneuver away fast enough as soon as it comes out. There was no real one.
So well played. He knew that Chowie would flash away. He speeds himself up, is right on top of him. So even though Chowie flashed away, he could not get out of range of the tether. And once he's locked in for that, Clearlove pushes him back in with his E. And just so well coordinated there, but you have to say, top lane looking pretty rough already.
Again, he's not fit. Arndt's in trouble, destroyed as Deft grabs another one, and Clearlove, this guy, here to prove that yesterday is something that we should just not be talking about at all.
Easy play onto the flashless Ashe in the bottom lane. Clearlove is making his mark on this game so quickly, and at this point, EDG may even be looking to run away with this very early on.
Yeah, and I mean, I take back everything I said about Hecarim not being an early game jungler. That's 2 successful ganks, didn't look too bad.
We have to keep in mind, though, AHQ is actually winning out in farm very heavily in top side and in the mid lane, even despite that first blood. So this is not that massive of a gold lead just yet.
There is a reason for that in the middle lane, and that's that Chowie expended his teleport, whereas Pawn did not off that trade in the middle lane. So Pawn just kind of recalled, bought up, ran back to lane. So he's okay sacrificing some of that CS difference in order to become involved in fights. Maybe he'll be able to bail out Mouse if he ends up in a tough situation here. An has come up to the top side. Kind of a delayed lane swap coming out from AHQ from being so far behind. We've seen this after the first back timings from AD carries in winning top lane matchups, but AHQ, they haven't got enough pace here to take the tower.
That was very close, the undertow steal, as Clearlove looking to try and defend for his top lane. Is AHQ well and truly committed to this lane swap?
And I mean, Ziv needs to get down to the bot side because otherwise they're just going to give up this turret. He gets stopped again, I guess, decides to cancel that base, but it's going to be able to give Deft a lot of free time on the bot side, and they're moving 5 top. They want to commit to this.
Yeah, Charlie wants to take that one down. Mountain here clearing out the pink ward that was put down. Mouse and Clearlove get themselves to safety. As you can see, Mako and Deft already at work trying to take down that turret. It's a race for first blood turret.
It's going to AHQ.
Yeah, it's going to AHQ, and this is actually going to even out that gold almost completely.
Massive, massive commitment up into that top side. They had the Rumble ultimate available as well. Now, Ziv goes to the bottom side to defend. Pawn is going to come in here. They're going to look to dive Ziv, but there goes the minion wave. Cancel on the TP out by Pawn.
This is brilliant by AHQ. This was actually such a good move. They timed it out very well. Ziv gets level 6, so he's able to respond. Bot side, TP's back. Pawn has to waste his TP because the Rumble ult just clears that out. So really nice adaptation. And AHQ, yes, they're down 2 kills, and the level 1 was horrible. They're up gold. They're doing great.
Yeah. got to keep everything. You know, you got to make sure you can see the forest for the trees at that point. The actual advantage that is there. So at this point, Ziv has such a big advantage over Mouse as well. We can see the CS difference. This time, Mouse has only really had one play go against him, and kind of is in the same spot. Admittedly, you were talking about the Poppy Rumble matchup, Azael. Maybe not exactly the most Poppy favored.
No, definitely not. But I did not expect it to look like this. And to be fair, there was 5 AHQ members in the top lane at like 6 minutes, right? So that
one play.
it might be one play,
time,
but pretty significant play. And I think that as long as he doesn't bleed out too much CS, they're definitely fine. They are down a little bit of gold, but they can recoup that later on. Still, I think it was an intelligent move, and one that had to be made, because Ashe was at such a disadvantage to the solution at this point in the game. They were just trying to stay away.
Oh, blue from Clearlove just pops in, says thanks for the leash, and wanders on out. Almost too easy there.
And that's where Mountain just needs to smite it. When you see Clearlove coming in, yes, you want to give that over to Chowie, but it's much better to just take it for your own team.
Oh, you can see Chowie now back to try and throw some bombs at this minion wave. EDG looking to take down this bot lane outer turret. Mountain's waiting in the wings to try and find his way through. Albus, decent silence field. Does he land some star calls there as well?
And just look at the level difference here between Deft and On. Because of that roam, he's down 2 levels. So calling is available for Deft, and because of that, Mountain has to be down here helping to protect them, because they are definitely in a lot of trouble right now, just off the XP disadvantage.
And with that tower so low already in EDG's favor, the culling can come out on the next minion wave that comes through, push it back. They're going to be able to take it down. You can see AHQ going to bail out of that situation as quickly as possible, because Ziv is on the top side. He can't help out down there with the equalizer to push it back like he did last time either. So AHQ will inevitably give up the lead over to EDG from that tower going down, but EDG at least are able to secure as well their own jungle from this too.
Yeah, very cute was Mouse coming down, leashing for Pawn, making sure that Clearlove didn't have to show himself around anywhere as Ziv was trying to poke his head in. Deft continues to farm here as well, but EDG have done well to try and neutralize, and they will be able to get that outer turret on the bottom side of the map, get ahead in gold once again. But AHQ, I mean, it's once again just a square game after what was a nightmare start.
So we were talking about Deft pushing this out with the culling. What he's doing is punishing AHQ a little bit longer, because Arn can't come to this bot side to farm. There's almost no point until it pushes past the turret. And Rumble is so far pushed up top that there's no wave to secure there either. So it's a dangerous game for AHQ to try and farm this one out. If EDG actually go aggressive on the tower here, Deft can push up, just trying to push him back. And EDG will get the tower in eventually.
Yeah, trying to deny as many minions as possible. And of course, AHQ knew that there was no vision available for EDG. They do have very good bot side vision control. You can see those 4 pink wards sort of lining the river and up towards their blue buff. So defensive play out of AHQ, but EDG just look to be playing their game, and they know that they just have so much control in a micro setting in this game. They've already demonstrated that.
Yeah, they certainly do, and also the importance of Deft getting ahead. He is the guy where all this gold is actually focused for EDG. He's a lot up, and it's okay that Poppy is behind as long as Deft is going to be strong, because he's the guy that a lot of the damage has to come out of. They have this Pawn playing Karma in the mid lane. They have the Nami, so they have people to buff up and protect the Lucian. And if Deft gets strong enough, he can just go nuts in these team fights, and he's still 2 levels up on, which is pretty incredible 10 minutes in.
Almost has his Ghostblade completed as well, as those Berserker's Greaves look to be coming in next. That is a 20 CS lead, but Arn looks to be trying to close it, holding that wave over his side of the map, and Mountain waiting in this Dragon Pit. See what AHQ are thinking of.
It's a really good thing for EDG, to have this Lucian so far ahead, in the sense that post 30 minutes, they're going to rely on him for a lot of the damages you're talking about.
Oh, has to use the Ragnarok, but good timing to make sure that Aqua Prison didn't get any stun time. Well, that's a big cooldown, and now EDG with an option. They're heading towards that dragon.
Oh, they're heading for Arn right now. You can see how far Deft and Mako are going aggressive.
Ziv takes a cue from Mouse, but Mouse is more than fine. I mean, this is a wave pushing towards him. We'll just be able to hang out underneath this turret. On, tethers up Chowie one more time. Ooh. Man, that Mantrid Q damage is dumb. Unable to get the kill, though.
It definitely does.
It's really dumb.
But he has Soraka, can heal him right back up.
Oh, no.
So the mobile ambulance.
Oh dear. Well, not quite level 6, so no global presence from that Soraka. at this point.
Here
Mouse goes
comes
aggressive on Ziv.
looking for the heroic charge.
way too
Mount
far out.
good slow as Clearlove pushes him back. Look at that Sheen charge as Ziv doesn't get stunned, but he does get killed. And Clearlove's going to get that one. Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow from the mid lane. That was exciting, but Pawn doesn't quite find his life here as he flashes out of the way. The bomb! Delayed death, but death nonetheless as Pawn falls down. Mountain may fall as well. It's heroic charge.
Billion ulti.
Ultimate to come down onto the Olaf, but is he too far away? Yes, he is. He's most certainly dead as Deft grabs the kill.
Grabs the kill from the mid lane play. AHQ pushing up too far in 2 lanes. Ziv had been so far pushed up for the last 4 minutes or so in this game, constantly pushing on that top side, trying to just get everything that he can in the form of map control, but it was too far up without the right vision control. He wasn't able to back away despite, you know, Mao's kind of going aggressive a little early. Clearlove just charges in, gets himself into the fray, and then mid lane AHQ, Mountain overextends as well.
Yeah, the thing I do like about this situation is the fact that it's Clearlove getting ahead as well, and we know that Hecarim's, ever since he's been a top laner, is a carry champion. He's building the Trinity Force. He's going to get to that spike earlier than normal, and Clearlove is a player that's used to getting gold. If he can get it, he's more than happy to transition that into advantages. So Mouse not necessarily farming all that well, or Pawn being behind, isn't a problem, because Clearlove and Deft are able to take over this game. This team has always been multifaceted in how they manage to transition gold from whatever they get in the early game.
Yeah, and then nice little freeze kind of set up here by Deft. He's just trying to starve as much farm away from On as he can because this Ashe is already behind and is going to be working towards that Essence Reaver. When he just has those components and Deft has that Ghost Blade, he's so much stronger at this point. So
flaunting it on the bottom side of the map right now. Leandri's Torment is done by Ziv in response to the Spirit Visage that Mouse has been able to complete those. So first items coming in for the top laners.
On's actually looking for Pawn here in the mid lane. Let's see if he can hit the arrow.
There goes Pawn. The Inspire's there for the shield, but look at the bomb damage. The silence field from Albus as well. I mean, there was no flash, but he's definitely not getting out of that one.
And that's exactly what you need to do as On in this situation. He can't match up against the Deft, but he's a playmaking AD carry. Goes mid lane, gets a second kill onto Pawn. Really well done.
Beautiful, you know, balancing of the crowd control there, gets the silence at the end of it as well, just to be able to make sure Pawn can't get himself away, can't survive for long enough. So AHQ, good playmaking from the middle lane. Bot lane was shoved up in response from EDG, which now On is going to go over and absorb for himself. But look at that CS difference, 40 CS down already.
And unfortunately, the wave had already bounced, so he already missed out on a lot of that farm, and it is going to push right back to Deft, which means Deft is going to get even farther behind. But AHQ, honestly, a pretty good early game here. It's 15 minutes in.
It's
the game is incredibly close.
Yeah, exactly right. There's nothing really that's a problem for AHQ if you're looking for definitive leads. And EDG, they do have the tools to create a victory, but we saw yesterday that this is their statement game. They need to get themselves back into the right headspace right here.
The only problem really is just On. He needs to be able to catch up because this guy needs to be relevant. I don't think that the Rumble and the Olaf later in the game are going to be able to take down Deft very easily with the protection that he has from Nami, the shields from Pawn and Mouse even. So he has a lot of peel, and if they don't have high physical damage coming in from On as well, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to deal well with Deft in the team fighting stage.
Going to be real tough.
Yeah, and having to deal with Clearlove at the same time as well, the helicopter horse flying in over the top.
Well, it is amazing at this point. I guess it's not,
Certainly,
unfortunately, not at this World Championship, but for AHQ, they are looking with a drone, just gets it over there.
Counts it in, Deft throws out the culling like you were talking about before, deals with that minion wave. Tycaller's Blessing helps out as well, as Mountain is hanging around but can't really break anything open.
Chowie's roaming down, or at least was starting to, but was spotted on a ward. Top side, though, Clearlove goes aggressive into the enemy jungle as well, pushing Ziv back. But AHQ, heavy focus on this bottom lane tower.
They know exactly what they want. Down to half health already, as Deft and Mako still thinking about trying to get something done. Mountain tanks up a couple of the turret shots.
I mean, Mouse is almost here as well, so they could look to try to have a fight. Speaking of Mouse, he really has kind of kept pretty close as far as the CS lead. Yes, it is 20 plus, but it's not a devastating lead. It's not like anything like what happened yesterday for them. So he has kind of done his job. He's in a bit of a rough matchup. He's playing a defensive champion, and he's going to be more than strong enough to be relevant in these team fights.
He just wants to be a linebacker, right? So Poppy is always going to do Poppy things no matter what you do. No Mouse, thankfully, not too worried. We saw Darshan do a very similar thing day one in the first game. That Poppy was fantastic, and we'll see whether Mouse is going to be able to live up to that.
Don't remind me. Day one, I want out of my memory.
HQ, though, going to grab that first dragon of the game, and we'll be able to have that working for them. It's going to be really nice, especially for a champion like Soraka, who can stand super far back and sometimes avoid getting hit by those enemy champions. Keep that regen coming, especially it's extra nice for Soraka because you're spending both health and mana all the time, so you're able to kind of double dip on that dragon.
Yeah, one thing I do like about EDG's composition, I guess, against Albus on this Soraka is the fact that they have heaps of commit. Like, if they want to go in, they are going to go in, and they ain't coming out until they've killed everyone or died. So with Poppy and the Hecarim there, we'll see whether that's going to be enough to nullify all of that staying power that Soraka provides.
Lilev's going to grab the Rift Herald buff then. Not one we often see, but obviously will charge up and give him that extra damage that he's going to want.
Chinese thing as well. I mean, giving the Rift Herald over to the jungler is something that RNG is definitely proponent of.
I was going to say, typically MLXG just goes no mine a third of the time.
Most things, I think.
To most things around the map. Well, I guess Uzi's the one going mine with all the support, with all the gold on that team. But at this point, AHQ wants to say mine to all of the territory around the river, but EDG are there, taking control of it. There's 3 pink wards, good surround around that top side, keeping Deft safe.
Yeah, exactly. They're setting up such good vision control on this top side. Definitely makes it a scary world out there for AHQ as On's just trying his best to wave clear. He knows he has no business in a straight up fight at this point against Lucian, so he's really relegated to wave clear duty. But we are going to see Mountain and Chawi cheating up towards that top side a little bit, and we'll see if they can clear out some of this vision.
Yeah, they're right on top of all of that vision.
On's coming down too, though.
Deft. Yeah, exactly right. We've got to collapse. As you know, the speed coming out of Clearlove is something that they really have to stay aware of because he can cover so much distance, especially with Inspire help out of Pawn. Clears out those minion waves. You can see it's a Merc Treads coming out of the Karma. I like that because he doesn't have Cleanse. He's getting arrows to the head.
Just wants to stay a little safer with that arrow flying across the map. And from what was a game that started with a trade at level 1, with everybody blowing summoners, we have slowed down a little on the pacing here. AHQ have been making perhaps the smarter moves when you look at the objective plays that they've made, the few kills that have happened since from that arrow setup, and, you know, a couple of the plays onto the dragon as well. So AHQ favor this slower pace. We saw that in their series against the Flash Wolves. We've seen it multiple times out of AHQ.
Really creative as well, like out of what they decided to do in order to deal with EDG's strength.
And LMS as a region is generally pretty happy playing it slow, but ooh, with Dalty there.
Yeah, not a great one as Mouse just moves casually to the side. Mountain and Ziv say, I hope they weren't watching.
And it's not really the best feeling when you're Rumble, who you put all this emphasis on getting ahead, is actually starting to lose out on these trades against the Poppy, and that's the stage that we have kind of gotten to.
And at this point, you can see the topside Deft hasn't been able to get too much more. I mean, if we're, you know, shouting out about something, there's a 10 CS lead that's been closed, or at least by 10. It's now only 30 in the 80 carry, so more small victories.
Yeah, well, every closing of the gap is a good one, Stress. But Trinity Force is done for Clearlove, so that is a big deal. Big power spike for the Hecarim. Oh, dear. Barmy Cinder done for Mouse as well, building towards his Sunfire Cape. Cheeky little cloth armor there as well, augmenting what he already had. You can see Pawn looks like he's going towards the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, just all, unless it's a Death Cap.
I would guess a Death Cap. Death Cap so second on the Karma is
just
very
so used
common.
to Morellonomicon Rylai's. Just you see those items, you're like, yep, this is an easy one.
Yeah, and it's just something that works very well with the supportive style because it's buffing up your shields, and the pure AP that you're getting from that is really, really strong. That's part of the strength of this mid lane Karma because the shields are just absolutely massive. You have high amounts of CDR, and it allows a champion like Deft on this Lucian to be even more aggressive and more agile than he would otherwise be.
But at the same time as Hale, it's not pure utility. It's not the Ardent Sensor build that we've seen, which is just, I don't want to do anything in this game. This is Pawn saying, I want a little more damage from Accuse as well, trying to get anything that he can. So EDG certainly wanting to get more damage, different sources coming out here, but they haven't got too much in the last few minutes. Still farming up, still keeping themselves ahead in CS when it comes to the 80 carry, but they're behind in the other lanes.
Oh, there's another attack from Mouse, trying to throw down with Ziv. Nice overpower as he goes down. Crystal Arrow. Mako just sidesteps it, utilizing his passive for the extra movement speed. Nicely done.
Really nicely done there by Mako, avoiding what probably would have been a sure death on that squishy Nami. But both these teams, obviously, with a lot of confidence moving forward in this game, no one feeling any pressure, any rush to try to get into these team fights, to try to force anything. And they're both really confident. They're controlling vision, and that's mostly what this is a battle of at this point. Moving up your ward lines, denying your opponent's vision, and trying to look for these picks, especially for AHQ on Wet Essence Reaver. He's going to be building into quite a bit of CDR, and he's going to be looking for these picks.
Oh, he's going to eat a culling as well as the flash, heal, and run towards Albus. The ambulance eventually gets there, but Mountain's burning down. In goes Clearlove. The exhaust is there. Mountain dies. Death grabs the kill, and EDG turn it on.
EDG pull the trigger. They see an opportunity, and Def pounces on. He forces him back. The TP comes in. They're going to get a turret, a couple kills, and will they look towards Baron? It looks like they might just go straight forward and try to at least bait here. No, they want to go for it. TP coming in.
Mouse is going to be here. The Baron has been started. EDG, very famous for this, do like to go for the very early Barons, but Chowie, he knows exactly what's going on. Ziv's making his way over. Equalizer could be huge at the 22-minute mark, but this Baron's falling lower and lower. Aqua Prison goes wide. Good placement on the equalizer. There's the man. Oh my goodness, the ultimate gets Chowie out of there. Can they actually secure it? And they do. Clearlove grabs the Baron, and now they're looking to get themselves out. EDG, decisive play. Mouse tanks himself up the arrow, but Murph Treads and a flash will get him out of there. Chowie, he's so aggressive, but he can't find it. Picks up his own bomb, throws another one because he's upset, and AHQ cannot find a thing.
Just beautiful by EDG. They all stay alive, all are able to escape as a team, and they pick up the Baron, which is going to be massive for them in taking out some of these extra turrets.
I was about to draw comparisons between this game and H2K versus AHQ, where there was no pressure coming out from AHQ's opponents, but AHQ now are able to take the retreat here, but the Baron buff is on EDG. They make the explosive play up in the top lane, all from that culling, and EDG are in full control.
Yeah, Rumble ulti is down. Some of the key ultimates are missing for AHQ, so I don't know if they even dare to try to defend this turret. EDG is pushing very aggressively here.
They can't get very close to this turret as well. They know the range that EDG have if they do want to pull the trigger, the speed that Clearlove can come at them with. And EDG now own this bottom side jungle. It looks like they were just warming up for 20 minutes. Now they take a Baron and take over the game.
Yeah, they're just going to go right around the horn, now down to the bot lane. They had the minion waves prepped, going to be able to pick up a couple turrets here, and really such an explosion of gold. Compare the items on the AD carries here. Death is going to be a monster.
And we were right, Azael. It was Arala's Crystal Scepter that Pawn picked up, so we should have committed to it. Unfortunately, we didn't. But still there. At least we mentioned the option. But now EDG moving themselves forward. Deft relentlessly pursues into an undertow, which ain't great.
EDG are not about to sit back, and that is the struggle for AHQ. They do have the ultimates available, but not if they whiff.
Could be a go button. Both bombs are down here as well. Mouse soaks up one of them.
One thing going for AHQ, top lane is building up a very big wave and is going to be pushing towards them. Looks like EDG is content with what they've gotten, at least so far. Will move back, pick up the dragon.
Yeah, grab themselves that dragon. We'll see who EDG sends to the top lane to soak up that minion wave. You can see Mouse has actually pulled himself back in this matchup as well. Now, Horn throwing out more poke onto Ziv. Has to get out of the Mantrid section of that queue.
Mountain looking to go in.
Yeah, can he actually get the flank is the question though, as Clearlove and Mountain just facing off 1v1. Another culling is Deft. Gets all of the shields, all of the heals from that ebb and flow as well out of Mako. Clearlove trying to bait AHQ in with a bit of flair there.
Again, EDG just keeping the pressure up with this Baron buff. Mouse winds up the hammer, but gets silenced.
Rumble going down. The equalizer. Mountain finds his way back in. Mako's the focus as Mountain will pull down. Jotio comes in onto Deft, and now EDG have to run away. The speed up from Pawn, but can Ziv get the slowdown?
Ash ult is coming back up. They could look to chase this if they can close the gap, but doesn't look like it. Mountain wants to go. He speeds up. Clearlove.
He was trying to empower recall. There's the arrow. Clearlove. Buddy. The max range undertow. Clearlove still pretty fast. The undertow is skirted by Clearlove. The last one can't find it. You do not deserve to live there, buddy.
That was was so well played by AHQ, though. Watch them. They pull the trigger here. The silence field goes down. Beautiful rumble ulti. Deft way too far up there. Everyone pounces. Ziv flashes forward onto him. Total commitment to take down the ED carry, as they know that it's the linchpin of the EDG squad.
And the second phase of this may not have resulted in further kills for AHQ, but it's pushing EDG so far back, burning the time on that Baron buff. You saw Clearlove trying to take a risky recall, ends up getting caught by Mountain. EDG now have had their Baron buff expired, and we're back into a phase where EDG are going to have to look to make a play if they want to try and close this one out. The gap is not too far between EDG and AHQ right now that they can just look to close it out in a linear fashion.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that you might look at this and say AHQ weren't able to pick anything up off the back of that, but you have to remember the momentum that EDG had moving into that. Of course, the Baron buff was going to expire anyway, but now as well, EDG know that they cannot make a greedy play like that one on the bottom side of the map.
And AHQ, they only lost one turret to that Baron, so that was honestly really well done. Even just defending those objectives very aggressively, knowing their limits. Very impressive stuff from AHQ, and Zilean is really going to be strong with this composition, with the speed ups, with that revive, and
Mouse.
EDG's Mouse pretty far up.
In a lot of trouble. That flash was so well placed. His equalizer maybe a little bit too early, as now EDG looking for more pressure in the mid lane. Chowie gets culled. But Deft can't find him with the last few bullets. Mountain, wants to find something, but doesn't get the undertow. EDG just getting shields out of everywhere, on mostly. As Arn getting some damage back, but AHQ stifle the aggression.
It's very difficult, though, for EDG to break the 4-man pack from AHQ. And if Ziv is there, it's even more difficult to break the 5-man, because that equalizer will cut EDG off. Without the right engage from Clearlove, either from the side or Mao's getting the right disengage with the hammer, gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, EDG is just really struggling to siege here because Lucian's low range, and even with that protection, yes, you land some poke, great, from the Karma, but then we have a Soraka to heal that right back up with the Ocean Dragon, and they have such good wave clear from Mountain, from Ziv, from On. Like really all across the board, these are fantastic wave clear champions for their position, so they're doing such a good job stalling it out, and it just feels like EDG is getting a little bit impatient. They're getting too aggressive in the bot lane there, moving forward, and that's something that AHQ is always going to try to capitalize on.
And while right now On is significantly far behind Deft, you cannot overlook that difference. It is going to kind of tilt away from EDG when it comes to the AD carry differences, because On should get a lot of farm. This build Deft is going for, the Black Lever build, isn't a particularly strong late game build against tanks, and there's a lot of regenerative healing coming out from Albus as well. So if Deft falls like we saw earlier, there's going to be a lack of damage coming out from EDG.
And I'd also say, yes, he is still far ahead, but at this point in the game, proportionally, he's not nearly as ahead as he was in the early game. Yes, he's up 1,000 gold or a little bit over that, but it's not the end of the world here, because Ana is getting to a point where he's getting pretty relevant. He's picked up his second item, has the Hurricane finally, which is going to mean he's going to get a lot of CDR from that Essence Reaver, and he's working towards his third item. Deft is obviously stronger at this point in the game, but Ana is playing and embracing a supportive role, and he's doing it well.
And that's the bit we can't overlook. The engages that are coming out from Arn as well. Yeah. Hasn't it been 100%, but you miss every arrow you don't shoot out.
Exactly right.
Certainly has hit a couple that have been real pivotal. So for Arn, it's actually been a pretty solid performance considering how the laning phase went.
And a lot of it comes down to where EDG are picking fights as well. I mean, if they pick a fight in a corridor, it doesn't matter how far behind Arn is, because Deft will get killed. If he's trying to do damage, he's going to be caught by either a double bomb, stand in an equalizer, something like that. AHQ have so many tools in these tight choke points. EDG need to start respecting it.
They definitely do, but at the same time, one bad engage here by AHQ, and Deft will be able to tear them apart because he has so much support from his team. And it's really a delicate balance here, which is leading me to believe that a lot of the game may end up being decided around Baron, because EDG is just struggling to actually finish this out by CG.
There's the ultimate as Ziv has to flash himself out. The ult comes in from Clearlove, and Ziv gets healed. Oh my goodness, can they turn this one around? The Wish really turning it on its head. EDG transition it into an inner turret, but they can't get the kill.
Finally cracked that tower. Keep in mind, that was the tower that EDG were trying to push with the Baron buff. They made the play onto Dragon while holding Pawn up in the bot lane, trying to hold the tower with the Baroned up minions for a long time, nearly 6 minutes ago.
There are a lot of oceans this game.
Finally get it, yeah, exactly. Just
third one coming in. Now going to take it down, EDG. Take that one up. Elder Dragon is going to be the next one, so not going to see anything but ocean this time around.
Well, EDG, if they do get the Elder, are going to regen after fight so incredibly quickly with 2 plus the Elder. But speaking of regeneration, or at least like kind of getting yourself back into the swing of things, Chowi hasn't looked out of place here from AHQ, considering this is his first professional game in 6 months against China's #1. Credit to him on this performance.
Not only has he not looked out of place, he's actually playing incredibly well for the team. I think he's been their best performer so far in this game against EDG, and it just really speaks to how hard he's practicing and his work ethic that we've heard so much about. This guy is a real grinder. He works extremely hard, and that hard work is really showing here.
Yeah, and it's also really obvious when you see a Zilean that isn't necessarily working out. The ultimate is something that is so important to get on exactly the right targets. The double bombs in team fights. The fact that it was able to take down Deft by holding onto that cooldown, making sure that it was guaranteed. Really looking fantastic for Chowi.
Yeah, he's been on point with his ultimates, and it's also, with this build that Deft is going, especially now because he's picked up a Hex Drinker, even more kind of defensive, it can be very tough to take down someone like Olaf, but Ziv's in trouble.
And one more time, Clearlove and Mouse, the Death Squad, are going to be able to take it, and the Equalizer doesn't do anything. Mako is going to be the trade in the mid lane. Now on, yeah, you hit the arrow and then it's fine.
But look at what they've sacrificed bottom side. The distance here that they've got to run, AHQ will have to come back to the bot lane, which means they can't actually capitalize. It's a trade 1-for-1 on the kills. AHQ don't get any objectives from it, and EDG will be okay with that for now.
Yeah, Clearlove manning the jungle here on the bottom side as well. As you could see, Mouse is standing on top of a ward, but he's going to be fine.
And here is On setting up for that arrow. Nails it. Would have loved to get Deft there. Was very close to it. But will take the secondary prize of Mako.
So close, and honestly, I'm glad to see Anne just firing out those arrows when it is necessary. We see so many Ashe players just sit back and hold the ult and just go, oh, well, we could use it, but do we really want to trade for 1 kill? Smart play out of AHQ, knowing they had to get something from that situation.
Yeah, consistently going for that, you're going to be rewarded. You will get those eventually, and now it's EDG sieging up here in the mid lane once again, but good wave clear from Chowi.
Yeah, and Mountain actually, whoa! Okay, that is
he's got his Nikes on.
That is a Viking on steroids, ladies and gentlemen. And that is very, very scary. His legs move inhumanly fast, as now there's a fight towards the bottom side of the map, potentially, between both Mouse and Ziv.
They're looking to set that up once again, and Ziv really needs help getting some more vision to protect himself from Clearlove and this constant gank that they're moving for.
Oh, Mountain actually takes a fair bit of damage. Remember, there's a Soraka to help heal him back up again. AHQ just disengage. They lose themselves a blue buff, but that isn't really too much of a problem here for this team.
No.
Areas like that, though, in the jungle, the small choke points favor AHQ in these fights. The equalizer, the double bomb that can come out from Chowi, the arrow, all of these are so much easier to hit, but EDG want to draw this down into the bottom lane, into the open ground where Ziv doesn't have the comfort of being able to land a perfect equalizer every single time, but he's not falling for it this time, Azael. He's backed away to his tower.
And that's what he needs to do. He just needs to wave clear at his turret because there's not really any reason for him to be out there. He's not going to be able to bully the Poppy in that 1v1 matchup, and just needs to kind of respect that.
Well, Mountain trying to clear out vision. Pink ward will go, though. Deft and Mako secure themselves that. Ziv hanging around, does, of course, have the equalizer back up. Enchanted Crystal Arrow back up as well. AHQ have options. As you can see, Infinity Edge has just been completed by Arn on top of the Void Staff here for Ziv. So AHQ, if there's ever a power spike in items, it would be right now.
Yeah, these are really key items now coming in, and that Void Staff especially, you know, dealing with some of these frontliners, Mouse and Clearlove, that Ziv has been fighting up against. He's going to be very strong, and even looking to Chowi, he's completed a lot of his major items, so this game is getting to the point where it's going to be very explosive when we do have a fight, and one fight can decide the game this late into it.
And again, though, EDG are having to play a little safer. They haven't been able to secure deep vision control yet on AHQ's jungle. You can see solid line of pink wards. 3 scattered through the entrances to AHQ's top side. Jungle denies EDG's ability to play around Baron significantly right now. There's no way of getting the wards down, so no way of getting the bait. And unless EDG can somehow make a play to push in, it's not really worth it for them to try and fight over it now. They need to try and catch somebody out somehow, but the tools just aren't there without going all in.
And On hanging around here constantly, has that rank 3 ultimate now, can be looking for that. The cooldown is going to be very short at this point, and he will keep fishing for these arrows. We'll see if he can come up with a key target, because even looking at someone like Deft, he doesn't have a QSS, and he's very likely not ever going to be building one.
Well, we'll see whether he decides to omit extra armor penetration from the build. But it just looks like AHQ, I mean, they have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They have a lot of opportunities to catch EDG out. What is EDG's method? How do they go about cracking AHQ right now? Because it looks like they're searching and can't find anything.
To me, they're just not really doing the due diligence on setting up vision. They need to look for fights around objectives, around the Baron, because they're struggling.
On. That culling can't be healed that quickly, but misses a couple of the bullets.
And this is exactly what EDG just did as you were talking about it, Azael.
They're going straight on the Baron.
They finally get some of those pink wards away, but they haven't secured the vision. All they know is that AHQ can't control it for themselves. They back away from it. But again, now we're in a situation where EDG have to do exactly the same thing for a second time. They have to remove those pink wards, get wards of their own, and get that territorial line pushed all the way back in AHQ's jungle.
And speaking of vision, I mean, that hawk shot will always be there for Arn. So it's not like you can just clear out vision and then they'll have no idea with no option. I mean, you can't count the blue trinkets because Arn will always have that one. It's like you have to count drones as well that are skirting over the top of you.
Yeah, you certainly do, but with the Elder Dragon spawning, this does open up a secondary major objective, right? You can split the map, there can be trades, and obviously On is worried about that, shooting over his E, checking out, making sure that that Elder was not being taken.
And there's the last Whisper picked up as well, so Arn very strong on this Ashe, despite being 100 CS down.
I was going to say, very rarely does somebody who's getting Flame Horizon have impact in a game. Generally not the case. Very close to it. Hasn't ticked over 100. I've been keeping my eyes on it, trying to just see when it goes. But still, with the engage, with the vision control, it's enough to slow EDG down, and they're not able to capitalize. Arrow comes out again.
Yeah, Pawn's going to sidestep. The immediate culling in response. R buttons exchanged as Deft going very far forward, but does dodge all of the abilities. EDG, we know that they are hungry. They are champing at the bit to try and kill AHQ, but they're just playing so protective, so safe. Non-committal CC flying out.
Yeah, a bit of a poor shot there, though, by On. He could have just shot it straight down the corridor and probably at least got someone. But EDG is on the Elder, and it does not seem to get there. Aware of
drone. 3,000 health now. Yeah, this is just going to go down. The Baron is looking to be traded, but can they actually kill it in time is the question.
No, this is way too dangerous, especially with the Elder buff on their opponents. If they take a fight now, it could be devastating for them. The HQ needs to avoid a fight at this point.
Clearlove is going to be super fast. There's the tidal wave. Everyone's trying to flush, but there are the knockups. In goes the horse. Albus is going to get targeted. The Soraka trying to be dealt with. The ultimate has been used on him, but he's out of position. Pawn will grab the kill now. AHQ, they're going to get chased down. They're going to get corralled, or can they turn it around is the question. Looks like EDG not going to fully commit.
AHQ got up and out of the danger zone for that fight. And EDG, they're going for Baron. They are fairly low here, but no ultimates are available that are significant. Apart from Arns, he has the arrow available. The health bars are too high now, though. EDG
needs to land
that
some bombs.
regeneration from the Ocean Drake as well here. If Chowie can get a good stun, maybe it's enough.
Yep, Deft is going to secure a Mountain now in trouble. He gets stunned up, bubble destroyed. Arrow's going to go wide. Ziv trying to deal with Deft, but he can't. As now Mountain is going to get taken down. There's no ultimate from Chowie. On and the man himself are going to just try and run towards the base with Albus just respawning.
HQ had done such a good job the whole game, and then they take a fight into the Elder. Complete lapse of judgment. And look at the res timers, over 40 seconds on Ziv and Mount. This is so dangerous.
Buddies, they're looking for Chowie. Another ultimate destroyed as the Zillion. Pop goes the Ashe, and Albus is running away. EDG using their Baron, take down an inner turret, inhibitor turret going to fall, and that was the decisive play we were looking for.
Chowie didn't have his ultimate available for either himself or On, and EDG are going to look to take this game.
And looking so much better while they do it as well. Stresses Deft, flashes the flare. They'll take down the second Nexus turret. EDG want to dive some fountains as the Nexus falls. And that is going to be that. EDG now 1-1 here at Worlds 2016.
And what a must-win game this was for EDG. Only 2 games in. A bit of an embarrassing performance yesterday, but firing right back with a great start in this game. It slowed down against AHQ, but enough in the end was there for EDG to be able to close it out and pick up their first win at Worlds.
And that big grin on Mouse's face is the most important part about this as well, because he can't have been feeling good after their game one, but now the confidence could be coming back. Clearlove as well, big grin on his face as these two very close teams are gonna shake hands. And EDG, you can see the relief in the eyes of these players.
And EDG does deserve the credit for capitalizing on AHQ's mistake, but what a mistake it was. Such a long game, so patient from AHQ the whole way through, and then just the lapse in judgment to fight into a team that has the Elder Dragon was what completely cost them the game, and it's a little bit tough to swallow, I'm sure, for AHQ.
Exactly. At first, it didn't look all that bad for AHQ. They only lost one, but the continuing fight really ended up going against them. You know, we were talking to Clement a lot about these two teams, the history between each other. In AHQ's words, they feel like they're only 10 steps behind now. Previously, it was 20 steps behind EDG. And I think you have to say the same thing. You look at this group, AHQ still are showing that they're contenders here. A good performance yesterday. Didn't look out of it today. This group is still anybody's, really.
Yeah, and going into this tournament as well, we have to sort of put the INTZ game on the wayside just for a moment, Don't want to forget it because it was a fantastic game. But EDG were coming into this tournament looking incredibly strong. 16-0. Yeah. These guys were big contenders to take this whole tournament down. AHQ looked fantastic in their first game against H2K when they took them down. And in that game as well, their ability to pivot and use creativity to get back into a game was beautiful to watch.
And I've got to say, AHQ, honestly, this game was extremely close. It could have been theirs very easily, I think, with a couple different decisions. And even with that horrible level one, the bot lane disadvantage, they played really intelligently around it. They had some great adaptations. The move to 5-man topside, where they're actually able to take first turret when that behind and then defend bottom turret as well, was really, really, really impressive. I thought that was so nice. And EDG, they look vulnerable, to be honest. I mean, they lost yesterday, and they could have easily lost today.
They most certainly did. But with EDG's first win on the board, we're going to check in with Shox, who's joined by Clearlove.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, joined by Clearlove after that victory for EDG. And a lot of fans, as always. And the first thing I have to ask Clearlove is I saw that you were a lot happier after that win than yesterday. Can you tell me how important it was to get that first win on the board here at Worlds?
经过你们昨天比赛之后呢，今天这场首胜嘛，算是，你觉得这场比赛的胜利对你们意义有多大呢？
昨天就经历了个手败嘛，然后就是队员们还有教练们都意识到自己的一些想法上面的问题，然后今天我们经过讨论之后，今天就是在阵容上面选取做得很好，所以说我觉得就是比赛还是在自己的节奏之内吧，然后赢下比赛肯定是很开心的。
So today is our first win. After the loss yesterday, we went back and we rethought about our whole process of thinking strategy, and we came up with a better team comp today and also a better strategy today, and everyone really played to their own rhythm. That's how it went today.
And it looked a lot better. We also saw you going for that Hecarim, and the LPL seems to be the only region that really prioritizes that Hecarim pick. Can you explain to us why that is?
我们现在世界上看到的，只有 LPL 的赛区是真的是想要看到人马就一定会选人马的。你能解释一下为什么吗？
因为人马这个英雄的话，他的gank成功率特别高，然后他的开团手段也是有的，就在某些阵容里面是可以用的。
So for us, our thought process is that Hecarim is very good at ganking, and his success rate in ganking is super strong. It does only work for certain team comps, and for us, it did work, so we chose him.
It definitely worked today, and it's a very important win. You guys are one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. You had a fantastic year in the LPL, and you were always talking about how you definitely don't want to get knocked out in quarterfinals. Again, can you tell me about your expectations for you personally and as a team this World Championship for EDG?
今年是你 LPL 赛季打得最好的一次成绩嘛？然后你也经常在采访中会提到说想要打破8强这么一个诅咒嘛？所以呢，你接下来你觉得怎么能够打破这个诅咒，然后怎么做些什么样的准备呢？
因为现在就是我们队伍都意识到了自己的问题，我觉得就是现在只要我们的想法改变了，我们还是是一个很强的队伍。所以说目标的话，肯定是我自己的目标就是先度过8强，然后打好每一场比赛，就是我想做的事情。
So for us, our main goal right now is to definitely go past quarterfinals this time. I do think that we are a very strong team. We realize we had some problems, so we're trying to fix those problems and do as best as we can.
Okay, we will see what happens. You have the support of a lot of EDG fans, as always. Thank you very much, ClearLove, and thank you very much, Lexi, for assisting in the translation. After you guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. EDG and LPL fans will be very relieved to have that win in the book, although it did not come easily for them. Let's work our way through this game because there's plenty to discuss, starting with champion select here. So as we bring that up, I want to get you guys' thoughts on the two team comps drafted by both these teams.
Well, if you look at the bottom lane, Ash's first pick really early by HQ quite a lot of the times. They think this is Ann's safest champion in lane. He does have a lot of mistakes on other champions. With Ash, you get the vision control. And they also, this is the first time that Albus has picked Soraka. So you definitely can see the mentality. We don't want EDG's bot lane to win. Now, that was a good thought, but the level 1 definitely just threw that out the window.
We had some real level 1 craziness, but with these team comps that were locked in by both teams, talk to me stylistically how we expect them to play within the game.
Right, so we have on one side with EDG a composition that is very, very strong in the mid game. You know, you hit 24s on Hecarim, you get 1 or 2 items on Lucian, the armor penetration items, Ghost Blade and Black Cleaver, and you just buff up this Lucian and you send him in with the Hecarim, and you actually have like an insanely strong composition that can take down almost everything in the mid game, where on the side of HQ you have much more late game focus. You know, Soraka is a great late game teamfighter, Zillion protecting the AD carry, Ashe just stacking up multiple items. But it's a composition from HQ that is very hard to play because it's very hard to get to that late game. And especially, obviously, when you mess up level 1, you lose your flash, and you then get ganked later by ClearLove, who was all over the map in the early game.
Yeah, and let's not forget the most important part of the composition is that Mouse is playing a tank. Back in very comfortable territory, where he's, you know, just able to farm up. And late game, he was an absolute monster. I mean, there was no one that could really take him down. So even if AHQ got there, it was still hard to execute against the Hecarim, against the Poppy, that just dive your backline over and over again.
Yeah, it's kind of a game where you should get these really long team fights where it's hard to kill the front line on both sides, especially for HQ with the multiple tanks you talked about. But I really like to see these kind of comps where so many surprises appear. You know, Ashe first rotation is crazy for most people. Soraka is being played against Zillion for Chowie because it really shows that the meta is not locked yet. It's been a lot of patches. You know, we're very early into this tournament, and it seems like some teams are locked on 1 or 2 picks for each role. I like to see there's multiple ones, especially also down in support where we have like 10 viable picks.
Now we talk about this early game strength for EDG, and of course we saw a couple successful early games from ClearLove, definitely pushing them ahead a bit, but it was 22 minutes into the game when they really found themselves a footing here with a kill in the top lane plus a Baron spawn. Walk me through this one a little bit.
Yeah, and EDG had been pressuring so incredibly well, but you felt that the timer was starting to run out. So Deft opens up, you know, forces them out. And after they've forced one member out, it's just a big go button. Teleports come in, Hecarim's diving the backline, and Mountain gets burned down. Albus is so concerned with running away, doesn't even press his R button there. So this was impressive out of EDG. Not because just they execute and how far they go, but the willingness to take Baron afterwards. This is such a ballsy call to all-in commit at this stage of the game, but they kind of had to do it to open up that mid-game for themselves.
Yeah, we'll see the contest here from HQ come in. Ziv going to throw down the equalizer. I almost would have liked to have seen him be a little bit more gutsy here and walk himself into the Baron pit.
Yeah, I definitely, but we got to give credit to Mako here and his ulti. You know, Tidal Wave's over actually stops 2 members, the Rumble being one of them, for entering the Baron pit. And also, you know, Mousy, a good ulti, knocking Chowie away, so that's kind of the safety net. You know, when you do charge into the pit, you get the ulti from Zillion. That was gone. So EDG under pressure here really executed well. 2 ultis used as defensive tools so you can finish the Baron.
And this is what I do want to give Mouse credit for. He's a very poor laner, and he does fall down time and time
credit
again.
for that one?
No, but in teamfight situations, he does his role. There's a reason that EDG was able to go 16-0. I'm not saying he's a great player, but don't expect him to get solo killed 5 times every single game because he can play teamfights to quite a high level, and they like that about the top laner. That's why they swapped him out for Koro, who's a better laner, but his team fights got very, very sloppy, and that's why they lost against RNG.
Let's not forget here, though, that with those early kills that went to ClearLove and that kind of advantage that they were creating for themselves in the bot lane, HQ reacted phenomenally in their play around the map to pull off that lane swap and really run EDG around the map.
Yeah, exactly. This is what HQ has been improving on this entire year. Last year, they were just a team that went in and bullfighted all the time. This year, they're actually really smart on the macro macro play. And you can tell what the difference that Chowie makes in the mid lane. They're able to prolong games, get to the late game better, able to wave clear better. And I think this is a team that, for me, has a lot of mental fortitude. That's something I really like about them. They're never afraid to make fights. They're never afraid to take picks. And they're always looking at how they can get back into the game. They're real fighters.
Yeah, and I want to see more Chowie in the mid lane because I actually think they looked better early to mid with him because he was a much better laner than Westor. He didn't fall behind. Yes, okay, he died to one gank, but he had a CS advantage already. Mid game wise, his Zillion was good. A lot of double bombs coming, actually creating a few picks, as you talked about, near the tower, which gave them a bit of not an advantage, but at least slowed down EDG. So I actually think he played better than Westor did yesterday, and I want to see more Chowie.
And were it not for that Baron, I really do think that it could have been a very different game for AHQ. I mean, we saw it just a few minutes later, a small stumble by EDG. We've got to call this one into question. 25-30 into the game. Deficio, walk me through the mechanics of this as EDG is attempting to siege the inner turret bot lane.
Yeah, we're only looking at depth in this team fight here, because after Mouse got interrupted, what you need to look at now is how Mouse wants to leave the fight, but Def then says, you know what, I'm going to step in and hit this tower. And that is a massive mistake because you can see Mountain on your left with the red arrow here. He's already in a good position to flank, and Def is the main damage dealer. So when he steps forward and gets caught here by the members of AHQ and the Equalizer, he's now not really able to do anything because now we pause it again, and you can see how Def is making so many mistakes. One, he's now dashing in with a Zillion bomb on his head near multiple members, and two, he can only really hit Mountain in this situation, and Mountain will get a Zillion ulti to help him. So now the main damage dealer of EDG stepped too far forward, got caught out and had to use 2 defensive dashes, and he could only hit the Olaf with the Zillion ulti. So your damage dealer is gone. That means you're going to lose the team fight, and it is very rare we see this from Deft.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Deft's positioning is normally what we credit him the most for as games go on. And it's an uncharacteristic mistake. However, you can understand with the amount of pressure on a single carry comp playing around a Karma that, he felt like he had to step up and challenge. Maybe it was just Mouse not on the same page, but this definitely prolonged the game for so long.
Answers were definitely a problem for him tonight.
But one thing I do want to credit EDG for is, that game was prolonged, and they made another gutsy call. The Elder Drake is not something that we see played around at all, really, in professional League of Legends at this moment, with Baron alive, and they were able to swap their vision incredibly quickly and take 2 team fights off the back end of it that ultimately won them the game.
Yeah, and I think the important thing is that they goaded AHQ to just go inside and get toasted in that red area over there. I'm overall, even though we went 2 games down, I'm pretty proud for the LMS. We showed a lot of macro game. We're the smallest of the 5 regions.
I agree. I think at the end of the day, there were a lot of great things displayed from the AHQ squad, and we kind of identified a few key moments where the game could have completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, and the reason we showed that replay was kind of to highlight where EDG is still making mistakes, because not only had they had a bit of a slow mid game until they got that Baron picked up, then they make a mistake right after, slows it down again for them. So they have to go really late into the game. We get to 40 minutes before they get that Elder Drake and actually win the last team fight. And EDG in LPL, they've been this powerhouse who would be super aggressive and really snowball games out of control very quickly. AHQ managed to actually stop that from happening. They played well, but also EDG made some mistakes.
And I do want to go back to the fact that even though we've seen 2 games, I don't think we've really seen how EDG was playing in the LPL, because this time around they're playing very supportive mid laners, which they had gone away from, and Hecarim was a notoriously bad pick for this team. I mean, ClearLove only had a 37% win rate. They nearly lost their set against WE playing that pick in particular before he went back to Rek'Sai and Gragas. So I think this team, they're doing some soul searching. They still are not playing anywhere near their potential, and that's worrying going to the next games because they're not looking their formidable self.
And this is one of those times where I do feel it has warranted us for us to be critical of a player like Deft in that replay that we showed, because he's going to receive player of the game, and that's for the 5-2-3 performance of 39% damage share. We talked about how a lot of this was going to ride on his shoulders and ClearLove's in terms of damage for the team. He shows up and brings home the victory.
I'm actually surprised that's not higher. I mean, yesterday when he's running around with an Aurelia, he gets 36, and he only gets 39 today with a Poppy and a Karma. But he does do very well in the team fights. He's a very good positional AD carry, and his laning phase is beautiful.
He does get a lot of help from his top laner, though, who decides to never deal any damage. So that means his will always go even higher.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, Uzi right now, he's a little bit jealous. He wants Luba to do less, so he can actually get back up there as well.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, with every team having made their debut here at Worlds 2016, let's take a look at how they all stack up. In Group A, CLG and Rocks remain at the top. IMA and SKT both own a share of first place in in Group B. Group C is tied all the way down the list, each team with a 1-1 record. RNG is out ahead of everyone in Group D. Now, tomorrow's schedule, there's still a lot of league to play out, though, and we'll pick up tomorrow with Group A when they get back on stage, starting with Counterlogic Gaming versus Albus Nox Luna. Then we'll see Korea's Best versus Europe's #1 squad, followed by Flash Wolves versus Cloud9. We'll be back on your browsers tomorrow evening at 4 p.m. Pacific, so do not be late. Now, though, it's time to dim the lights here at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Stick around because Worlds Tonight is coming your way in just a few minutes to recap all of the day's action. For myself, the analyst desk, and everyone here covering the 2016 World Championship, thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
When the crowd is hyped up, Buck, they want to see a big win for C9, but it's the defending world champions. It's SK Telecom.
I cannot wait for these two teams to do battle. Good flash from Stinky, gets his way out from under it. Bang though, looking to follow through, and Impact just can't do enough. Overheated and silent. Bang with a double from the Ezreal. Meteor stacks it back in, but Faker lunges forward for the kill. W's going to be thrown down. Oh, they do kill him. And with 4 dead, SK Telecom will take down Cloud9. Elder Dragon low, might get the Steelers on. Maple dives in, he wants to fight it. He got it! Dragon steals it away as a voidless.
We have the tools to play at the highest level. Now it's a question of using these tools. So boys, open up your eyes. Let's do this shit.
Uzi, a double kill! This guy's 6-0-2!
나를 유지 나를 좋아 나를 메이차 나이스
So it's Garrett getting do it again. Right to the Q. Walk up over. They've got QB. First blood. TSM starts him over the wall. Ambition repels down to his death.
1, 2, 3
What the f? You guys went on?
You guys suck.
You guys went on 2. TSM is going to win their first game at Worlds.
Here comes Revolta. Yeah, gets the knock up on Ryu there as well. Flashes out of the way. Good tidal wave, but flashes it. God tier plays. Yankos is going to take down Token. The double. My God, he goes over 1-8. Perfect timing.
This is a highly anticipated matchup here between EDG and AHQ.
Mountain now in trouble. He gets stunned up. Bubble destroyed. Arrow's going to go wide. Ziv trying to deal with Death, but he can't. As now Mountain is going to get taken down. And that is going to be that. EDG now 1-1.
the Dragon low. Might get the steal as well. Maple dives in. He wants to avoid it. He got it. Dragon steals it away as a blindless.
And it's Crown now.
Oh, good stuff. A Bjergsen flash kick. Ulti all in, and Sven gets the next one.
And Kobe can't do anything. Another arcane ship. Pop goes the support. That's one kill for Uzi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined tonight by Jake Spawn Tiberi and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley here in the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Names for another edition of Worlds Tonight. Gentlemen, it's been a long day, but was it fun?
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, those last couple of games had me sweating, actually, but another day over of Worlds and more surprises to come.
Got an NA win, so it's always good.
Definitely, and there you can see the results. We got our first look at Group B and the last 4 teams to make their debut here in San Francisco. TSM there took down Samsung Galaxy, but before we get to that, it started with a much anticipated clash between reigning world champions SK Telecom and North America's Cloud9, and it was messy.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I mean, SKT here came out with a vengeance starting Bengi. FLICKR was absolutely destroying Jensen in that mid lane. And I think that we're starting to see SKT really ramp up after what was a pretty quiet split for them.
Pretty disrespectful draft, losing lanes across the board, and mistakes as well, don't you think, Azale?
Yeah, this game was over very early. FLICKR just completely took over Jensen, drafted a losing lane, played poorly in it, and then got completely decimated.
Well, Cloud9 absolutely punished. SK Telecom looking very, very strong. Of course, it's the first game defending world champions. This is a bit painful to watch. I'm glad the B-roll is finally over. SKT pick up the win. Moving on, we take a look at Flash Wolves versus IMA. This is the 3rd seed from China. They stayed strong, and they came back from a very rough early game, much like their Game 5 victory to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, exactly right. And much like that game, it was a lot of their jungler avoid list setting up the rest of the team to be able to take over the team fighting portion of that game. Flash Wolves, they did have the advantage, but they weren't able to close it out. And when the game gets a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, you are definitely in IMA territory.
Yeah, definitely was indeed. We also saw Group Z takes the rift once again. TSM made a statement with an extremely dominant win, and this was the team that really fans were expecting yesterday.
Yeah, and this is really what they needed to get their confidence back. Bjergsen and Svenskeren especially went on a rampage this game, working so well together. Bjergsen getting an early solo kill on Crown, and Svenskeren in particular, even their loss yesterday, looked amazing on Lee Sin, and today he stepped it up to another level.
Yeah, it's so fun when a great jungler locks in Lee Sin, and his mid laner is willing to give him that support, and that's exactly what happened in this game. Even Haunter joined the party as the game progressed, and if TSM continues to play at this level, there is a reason that North American fans have hope.
Yeah, well, day 1 was not the level they were expecting. Day 2 is what they want more of. But talking about levels, we closed up the day with Edward Gaming going up against AHQ Esports Club. It was the #1 LPL squad. They tried to redeem themselves from yesterday's upset. And I don't know, I think they won the game in the end, but it wasn't as convincing as I was expecting.
They won the game, but they look vulnerable. They lost yesterday, and they looked very beatable today. It was more about AHQ's mistakes in the late game to me than it was EDG's fantastic play, as AHQ took a horrible fight after Elder Dragon had been taken by EDG and cost themselves the game.
But the Elder Dragon call was good, so you are seeing some of that leadership and experience coming out of Clearlove, but definitely agree, this is a team that after an undefeated split definitely looks wounded.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. EDG, though, go 1-1, bouncing back. We didn't cover all of the games, but as you look at the standings, you'll notice that, of course, INTZ Esports dropped the game. So take a look at that. 1-1s across the board in Group C. Any other surprises for you, Azale?
I think besides that, IMA taking a win here was a surprise for me, especially in the way that they did. It was a pretty messy game.
Yeah, I think that the only thing I would point out is that RNG is still undefeated down in Group D. Coming up against Samsung tomorrow, that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Talking about tomorrow, Group A will have their time on the Rift when CLG goes up against Albus, Nox, Luna. Then it is Rox Tigers taking on G2 Esports. Some pretty big games on the day. Anything else that you're looking forward to, Azale?
I'm definitely looking forward to CLG, and this should be pretty routine for them. They had a big win against G2. I'd love to see them clean up against ANX and move to 2-0 in the groups.
Well, here in San Francisco, the cheers for North America have been loud. I'm sure we hear them screaming some more. We'll be back tomorrow with more for another day of games tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. for those of you observing in Central European summertime. We're going to take a closer look at the day 2 in just a moment. So if you're watching us in client, hit us up on youtube.com/LOL Esports for the full version of Worlds Tonight. And the full version is bringing it back. We touched on a lot of the results, a lot of the games.
Yeah.
I want to go straight to one that stood out to me. SK Telecom versus Cloud9. Everybody was expecting SKT to be bad, and they weren't. Why were they not bad, Azael?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's hard to even read too much into this game as far as their performance. They look incredibly dominant, but I thought C9 was disrespectful. These guys are the defending world champions. You draft yourself a losing lane for Jensen, who talked about wanting to smash FLICKR. Not only did he not smash FLICKR, he got absolutely obliterated. He made mistakes, and FLICKR made him pay big time.
Yeah, they tried to play coy in the pick ban phase, actually, because I think they wanted Bengi to only be able to go towards the Elise early as a first pick and secure themselves Syndra. But what happens? FLICKR just takes away the Syndra. They've already banned out the counter pick in that Vladimir, and then FLICKR just takes over the game. And the kicker? Cloud9 then don't even take the Elise away. I mean, that was just so weird to me.
Yeah, especially the Nidalee ban didn't really make any sense to me either when Bengi, I think, has 0 games played on this champion. So there was a lot of questions to be answered for C9 after
I've got a follow-up question because, you know, we got the questions about C9's draft, C9's play.
Yeah.
Syndra first pick was pivotal multiple times throughout the day, and it's something that you know, backstage, a lot of casters were getting quite heated about because of how powerful that pick is in lane.
Yeah, and it's about getting the shove and the priority in that mid lane whilst having legitimate kill threat. As soon as you disappear into Fog of War on this champion, the 1v1 kill threat is just insane. You get a good jungler on top of that, as we have been seeing. The pressure is just so immense, and there's so little margin for error following that champion into Fog of War.
Yeah, the CC combo, and especially in addition with Elise, right? It's so hard. Even when you're under your turret, it's a very easy dive. You hit one of those CCs, especially because Jensen wasn't playing with Cleanse.
No, absolutely not. Ended up hurting him really badly. C9 lose their first game in the group stages. I want to turn to a new team who did not lose their first game in the group stages. IMA, newcomers to the stage. They showed some resilience. They took down the LMS's first seed. Spawn, were you as surprised as I was that they actually won the game?
I am absolutely shocked that
I mean,
this
look
game
at that
went
goal
the way it went.
difference.
I mean,
I didn't know which way you were going to go because you were showing some faith backstage.
I certainly was showing some faith backstage, but at the end of the day, when you have to stall a game out to nearly 50 minutes long, when you're behind until the 40-minute mark, and when you draft, once again, very strangely, I mean, I've never seen a Voidless play Zac. Echo has currently fallen a little bit out of the meta as well. This was just a wacky game that Flash Wolves couldn't close out.
It was one of those games that reminded me a lot of H2K against AHQ, where it's like, all right, great, they're in the lead. Now what do we do? And it just feels like a couple of these teams are really struggling as to the next steps to how they close these games out, right? Flash Wolves gets ahead, and they didn't know exactly where they're supposed to go next.
Yeah, and a lot of that domestically comes from Casa. He's a big X-Factor player for this team. That's why I rate him so highly in my top 20, but he's not having a good tournament so far. It's only 2 games, but when you give away advantages the way he was, and when you're getting out-jungled by a rookie to the stage in a Voidless, that's not a good sign for your team.
No, definitely not the case. We saw the Alistar support coming out again. I think Alistar support's going to become more of a debate/discussion.
Yeah.
Road, it was his birthday. He managed to pick up a win today. But he ain't no Mata, at least in terms of performance. Is that a little unfair?
Is anybody Mata? I mean, I don't think it's unfair when you look at the outstanding performance he had against TSM. Mata basically put the team on his back, and he was making play after play after play. And while I don't think this champion is a permaban against all teams, I think against the incredible players, kind of similar to Lee Sin, when you have an amazing playmaker on this champion like Mata, you cannot give it to them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think you have to look at the context in which the champions picked. Yeah. Mata was pretty much solo initiate for his team and was going off, whereas you got a Zac flying in if you're IMA this time around. All Road nearly really had to do was, I mean, keep people off the backline and follow up with some CC. So different context playing the champion, but definitely ain't no Mata in my opinion.
All right, ain't no Mata, but Mata did get himself another win today. Royal never give up. The only team to have a 2-0 record. They made easy work of Europe's Splyce. Probably the most dominant win that I think we've seen in the first 2 days of competition. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, 100%. That's a fair statement. I think it's the first time we've really seen an individual like go absolutely insane in the way that Uzi did. I mean, we saw FLICKR's game, but he was really teaming up with the rest of his team. Uzi in this game was shifting forward, had doubled the gold by the end of the game of his opponent in Kobe. And that was the first time you've really seen like one of those huge individual like mismatches on the world stage. And honestly, it's what we feared for Splyce, but what we expected out of RNG against people that can't stand up. They're like the bullies of this group.
It's honestly incredible to have that dominant of a 2v2 performance because they were smashing even in the 2v2 without jungle interference. And this is something in this day and age, people have gotten so good at not losing, even if they're not winning. You know, they just play safely, they give up a bit of CS, right? It's one of those things where you can generally keep it close, but to have someone double your gold is just disgusting. It was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen.
Yeah, but one person you do have to kind of feel a little bit bad for right now is Wonder up in the top lane. You can see he's trying his absolute heart out. Once again, going up against Looper. This guy's all class one more time. Wonder's going with him the entirety of the laning phase. If Splyce turn this tournament around, start playing that upset role like we hope they will, it's going to be around their top laner. He is a very good young player.
Though. It's so hard.
He was struggling on Kled, though.
I don't know if they can. I mean, look, the Kled one was a loss for me because he was the primary initiator and didn't seem to be comfortable in the role. Guys who were comfortable today, and the current pride and joy of Europe is H2K.
Yeah.
Honestly, they outclassed INTZ. They had a phenomenal laning phase. They had CS at every stages of the game, and really, they just didn't seem challenged at all by the Brazilians.
For me, this was really a disappointing game from INTZ. After yesterday, how proactive they were, how aggressive they were. And my disappointment honestly started in the draft when you have someone like Yang who showed how he can be extremely lane dominant, works well in combination with Revolta. Why are you not drafting something that has good gank assist, that has the potential to split push and snowball? So I was kind of disappointed that they went for this pick. They were just pretty much happy to lose all lanes and farm until they lost. They just didn't try anything.
Yeah, and the one strategy they did have is, you know, Caitlyn has this famous mid-game power trough. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and get 2 items on our Orianna, get there at a relatively untouched pace, and then win big team fights. However, the mis-execution on those team fights means that I no longer have faith in that composition. If this team doesn't win early, the tournament gets a heck of a lot more difficult because in the team fights, they just didn't do anything.
No.
Yeah, absolutely outclassed. So H2K get a win on the board. We did not see G2 Esports taking part today because they will be playing tomorrow on stage against the Rox Tigers, champions of LCK. Now, Rox, they didn't necessarily look super strong, but they were not tested, right? They were not focusing. You can expect them to be full tryhard tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that if any team is going to smile back at a team like Albus Nox, it will be Rox. I mean, that you can see that they're enjoying that early game a little bit. I do not think that is going to be the case against G2. That's all business for the Rox Tigers. And with how G2 played against CLG and the poor decision-making, particularly out of their bottom lane, freezing waves when they shouldn't be, sticking around for turrets, that's actually what Rox just punish day in, day out in the LCK.
Yeah, Rox are incredibly adept at punishing any sort of macro mistakes like that. They're one of the very best teams in the world at doing it. And you have to think it's even hard to find too many individual matchups that are going to go the way of G2.
Talking about individual matchups, talking about things that are going to go the way of one team or the other. Flash Wolves or Cloud9, immediately following later in the day. Both of these teams looking to take control of second in their group. Azael, will Cloud9 decide to play League of Legends tomorrow?
I think they will. And this is something where Cloud9 has the propensity to kind of get in their own heads and have some bad games. But I will say, to their credit, in the NALCS and even in the playoffs, they're very good at bouncing back from those games. They recognize their mistakes. They're not the kind of team to get too much in their own head and just get stuck on that. So I think we're going to see a bounce back performance, especially from Jensen. He has a lot to prove here at Worlds.
That's what I was going to say. I think Jensen is a proud player, but I think in the best way possible. He's not going to have liked losing that 1v1 in the fashion he did, and he's going to look to make a statement game here. Hopefully he can step up and have a great performance.
All right, 1 or 2 very quick questions just before we move on. I'm just going to ask about LMS. Today, they did not look great, shaky around the edges. Do you think they have what it takes to bounce back, Spawn?
Yeah, I definitely think they do. I think Flash Wolves are a whole different kettle of fish. Their macro looks a little bit sloppy right now, so I think they have more to work on. AHQ, honestly, went into that game against EDG with a huge complex, playing a big brother team, and looked very good in my opinion. One team fight could have swayed that game. Their decision-making was quite good, so more hope for AHQ maybe than Flash Wolves, but I think both teams in an okay spot.
Individually, I was actually really impressed with Ichawi as well. He more than held out. He was doing very, very well in lane and in team fighting. Just really as a whole, they looked pretty strong, but unfortunately some bad decisions late game.
All right, bad decisions, they can be rectified. We'll find out whether or not LMS actually do. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it from us here in San Francisco. Thank you so much for joining us for another edition of Worlds Tonight. We'll see you back here tomorrow as the fight for the Summoners Cup continues.
The Dragon low, might get the steal as well. Maple dives in, he wants to find it.